You just want to see a show, don't you? Oh brother, how can you say that? I'm doing this for your sake. Lucky exaggeratedly rebutted before becoming serious. This inheritance really suits you. Seize this opportunity. I understand, Kimball nodded, his demeanor turning earnest. Imran, stop your pointless talk. You said it yourself, only the strong can gain the legacy. Why do you think you'll win without even testing your strength? Hearing this, Imran knew he couldn't avoid a confrontation. Since you won't back down, don't blame this prince for being ruthless. Let's see just how far apart we truly are. Without another word, Imran transformed into a golden light, charging fiercely toward Kimball. With defiance. This is just the beginning. If that's all you've got, I suggest you concede now, and let me take the inheritance. Sharp tongue. Imran's expression darkened as green light began to emanate from his body. Since you're courting death, this prince will grant your wish. Kimball felt equally exhilarated. Among peers, few could match him in physical prowess. In their recent exchange, he realized Imran truly lived up to his reputation as the crown prince of Ding, displaying incredible physical strength and remaining evenly matched. Unbeknownst to Kimball, Imran was far more shocked. While he had expected Kimball to be strong, he never imagined the young man could match him blow for blow. Imran cultivated the top-tier Ding imperial technique, the Azure Dragon Saint Body, surpassing even Cyrus in mastery. Beckett, he still felt significant pressure from Kimball. This boy's physical cultivation technique must be extraordinary. These thoughts raced through his mind as Imran shouted and lunged forward once more. Kimball didn't dare underestimate the situation, as a pale yellow light shone from his body, and the two clashed again. The intense battle continued, with their bodies radiating stronger light and wisps of mist floating around them. External signs of advanced physical cultivation combining blood and physique. Imran grew even more astonished. Despite pushing his Azure Dragon Saint Body to its limits, Kimball still held his ground. But today, he must claim this inheritance. In an instant, Imran attacked even more frenziedly, transforming into a blur of fists, kicks, knees, and elbows, assaulting Kimball like a storm. Tanya and Lucky's hearts sank. Sister-in-law, my brother, is he going to lose? Lucky asked anxiously. Although Kimball managed to hold on, he was clearly at a disadvantage, mostly defending without much opportunity to counterattack. Tanya was equally tense. She shook her head. I'm not sure, but it looks like my husband is on the defensive. If this continues, Imran felt increasingly alarmed despite his slight advantage. Kimball absorbed every attack like a stone in the storm, showing no sign of fatigue. A greedy thought arose in his mind. He heard that Kimball couldn't cultivate initially and only revealed his formidable physical strength during his battle with Cyrus. He speculated that Kimball's cultivation time must have been short. Otherwise, Beckett family would have nurtured him heavily as the young master. To achieve such strength in a short period, this boy must possess an extraordinary cultivation technique. Imran's eyes flashed with excitement. If he could obtain this technique alongside his Azure Dragon Saint Body, his physical cultivation would advance further. Perhaps he could even surpass Sherman and become peerless, stepping onto the path to him. Really have some nerve. Imran's expression turned ominously dark. Kimball, this prince will ask you one last time. Will you hand over the technique? You aren't worthy. Fine, very well. Imran clenched his teeth, his body glowing even brighter with green light. Then, this prince will teach you a lesson. ####Chapter 102. Resolve in adversity. Imran clenched his right fist and recited an awkward-sounding syllable, the blue-green light emanating from his body intensifying dramatically. The disgrace brought by that useless third brother will be redeemed by this Dempsey today. I'll show you what true Qingjiao rending power looks like. Kimball's expression was grave. He dared not let down his guard for a moment. Although he continued to mock, he knew well that Imran was no ordinary adversary. To hold the position of Dempsey of the Qin Empire, Imran's strength was beyond question. Their fists collided, and the massive shockwave shook Kimball's internal organs violently. Kimball, this Dempsey gives you one last chance. If you are willing to hand over your cultivation technique, I will offer you the inheritance here. The top-tier techniques of Woody should be sufficient compensation, wouldn't you agree? Clenching his teeth, Kimball's smile was grim. Your words stink worse than anything. I cultivate the number one constitution under heaven. Do you think your Qingjiao holy body is worth much? Could it really catch my eye? You call this broken technique valuable, and you want me to hand over my technique? Where do you get off thinking you can ask such things? Imran instantly flew into a rage. Brat, you're asking for death. With an angry roar, his body glowed with intense blue-green light, and his speed increased several times. Both men became blurred shadows as their bodies collided, producing a thunderous noise that made Lucky tremble in fear on the side. These barbarians sure don't fear pain. After sighing, she frowned and looked toward the valley behind her. Over 10 Central Continent geniuses had arrived at the scene, gawking at the fierce battle before the hall. Is that Dempsey? Beckett's, but who is matching him evenly? One genius scrutinized the two for a long time before exclaiming in shock. Isn't that young Master Kimball of the Beckett family? He's actually fighting evenly with Dempsey? In the battlefield, Kimball defended against Imran's attacks while continuing to taunt him. So, this is the Qingjiao holy body? You can't even take me down and still have the nerve to ask for my technique? Your face must be thick. Die. Furiously enraged, Imran struck faster and faster with no restraint left, putting all his strength into attacking Kimball. The pressure on Kimball increased significantly. He faced the situation calmly, harboring growing intention chestnuts from the fire. Without the resolve to risk everything, it was hard to achieve. Thus, the spectacle appeared even more breathtaking and intense to the onlookers. Two man-beasts pummeled each other relentlessly, rarely dodging or defending except for vital areas. Thunderous sounds of impact echoed continuously, making every spectator feel distressed. Such a torrent of attacks would have reduced anyone else to pulp. Come die. After retreating from an attack, Imran's arms suddenly glowed with dense blue-green light, forming a ferocious dragon's head. Kimball felt a chill, his body glowing intensely as he barely crossed his arms in time to protect his chest from the impending blow. Boom, crack. The sound of shattered ribs filled his ears, and he slid backward involuntarily, legs embedding into the ground. The coppery taste in his throat made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Pitchty. Sis. Husband. Neve and Lucky exclaimed anxiously for Kimball. I'm fine. Kimball roared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes colder and fiercer. Not bad for a Dachine Dempsey. You've got some skill. Himph. Still defiant at the brink of death? Do you really think this Dempsey dares not kill you? Imran sneered again, both hands now coalescing into Qingjiao heads. For the last time, will you hand over the technique? Fuck. In a swift motion, Kimball raised his head, grabbed Imran's arm, pulling him towards himself, and simultaneously shot forward, clinging tightly to Imran's body. At the same time, his left hand rose, his index finger glowing an alarming golden hue. With all his strength, he thrust it towards Imran's forehead. Prison Desolation Finger. With a roar of fury, he bet everything on this single attack. During previous battles with Cyrus, Kimball had discovered that while the Blue Dragon Saint physique was formidable, it had a weakness, the forehead. The last time, he exploited this weakness, almost killing Cyrus with a punch. Since Imran also possessed this constitution, the same flaw would exist. In a fight where he did not have the upper hand, this vulnerability was his only chance to turn the tide. Hence, Kimball abandoned his defense and engaged in an all-out offensive, stirring up Imran's arrogance. Predictably, he wasn't a match for Imran after the fierce exchange, but this only made Imran more complacent and underestimate his threat. Only by doing so could he expose his own weakness. Kimball never underestimated his opponents. As an innate bodily skill from the Great Desolation Sutra, the Prison Desolation Finger was incredibly powerful but came at a severe cost. It required all his desolation energy and most of his vitality. After this attack, he would be powerless, entirely at the mercy of others if it failed. Therefore, he had to create the perfect opportunity to unleash this final strike. When Imran approached him confidently, Kimball knew the moment had arrived. As the finger extended, Imran's expression turned drastically grim. He felt the immense power contained within Kimball's attack, which could truly endanger his life. Taking a direct hit would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Being a top prodigy, Imran reacted swiftly, stomping his foot and retreating rapidly to escape Kimball's range. But Kimball had been waiting for this very moment. Gripping Imran's arm tightly, he floated in midair as the other retreated. Despite Imran's swift retreat, Kimball's golden fingers steadily neared his forehead. Suddenly, Imran stopped in his tracks. Realizing he couldn't dodge, he braced himself for impact. Just as they collided, a deafening roar echoed, originating from Imran's forehead. A radiant blue dragon sprang forth from his spirit, hurtling straight towards Kimball's finger. Instantly, they collided with a sharp crack, the miniature dragon shattering like glass, providing no resistance. The momentum of the Prison Desolation Finger remained unimpeded, striking Imran's forehead with brutal force. Crack. Bone shatter. I'm fine. Then, looking at Imran's corpse, he couldn't hide his joy. Haha, still your grandpa is better, killing this bastard. You're the best, brother. Lucky showered him with unrestrained admiration. But as Imran fell, far away in central continent, within the imperial city of the great Tang Dynasty. Who dared kill my imperial son? An enraged voice, akin to a dragon's roar, resonated through the heavens, triggering strange phenomena. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed. Inside the imperial palace stood a towering figure, seemingly traversing ancient times, incomparably majestic yet unmatched. Cloaked in dense green light, its face remained unseen. Attendants cowered on the ground, shrinking their heads, daring not to make a sound. Whoever killed my imperial son will pay the price. Another roar reverberated through the heavens. The domineering and authoritative aura made the world bow before it. The green light suddenly transformed into a dragon-shaped entity, rising into the void, heading towards an unknown destination. The emperor's voice echoed solemnly. Let me see who dares such insolence. This translation retains the structure and intensity of the original text, ensuring coherence and fluidity in English while preserving the narrative's tone and style. Chapter 104. The Death of a Prince, the Matthew's Wrath. As the voice faded, the dense green light surrounding the man dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was none other than the Matthew of the Great Qing Dynasty. The man's imposing figure exuded an aura that defied heaven and earth. Just standing there radiated power and authority. The azure dragon vanished into the void, and the Matthew closed his eyes as if sensing something. After a moment, he opened them again, his azure golden eyes burning with fury. Remarkable skill. Not only did you kill my prince, but you also isolated the life force from the cosmos so I couldn't sense it. Truly impressive. Matthew Qin, enraged to the point of laughter, roared, proclaimed that the 4 elemental war generals are to be summoned to the court immediately. The oldest eunuch closest to the Matthew hurriedly agreed and left the golden hall, bowing deeply as he rushed away. Your Majesty, harm has befallen your prince. A sorrowful cry came from outside the door as a gorgeously dressed woman rushed in, her beautiful eyes streaming with tears. Matthew Qin frowned deeply, looking at the woman with a sigh. Alas, I already knew about this misfortune. I searched the heavens for Shane's trace, but some mysterious force blocked my senses, making it impossible to find the culprit. To hide their tracks even for me suggests that a great power may be involved behind this. The woman clutched Matthew Qin's arm, her mournful voice filled with despair. Your Majesty, you must do justice for Shane. He was the crown prince of the Great Qing Dynasty, the future heir of our realm. To kill him is to strike at you directly. Your Majesty, you must take this matter seriously. Looking at the grieving empress, Matthew Qin's expression turned grim. Rest assured, the Great Qing Dynasty will not tolerate being wronged. Shane fell in Dongzhou. I will go there personally to investigate just which faction has the audacity and capability to commit such an act. Thank you, Your Majesty. You must capture the murderer. This subject demands that they pay for Shane's life. #### Secret Realm. Kimball sat on the ground after consuming the pill, while Lucky observed the corpse of Win Shane. Her initial excitement quickly gave way to worry. Brother, you killed Win Shane like this. I fear we won't be able to bear the consequences. If the Great Qin Dynasty retaliates, we can't stand a chance, not even with the Beckett family's help. Her concerns were valid. Compared to the Great Qin Dynasty, the Beckett family, except for Armin, was nothing significant. And Lucky glanced at Kimball, feeling a complex mix of emotions. This brother of hers, both from her past life and this one, suddenly felt somewhat distant to her. The former Kimball wasn't as decisive and ruthless as he was now. Neve was helping Kimball heal by channeling spiritual energy into him. Upon hearing Lucky's words, she too grew concerned. Husband, this situation may not end well. Kimball slowly opened his eyes, seemingly unfazed. Don't worry, I have confidence that the Great Qin Dynasty won't make trouble for us. Both Neve and Lucky were taken aback. Kimball took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting wisdom. The reason is simple. This is the Beckett family's secret realm, and also the place where Buddha attained enlightenment. It is inherently separate from the outside world, shielding everything from detection. Even the people of the Great Qin Dynasty would find it hard to track us through this barrier. As long as we keep quiet, no one will know who killed Win Shane. Then he remembered something and hastily asked, by the way, I remember some people from Zhengzhou coming during my fight with Win Shane. Where are they? Neve had thought about this potential threat as well. She explained, don't worry, husband. They stopped quite far away before the battle even began. Once Win Shane and you started fighting, Aspen and I were worried about them joining forces against us later, so we chased them off. In that case, it's a relief. Kimball breathed a slight sigh of relief, but remained concerned. But since they saw me battling Win Shane, if news of his death spreads, I might be the first suspect. Hearing this, Neve and Lucky became increasingly worried. What if we catch up? Exactly. Kimball clapped his hands, smiling. We should actually thank Dorian. If he hadn't said those words, this would indeed be a difficult problem. He is a divine son of the temple and the leader of Zhengzhou's geniuses. His word carries the temple's endorsement. For the temple's dignity, they wouldn't allow the Great Qin Dynasty to act recklessly. Beckett's, that makes sense. Lucky brightened up, signaling for Kimball to continue. Now, with the temple backing us and the 10,000 Buddhist kingdom protecting us, we have two top-tier powers ensuring our safety. Plus, Flash is a peak void Matthew. The Great Qin Dynasty would need to carefully weigh the costs before moving against us. With this, unless the Matthew is a stubborn fool, the Great Qin Dynasty wouldn't dare to directly confront the Beckett family. Any move they make will be calculated. So as long as we stay alert, even staying home like turtles in our shells, we can ensure our safety. Chapter 105. The Legacy of Alexander, Past and Present. After listening to Kimball's detailed analysis, Tanya and Lucky felt much more reassured. Although the Aston held a prestigious position, they were not people who could be manipulated at will. Especially Kimball. He was prepared for the consequences if he dared to kill. Lucky felt even more complicated emotions. When did her brother become so wise and composed? Even she felt a bit estranged. This legacy belongs to us. Kimball took a deep breath and walked toward the hall. Let's enter and see what the Legacy of Alexander has in store. As they approached the entrance, the massive doors suddenly opened on their own. Kimball raised his guard, recalling stories from novels about ancient monsters using legacies as a cover for soul snatching. Be careful, he warned the two women before stepping into the temple first. The temple was vast and empty, with only a towering statue standing at its center. The golden statue radiated warm, comforting Buddhist light, calming the mind. Kimball looked up and saw that the statue had 3 heads on a robust body. The middle head wore a gentle, compassionate smile, symbolizing Buddha nature. The other 2 heads were fierce and stern, exuding immense authority and pressure. So, this is Alexander? Kimball murmured, stepping closer. Inscriptions on the statue's muscular arms caught his attention. With strength to shake the heavens, with body to move the earth, with strength to break through, my body is the sole truth. Reading the words aloud, Kimball smirked. Indeed, Alexander lived up to his name. He remembered that Buddhism often emphasized karma and reincarnation. Yet this Vajra focused solely on cultivating his present physical form, declaring my body is the sole truth. Beckett. He liked it. Suddenly, the golden inscription seemed to come alive, wriggling like insects and peeling off the statue. In a flash, Kimball found himself in a vast, desolate world. Before him stood a towering, ferocious Vajra, emitting overwhelming pressure and authority, as if supporting the very heavens and earth. One glance made his heart pound heavily, almost suffocating him. With strength to break the heavens, with body to move the earth. The Vajra standing between heaven and earth spoke, his voice echoing across millennia, full of endless vicissitudes. Kimball felt like he became that Vajra, seeing himself cutting through countless enemies, striking fear into many hearts. There were also scenes of him helping the needy, saving the world, with countless people chanting his name in gratitude. One scene after another flashed before his eyes, narrating the life of Alexander. After an unknown duration, Kimball opened his eyes, a profound look of wisdom appearing in them. Indeed, worthy of the name Vajra. He bowed respectfully towards the Vajra statue. Though I never witnessed your past glory, I glimpsed it just now. Your kindness and righteousness make you a true embodiment of Buddha. Amitabha. At that moment, a Buddhist chant came from beside him, startling Kimball. He turned to see an elderly monk with white brows and beard, gazing at the statue wistfully. You, human or ghost? Kimball asked cautiously, ready to flee if needed. The Azrael had appeared without his notice, revealing terrifying strength. Before he could alert Tanya and Lucky, he noticed they were in a strange space filled with warm golden light, indistinguishable from the surroundings. Amitabha, the monk chanted again, refocusing Kimball. He retreated a few steps, his meager spiritual power quietly stirring within. Who are you, really? The monk finally turned, smiling kindly. This Azrael is the statue you just worshipped. What? Kimball's eyes widened in shock. You're Alexander? Chuckles, names are mere chains. Why attach importance to them? The monk smiled faintly, with a hint of loneliness. However, the Buddha once bestowed this title upon me. Chapter 106, The Inheritance of Alexander. Shock filled Kimball's mind. Are you, the Alexander? This is impossible. This place has been desolate for untold ages. How could you possibly still be alive? Or did you actually not die in that great battle? Kimball's questions came one after another, leaving him thoroughly perplexed. The Azrael chuckled and waved his hand calmly, saying, Dead I certainly am. What remains here is but a lingering tell me. He said that since I passed the test, we should focus on the main matter first. His gaze then fell on the statue, and his eyes couldn't help but become fiery. This was the cultivation method inherited from an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Obtaining it would undoubtedly elevate his physical strength to new heights. He then sat cross-legged on a slightly old cushion in front of the statue, adjusting his breath until it was steady, then slowly extended his consciousness outward. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous Buddhist chant resounded in his ears, making Kimball feel dizzy and disoriented. Opening his eyes in surprise, he saw a golden Dharma body filling the sky in front of him. What was most peculiar was that this Dharma body was annotated with human meridians and acupoints, clearly visible on its massive form. A beam of golden light started from the dantian, flowing through the shining acupoints, gradually illuminating every part of the Dharma body. Kimball quickly gathered his composure and focused intently on the path the golden thread traced, committing it to memory. At the same time, a majestic voice echoed across the world. I, Alexander, lacking talent in my early years, fortuitously embarked on the path of body cultivation. Through years of research, I finally created a physical cultivation technique called Divine Elephant Wilderness Power. This art combines my many years of insights, with beasts and spirits embodying the utmost strength of prehistoric wilderness. These beasts cause mountains to crumble and rivers to reroute, truly the strongest force of nature. The human body is weak. Only those with unyielding determination can achieve this level of cultivation. Buddha says the sea of suffering has no boundaries, but there is a shore beyond. Beckett, it is fraught with dangers and obstacles. How can one cross it? No other way, but to use one's body as a boat. Kimball's expression revealed sudden enlightenment. This revelation made him instantly grasp the Tao that Alexander practiced. At this moment, the towering Dharma body emitted a true radiance, enveloping Kimball within it. The world is a sea of suffering, and man uses his body as a boat. Through countless hardships, seeking and finding the Tao. A weak body cannot endure the sea of suffering. Chanting voices resounded from the Dharma body, transforming into gentle golden beams that merged into Kimball's body. He closed his eyes once more, feeling this Tao rhythm flowing within him. The primitive force was guided along the route of divine elephant wilderness power, breaking through each obstacle. Outside, Neve and Lucky watched over Kimball, noticing some mysterious changes occurring around him. If they removed his clothes at this moment, they would see a golden line spiraling around Kimball, forming some kind of pattern faintly. Suddenly, the silent statue in the hall let out a humming sound, sending ripples through the air. Its powerful aura forced them to step back, or they risked being injured. Lucky's large eyes rolled, filled with excitement as she looked at Kimball. Brother really got the inheritance. Neve smiled warmly, genuinely happy for Kimball. Beckett's, my husband has always been troubled by his inability to cultivate. Now, he has finally proven himself. Defeating Imran and obtaining the inheritance, there may be no young men in Donghua or Zhengzhou who surpass him in body cultivation. Lucky nodded, her expression turning serious. Brother-in-law, it's not that I don't trust you, but you must be careful and never reveal today's events. Neve paused, nodding seriously. Don't worry, Ailey. Kimball is my husband. I wouldn't put him in danger. All right, I trust you. Just a reminder. Lucky squatted on the ground, supporting her head while looking at Kimball, her thoughts complex. That seemingly weak and easygoing brother seemed to have quietly vanished amid various incidents. Honestly, when Kimball killed Imran, the cold, crazed look in his eyes had frightened her. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, her brother's changes had grown larger, even making her feel somewhat estranged. Hopefully, this isn't something bad. As she sighed inwardly, Lucky felt bored and planned to chat with Neve when something suddenly changed with Kimball. Aao! An ancient roar echoed through the hall, making Neve and Lucky instantly feel an intense sense of danger. It was as if Kimball was no longer himself, but had transformed into a prehistoric beast capable of splitting mountains and cracking the earth. In his mind, Kimball also underwent new changes. Following the guidance of the Daoyun as it flowed throughout his body, after completing one full circulation of the technique, he suddenly found himself transformed into a colossal elephant with 4 hooves planted firmly on the ground. Chapter 107. Unveiling the catastrophe of Nuja village. An inexplicable sensation came over Kimball, who couldn't help but let out a mighty roar. The heavy, oppressive cry resonated through the space, making it seem as though the area trembled with its intensity. Kimball instinctively moved his limbs. Pound crack. The sound of hooves striking the ground caused countless fissures to appear on the surface. The feeling of immense power surging through every part of his body quickly entranced him, and he began to unleash this boundless force without restraint. The scenery around him gradually transformed, depicting scenes of a prehistoric era. In this suitable environment, Kimball's manifestation as an ancient wild elephant roamed freely, as if truly becoming a colossal creature of unimaginable strength. After an unknown amount of time, the gigantic elephant, which had just shattered a mountain with its immense strength, suddenly halted. A hint of confusion flickered in its hazy eyes. Did I do something like this before? Who am I? Who exactly am I? As the elephant started to ponder, the imagery around them slowly faded into countless specks of golden light. After a while, the prehistoric scene disappeared entirely. This space finally returned to its previous appearance, glowing with radiant gold. Sitting cross-legged, Kimball slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and penetrating, filled with a primal wildness that chilled one's heart at first sight. He looked up at the now dimmed Dharmakaya, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed deeply. Junior Kimball, thank you for the great kindness of granting me this martial art. I will erect a tomb for your garments to express my utmost sincerity. These words seemed to touch the Dharmakaya. Its enormous eyes shifted slightly, focusing on Kimball. Instantly, the latter felt his legs weakening, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, making him want to kneel. Biting his teeth, he resisted the pressure, and a voice reverberating through the heavens echoed. To have a successor for my legacy, I shall have no regrets. Feeling the intense pressure ease off, the scenery changed abruptly, leaving Kimball slightly disoriented. He shook his head vigorously and turned to see Nova and Lucky cowering in the corner, staring at him in shock. What's wrong? Do I have a flower on my face? Kimball cracked a joke, feeling refreshed as he stood up from the mat. It's not that, brother. You turned into an elephant just now. Lucky stammered, still shocked by what happened. Nova nodded, not out of fear but concern for Kimball. I turned into an elephant? After some thought, Kimball understood and reassured them with a smile. Don't worry. It wasn't a bad thing. Senior Woody is meticulous. Not only did he pass down the martial art, but he also left a trace of Dao essence to help me run the technique, ensuring I don't stray during practice. Moreover, Senior used the Dao essence to simulate the form of a true prehistoric mammoth, allowing me to transform into it and feel the sheer force capable of shaking heaven and earth. This experience is incredibly beneficial for my future cultivation and isn't anything bad. Hearing this explanation, the two women finally felt relieved. Brother, how powerful is this technique? It's powerful. Extending his senses, he saw the Azrael standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the thick white mist. Senior, you've arrived. The Azrael turned and inspected Kimball briefly before his face broke into a smile. Good. You're a talented youth who will surely propagate this technique well. Kimball humbly replied, Senior speaks too highly. I'm merely fortunate. Being able to maintain Senior's reputation would already satisfy me. Ha ha. The Azrael laughed and shook his head, not dwelling on the topic. Since you're here, do you have any questions? Beckett's. I'm very curious about what originally happened to turn this holy Buddhist land into its current hellish state. Kimball voiced his doubts, hoping the Vajra's obsession could provide an answer. The Azrael sighed softly and sat down on the spot. Sit. Beckett's. If you wish to know the reason, listen to an Azrael tell a story, shall you? Kimball straightened his back and solemnly said, Please proceed. I'm all ears. The Azrael fell silent for a moment before speaking quietly. Many years ago, in a remote place, there was a village called Nuja Village. People there lived ordinary lives, relying on farming for sustenance. With mountains nearby, they had plenty of wild fruits and animals, living comfortably. One day, a child named Francis was born into a poor family in the village. At this point, the Azrael's face softened into a gentle smile, immersed in reminiscence. In those countryside days, children played together, carefree and joyful, indeed a rare happy time. If such peace could last forever, it would be quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Kimball immediately sensed a shift was coming. But a sudden disaster shattered their peaceful and serene life. Chapter 108. Heavenly Matthew's Legacy, the cross-dimensional battlefield. The Azrael suddenly turned his head to look at Kimball and asked with a smile, Do you think this world is big? Kimball had just been caught up in the conversation but was taken aback by this sudden shift. It should be quite vast. The 5 continents together span tens of thousands of miles, and many people spend their entire lives without traveling even a fraction of that distance. Then what about the one Yuan continent? Is it large? Now thoroughly confused, Kimball had no idea where the Keaton was going with this. It's huge, incredibly vast. But for those top cultivators, it might seem too small. Beckett's, for some people, it does seem too small, the Zen master mused, seemingly lost in thought. Let's continue where we left off. When Francis reached his teenage years, a disaster befell him. To put it simply, it was an evil cultivator who wanted to use the villagers' blood to consecrate a magical artifact. The Azrael spoke casually, but anger rose within Kimball. Despite his cultivation abilities, he always adhered to his principles and would never harm innocents for cultivation or treasures. Francis was lucky. On that day, he and his friends went fishing in the river and narrowly escaped. When the children returned to the village, all they saw were dried-up corpses stripped of blood and flesh. So, the youth sought revenge. He desired power and embarked on the legendary path of cultivation. Even though Keaton spoke lightly, Kimball could sense the sadness and melancholy in his heart. Everyone must eventually find their own way. Fortunately, the Azrael didn't dwell on this and continued. Francis found a sect and saw those immortal cultivators, riding flying swords and using spells. He immediately decided to stay and learn, intending to gain the skills needed to avenge his village. Francis entered the mountain gates full of hope, believing that if he worked hard enough, he would gradually grow stronger. But fate played a cruel joke on him. The Azrael chuckled, shaking his head. During the aptitude test, Francis discovered he had nearly a worthless body, unable to draw spiritual energy into his body, let alone cultivate and grow stronger. Kimball was dumbfounded. Your meaning is that your former self had very poor aptitude? Not just poor. The Azrael seemed to laugh bitterly, shaking his head. You couldn't cultivate at all, not just poor. This. Kimball didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, he felt a kinship with the monk. Senior, honestly speaking, hearing your story, I can relate deeply. In this era, being unable to cultivate is indeed a tragic setback. The Azrael paused, looking at Kimball with surprise before realizing something. Ah, so you have the great desolate primordial constitution. Such a constitution was immensely powerful in my time. But the current rules of heaven and earth do restrict it. Kimball laughed. Look at us, we've both faced similar challenges. You passing on your cultivation method to me now. Isn't this a kind of destiny? Heh, you take things lightly. The Azrael smiled and patted Kimball's shoulder. Well then, let me tell you some true secrets. True secrets? Kimball became curious. Secrets acknowledged by such an existence were certainly significant. As you guessed correctly, Francis was my secular name. Later, although I couldn't cultivate, I found a method to train my body and saw new hope. So I started training hard, hoping one day to gain enough strength for revenge. The path of physical cultivation was difficult, and I was not gifted. But I believed diligence could make up for lack of talent. After arduous practice, I finally made some progress. After spending half my life tracking down and killing that evil cultivator and bringing his corpse back to honor the villagers, I suddenly realized that my life seemed meaningless. And while I was lost and uncertain, I met someone, a monk like me. After that, I joined the Buddhist faith and slowly cultivated step by step, eventually reaching the Vajra stage. Of course, these matters are not important. What follows is what you should remember. The Azrael's expression became solemn. I am not from this world. Oh. The Azrael looked at Kimball's calm face, bewildered. Did you hear clearly? I said I'm not from this world. Kimball nodded matter-of-factly. Beckett's, I heard clearly. Is there a problem with that? To him, the concept of crossing worlds wasn't surprising. Even Earth in his previous life could be just one of countless worlds. Now the Azrael's words only reinforced that notion. Seeing Kimball's unperturbed expression, the Azrael opened his mouth and sighed with a bitter smile. Young people today truly have strong adaptability. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. I originally did not belong to this world. This place is not a secret realm but a battlefield. In ancient times, a race known as the Demon Clan invaded other worlds, slaughtering the natives. They were brutal beyond measure. Later, the Buddha emerged and led various mighty warriors to fight against the Demon Clan. This place was the main battlefield. Kimball understood. No wonder there were so many remains here in this holy Buddhist ground. The Azrael sighed. The Demon Clan was ruthless, employing cruel methods. To prevent our homeworld from falling into ruin, countless heroes poured out to repel the invasion. After a great battle, countless powerful beings perished, including the Buddha, barely halting the Demon Clan's advance. At that time, my cultivation was not at its peak. Had I had more time, I might have advanced further, perhaps even to the Divine Emperor realm. But dying for the sake of all living beings was honorable. Hearing this, Kimball was stunned. He thought these monks were at most at the Phantom Matthew level, but according to the Azrael, he had been a heavenly Matthew level powerhouse. No wonder divine elephant barbaric strength was so powerful. It was truly an imperial level cultivation method. Chapter 109. The gift of an imperial weapon, the beginning of a legacy. Kimball was struck by shock, his face reflecting his bewildered state. The Azrael didn't seem to care about Kimball's emotional response and continued recounting his tale. The Azrael battled a demonic fiend, he said, and although I managed to slay him, my own essence was grievously damaged, leaving me with little time left. In desperation, since he had already showcased his physical prowess previously, thereby avoiding suspicion. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the Azrael resumed speaking. Truly lamentable that the demon race is so formidable. Countless eminent monks of Buddhism, along with heroes from all factions, have sacrificed themselves just to slightly impede their expansion. Even so, the Buddha master leading the resistance suffered grave injuries. After repelling the demons outside the abyssal spring, the master was too weakened to destroy the remaining demons and could only seal them temporarily. Kimball's heart surged with turmoil. No wonder the Azrael called it a true secret. Divulging such information would shake the entire Wanyuan continent. Since Alexander claimed he wasn't from this world, could it be that the Buddha king leading the resistance also wasn't native to this world? Perhaps, even the 10,000 Buddha nation of Shizhou might merely be another of his avatars? His thoughts drifted far and wide. That great battle truly caused heaven to weep and mountains to tremble. The Azrael mused, his eyes hollow and sorrowful as if recalling the past. Suddenly, Kimball recalled another legend. The shattering of Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao due to an anger. We might miss the Shaolin Temple legacy. Lucky grumbled under her breath, clearly displeased with the Azrael's arrangement. Tanya remained unperturbed. No need to worry, sisterly. The longer it takes, the more seriously Alexander Sr. views this place's legacy. Your brother-in-law might gain even more benefits. You're right, sister-in-law. Snap. The sudden cracking sound caught their attention, revealing a crack spreading across the Buddha statue's head as the divine glow vanished. What's happening? Why is the statue cracking? Lucky exclaimed, rushing towards Kimball. I'm fine. Kimball's voice halted them mid-step. He watched the statue, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Alexander was a true enlightened being who had just imprinted all his memories into Kimball's mind. Following the steps outlined by this great being, the path to enlightenment would be smooth sailing. This was nearly a rebirth favor. Taking a deep breath, Kimball spoke slowly but firmly. This junior, Kimball, thanks Alexander Sr. for this opportunity. Henceforth, I will live up to your legacy. With that, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply towards the west. Simultaneously, the age-old statue crumbled to pieces. Before Kimball could reflect further, a golden glow caught his eye. Floating above the statue's remains was a golden circlet. Startled, he reached out hesitantly. His eyes widened upon contact. The overwhelming imperial aura and profound pressure unequivocally declared it. The golden circlet was a true imperial weapon. Eyes blazing with excitement, Kimball quickly clutched the circlet. The imperial weapon responded as if endowed with its own will, concealing all unusual phenomena and transforming into a plain-looking headband. Chapter 110. Lei Temple beyond the mist. Holding the Imperial artifact in his hand, Kimball was filled with excitement. Although he could sense that the artifact seemed to be in an extremely weakened state, its power almost entirely depleted, it was still an Imperial realm divine weapon, and its mysterious properties were understandable. With proper nurturing, it might regain a fraction of its former glory. Nova and Lucky approached, curiously examining the headband in his hand. Brother, what is this? Lucky asked. Kimball smiled and lowered his voice. This is an Imperial artifact, but it seems overly damaged, having lost all its power. Imperial artifact? Lucky's eyes nearly popped out. Such a powerful treasure could stabilize the fortune of a top-tier force. If word got out, the entire Yuan continent would go mad. But hearing the next part, she felt somewhat relieved. If it were in its prime, neither Kimball nor they would have dared approach it. A single trace of Dao essence from within could kill them countless times over. Even so, Kimball's ability to obtain it was astonishing. Zhizhan Jingguang is truly a great, fearless, and compassionate being. No, one should say a Buddha, Kimball mused. If there are Buddhas in this world, only such people deserve the title. Turning to Nova and Lucky, he asked, how much time has passed? About 8 hours, Nova replied, shocking Kimball. It's been that long? I thought only a short while had passed. He took a deep breath and walked towards the exit. Let's go. There's nothing left here. We'll seal the door so no one disturbs the sleeping place of Zhizhan Jingguang. As they left, the ancient Zhizhan Jingguang Hall began to vanish as if erased by an eraser, disappearing into thin air. Exiting the valley, Lucky looked at the gloomy sky, sighing. We've already delayed for so long. Has someone taken the heritage of Shaolin Temple? Kimball confidently smiled. Don't worry, Shaolin Temple isn't that easy to enter. We can make it. The Imperial artifact may have no power, but it subtly guides me to our destination. Following it should lead us to Shaolin Temple. Reassured, Nova and Lucky followed Kimball up the mountain. After some time, they stopped before a thin mist that obscured everything ahead. Stranger still, after several attempts, they found that no matter what method they used, traveling more than 100 meters in the mist always brought them back to the starting point. Kimball felt helpless. The guiding sensation from the Imperial artifact remained strong, indicating the destination was near, yet the mist blocked their way. Since going forward was futile, Kimball suggested, let's circle around the mist and see if there's anything special. The three split up, Kimball heading right, while Nova and Lucky went left. Within 15 minutes, Kimball felt his transmission talisman vibrate. What's wrong, Qinxue? Come quickly, husband. Li and I found an array. All right, I'm coming. Moments later, Kimball stood before a triangular array, looking solemn. It was carved from jade and embedded into the ground. Despite its small size, the array patterns were incredibly intricate, even bewildering Nova. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a teleportation array, she finally deduced. Kimball nodded, acknowledging her conclusion based on his own knowledge. Teleportation array? Lucky's eyes lit up. What if this array leads directly into the mist? Both Kimball and Nova exchanged looks, sharing the same suspicion. But we aren't proficient in array techniques. If the teleportation lands us somewhere dangerous, wouldn't we be walking to our deaths? Nova voiced her concerns, preferring caution. Kimball pondered for a moment. They were already at the final inheritance site, and giving up now felt unsatisfactory. More importantly, the Imperial artifact from Zhizhan Jingguang hadn't warned him of danger, giving him confidence to proceed. With hesitation, under the gaze of the two women, Kimball clenched his teeth. Let's go. We've come this far, and I can't just give up without checking. Besides, I have the Zhizhan Jingguang Imperial artifact. Since it hasn't warned of danger, trying isn't unreasonable. Moreover, this is our family's secret realm. Even if it's dangerous, it shouldn't be too extreme, right? Our parents wouldn't let us in otherwise. His logic convinced Nova and Lucky immediately. After adjusting their state, they fortified their defenses and stepped into the array. Nova reminded them, get ready. I'm activating the array. With the infusion of spirit energy, brilliant light engulfed them. The intense dizziness and weightlessness made Kimball feel like he had ridden a roller coaster with closed eyes. Feeling solid ground beneath his feet, he quickly opened his eyes. They stood in another similar teleportation array in an empty expanse. Looking up, Kimball's pupils contracted sharply. An imposing temple towered before them, magnified many times over. Two Buddha statues flanked the entrance, one smiling gently, the other holding a lotus, radiating peace. Above the sealed main gate hung a plaque inscribed with golden characters. Shaolin Temple. Chapter 111. The test of entering Little Thunderclap Temple. Upon arriving here, the thick, dark clouds in the sky disappeared, replaced by bright and soft light. The three of them surveyed their surroundings, and Lucky exclaimed cheerfully, this is wonderful. It looks like we haven't come to the wrong place. This is indeed Little Thunderclap Temple. Kimball and Tanya felt equally elated. The main gates of Little Thunderclap Temple were tightly shut, which meant no one else had arrived yet, right? Arriving so early, they might gain a significant advantage. Excited, the trio judged there was no immediate danger and began advancing towards the ancient and venerable temple. Lucky pointed enthusiastically at the two colossal Buddha statues by the entrance. The layout of Little Thunderclap Temple seems to be modeled after the Great Thunderclap Temple of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. These two figures are probably the venerables Dylan and Herschel, who are responsible for greeting guests. Even though this place is a ruin, it must have truly been inhabited by Buddhas. Otherwise, no one would dare imitate the layout of the Great Thunderclap Temple. This trip might really yield some valuable treasures. Seeing her so excited, Kimball also became stirred. A heritage from the Buddha. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Even if he received only part of it, sharing it with Tanya and Lucky would still be immensely beneficial. After all, even just the Alexander had achieved the level of Heavenly Matthew. A Buddha king, whose name echoed across continents and transcended worldly boundaries, would surely be a supreme deity at the God Matthew realm. A person like that, even a fraction of their legacy could benefit someone infinitely. To show respect, the three walked on foot from a distance before reaching the statues of the two venerables. As they approached, they felt an increasingly peaceful and serene aura, making their hearts feel calm and contented. This sense of liberation wasn't forced but rather enveloped them gradually without resistance. Their wariness eased significantly. Passing the two guarding venerables, Kimball couldn't help but look up. The grand sculptures resembled the Dharmakaya statues outside, truly astonishing. Without intervention from those at the peak of cultivation, it would be nearly impossible for top forces to create such massive structures. Suddenly, buzz. An echoing Buddhist chant came from nowhere, directly shaking the three of them into dizziness. They stopped hurriedly, startled by the sound coming from an unknown direction and position. Kimball tensed immediately. This was the land of Buddhas. Any danger could mean life or death. Who dares intrude upon the forbidden territory of Mount Sumeru? The Buddhist chant rang again, filled with fury this time. Kimball frowned, shook his head at the others, then loudly declared, Junior Human Kimball, with my wife and sister, seeks an audience with this holy place, to revere the Buddha's revered countenance. Silence ensued. Blinking several times and seeing no response, Kimball tried stepping forward. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled, and the sky turned shadowy, blocking out all light. Their faces changed dramatically as they gritted their teeth and activated all defenses. Looking around, almost everything was shrouded in darkness, rendering escape futile. Suddenly, two huge entities landed, causing another intense tremor. Kimball swallowed hard, realizing what faced them. 2 hands? He looked up belatedly and saw the statues of Herschel and Dylan bend over, each placing one hand before them. The previous shadows were caused by these gigantic statues bending down and blocking the light. Observing this, the trio felt unease. If those large hands had moved a little, they might have been crushed. Just as they were bewildered, the Buddhist chant resumed. Upon meeting me, the Buddha, you shall offer Buddha gold. Insincere offerings render you unworthy. The resounding chant left them ringing in the ears. When they regained their senses, they realized something seemed amiss. Lucky whispered, Brother, did you understand what the chant meant? Kimball frowned, uncertain. It seems the chant suggests that to enter Little Thunderclap Temple, we need to pay some Buddha gold? Tanya nodded, puzzled. Sounds like it. Buddha gold, offerings, isn't it just benefits? After deliberating, they reached a consensus. To enter Little Thunderclap Temple, they needed a toll? This realization left them speechless. Buddhism traditionally valued detachment from material things and had strict rules against greed. Why did it now seem different? This isn't a holy place, but more like a government office, charging bribes to let people in, just like the scheming forces outside. High morals in public, but underhanded tactics in private. I wonder how the Buddha tolerates this. Lucky muttered in frustration, keeping her voice low to avoid drawing attention from the chanting. The two looked at Kimball. Brother, what should we do? Dear husband. Kimball took a breath, filled with doubts. According to the Alexander's memories, Little Thunderclap Temple was a sacred Buddhist site where nothing like this ever happened. Or perhaps because of its exalted status, it remained unseen. Maybe this Buddha gold was something created by the lower ranks of Little Thunderclap Temple? Not everyone can uphold their Buddhist heart. Thinking, he said, let's not worry now. Place some resources on the hands and see if it works. They agreed. Lucky approached the giant hands, reluctantly taking items from her storage ring and placing them in the enormous palms. Soon, each hand held a glittering pile of treasures. Isn't this enough? Frustrated, she turned to Kimball. Brother, my supplies are running out. If it doesn't work, I'll try. Kimball wasn't being unfair. They had entrusted most of their medicinal and valuables to Lucky before leaving, fearing she might get lost. In case of danger, she could use them to save or trade her life. Chapter 112, Arrival of the Central Plains Geniuses. Lucky reluctantly took out all the treasures and placed them in the palms of the statues, finally getting a reaction from the giant hands. Buddhist heart, firm and blessed. The booming Buddhist chant echoed like thunder, reverberating in their ears. With strong vibrations, the two enormous hands slowly retracted. Seeing the pile of celestial materials and treasures, Kimball couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He thought to himself that if only he had taken Imran's storage ring. Although the items inside were unusable, they would have been perfect for these statues. As he sighed, the large hands moved away, revealing the path leading to the temple. Lucky took the lead, muttering under her breath, if I don't get the inheritance after giving up so many treasures, I'll tear down this broken temple. Kimball felt helpless, despite his all directions. Why do you not pay homage upon seeing the Buddha? Kimball lifted his head in shock and saw an immensely large golden Buddha appear on a lotus platform at the end of the road. The Buddha pointed one finger to the sky and another to the ground, floating above the lotus with an overwhelming presence that made breathing difficult for all three. A sudden thought flashed through Kimball's mind. Something is wrong with this Buddha. On the other side, after scouring the legacies from each hall, the geniuses from the Central Plains gathered before the mist. They attempted entry several times, but found it blocked, soon discovering a teleportation array. Prince Che, this is a teleportation array, possibly leading to the Little Thunderclap Temple within the mist. Should we enter? Someone explained, waiting for Sherman's decision. Sherman nodded calmly. We've come this far. Will you abandon it now? Prepare to enter the array. He and Barnabas entered first, reassuring the others. These two powerful figures could handle any dangers on the other side of the array. Soon, all the geniuses from the Central Plains were teleported away. Before the temple square, the Central Plains geniuses gazed at the massive statues, unable to hide their astonishment. Sherman furrowed his brow and walked forward. Let's go. The core of this secret realm should be here. The geniuses' eyes lit up with excitement. From what they had seen, this place seemed like a genuine site where a Buddha had attained enlightenment. The allure of a legacy left by such a powerful being was obvious. Just as they reached between the two statues, a booming Buddhist chant resounded through heaven and earth. Upon seeing the Buddha, one must receive the scriptures. Inadequate offerings render one unworthy. The geniuses stopped in their tracks. What does this mean? It seems to ask for some sort of offering? As they discussed, a massive shadow descended, causing panic among many. What's happening? Sherman's expression darkened as he looked up. The two statues bent over, placing their enormous palms on the ground and opening them towards the group. Recalling the Buddhist chants, Sherman quickly understood. They were asking for tolls? The geniuses weren't fools either and quickly grasped the meaning of the chants. How can a Buddhist sanctuary charge a toll? Someone expressed disbelief, finding it hard to imagine such a scenario in the little thunderclap temple. You're mistaken. Perhaps the Buddha doesn't need it, but his disciples or followers might. Arguments broke out as opinions divided into two camps. Barnabas looked at Sherman. Should we pay the fee? Sherman pondered for a moment, then turned to the group. From my perspective, we should pay to avoid any mishaps. Of course, it's your choice. I'm just suggesting. Many agreed with Sherman, but some confident geniuses scoffed. No way. We came to seek treasures and opportunities, not to offer tributes. That makes no sense. Indeed, a true Buddhist sanctuary wouldn't do this. It's likely a scam. This viewpoint gained support from some who echoed the sentiment. Sherman wasn't concerned, shaking his head. I won't force anyone. Pay if you want, or not. With that, he approached the giant hand, taking out valuable treasures from his ring and placing them on the palm. Those willing to pay followed suit, estimating an appropriate price and placing their items. Strangely, once those who paid finished, the giant hands retracted, leaving no punishment for those who refused. This scene filled the non-payers with smugness. See, it was just a bluff. I agree. How could a real Buddhist sanctuary ask for tolls? Clearly, someone set up an illusion. Thus, the situation unfolded as the two groups continued their paths, the mystery of the little thunderclap temple unfolding step by step. Chapter 113. The Wrath of the Buddha. All beings prostrate. The group who had not paid the Buddhist gold suddenly felt they had gotten a bargain, subtly mocking those who had paid. However, with Dorian and Gaylord among them, they did not dare to go too far. Dorian glanced at the temple bathed in Buddhist light and took a step forward. Let's go in and see what's happening. As with Kimball and the others when they entered, the temple gates opened automatically, and the sound of Buddhist chants instantly intensified several times over. The dozens of Central Continent geniuses stood closer together and entered Shaolin Temple. Bang! Just as they stepped inside, the temple gate behind them slammed shut with a loud noise, causing everyone to turn around in shock. Dorian's brow furrowed even deeper. Why does this Buddhist holy land seem increasingly strange? Look quickly. Why don't these sculptures have heads? A shout immediately drew everyone's attention. They turned to see that all the statues on either side indeed lacked heads, as if they had been cleanly cut off by something. Gaylord, can you deduce any clues from the heavenly mysteries? Dorian asked quietly, feeling an uneasy sensation in his heart. Gaylord's delicate brows knitted, and she softly replied, I couldn't tell before, but since we came in, it is greatly ominous. Dorian was shaken. Gaylord was from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, her divination skills unparalleled. Though predicting the future was beyond her abilities, her level could at least discern the fortune or misfortune of events. With this in mind, Dorian was about to remind everyone to be cautious when a sudden change occurred. Tentacles toward the clustered geniuses. Bolivaric erupted. The tentacles were gray-black, clearly not Buddhist magic, but exuding an evil aura, causing chills to run down spines. Dorian's face darkened. He could no longer hold back, and his spiritual sword appeared in his hand, unleashing overwhelming power to slash at the tentacles. Despite his quick response, the numerous statues and dense tentacles made it impossible for Dorian to protect everyone. In the blink of an eye, weaker geniuses were dragged away by the tentacles. Only the attacks of Dorian and Gaylord seemed effective. Everyone else's attempts barely scratched the tentacles. What's going on? Help! Someone save me! Cries for help mixed with screams, turning the holy place into a hellish scene. The tentacles consistently performed the same action, dragging heads and attaching them to their necks. Dorian glanced and noticed that once attached, the heads appeared to come alive, glaring at them with evil grins. Helplessly, he focused on protecting those nearest to him, while urging everyone to keep moving inward. After all, this was the place where the Buddha attained enlightenment. Despite these monsters, it was believed they wouldn't completely control everything. Soon after, as if receiving a command, the tentacles withdrew instantly. The geniuses, drenched in blood, panted heavily, still trembling with fear. What is going on? How can such things exist in a Buddhist holy land? Amidst the confusion and cries, the geniuses had suffered heavy casualties within moments, with at least 30 dead. Gaylord's brows remained furrowed. Observing the bodies and the heads on the statues, she whispered, these people are those who didn't pay the Buddhist gold before entering. Upon hearing this, the geniuses fell silent. If true, their deaths were nobody's fault but their own miserliness and carelessness. Even top-tier talents like Dorian and Gaylord followed the Buddha's will. How could they defy it? Sighing, Dorian said, no use now, they're dead. Let's gather their remains so they can return to their roots. The geniuses silently gathered the bodies. But as they were busy, a resonant Buddhist chant filled the temple. Having seen the Buddha, why do you not prostrate? The oppressive force caused everyone to tremble, gasping for breath. Dorian's complexion drastically changed as he struggled against the nearly suffocating pressure. On the lotus throne, a bright Buddha image emerged, towering and massive, staring down at the Central Continent crowd, forcing some of the less experienced to kneel instantly. I ask again, seeing the Buddha, why do you not prostrate? The pressure intensified, compelling even the top geniuses like Dorian and Gaylord to their knees. Forgive us, Buddha. We do not disobey. Dorian gritted his teeth, speaking through the intense pressure, fearing the Buddha's wrath might obliterate them all. The disparity in power was insurmountable, offering no chance of resistance. Chapter 114. The Secret Buddha Realm, the Feast of Life and Death. The massive golden Buddha figure, with its fingers in the lotus gesture, lowered its head slightly as if examining the group from Central Plains. Those with affinity shall be ferried across, those without shall retreat. Sincere hearts seeking Buddha may enter and rest briefly. After uttering these words, a luminous gateway appeared before everyone, obscuring the view beyond. Sherman stared at the glowing portal, his mind conflicted. From what he had seen earlier, this little Thunder Sound Temple was clearly no benevolent place. It seemed more like an abode for demons than a holy Buddhist sanctuary. The current Buddha was probably not trustworthy either. Beckett, rejecting its demands could lead to unknown dangers. Just from the aura exuding from the Buddha, it was clear none present were a match. Having survived the recent ordeal, many of the Central Plains geniuses began to doubt this place. We can't go in. Didn't you all see what just happened? Can you still believe this is a sacred Buddhist land? Some spoke angrily, immediately turning their criticism towards the Beckett family. In my opinion, the Beckett family claims ties with the land of 10,000 Buddhas, but are likely colluding with evil forces. Beckett's, this secret realm belongs to the Beckett family. Is it possible they don't know everything about it? It's obvious to me that the Beckett family is orchestrating mischief in secret, hiding demons here to wipe us out. I will certainly report this matter back home once we leave. They must account for this. Everyone blamed the Beckett family, suspecting them as the masterminds behind the situation. Sherman's brows furrowed tightly, but he didn't quite agree with their conclusions. If the Beckett family truly intended harm, why would they go through such elaborate measures when a covert strike outside would have been easier? With the Void Matthew present, he could obliterate any trace and make it seem like there was no evidence. Now that the secret realm was opened, everyone knew the Central Plains geniuses had entered it. Moreover, with so many Eastern Continent people involved, unless the Beckett family had gone mad and wanted to oppose most of the major forces of both continents, they wouldn't act so recklessly. Bah, this fake Buddha is definitely a demon. Right? It might be a demon conjured by the Beckett family to attack us. The Central Plains geniuses harbored hostility towards both the Beckett family and the Golden Body Buddha. Suddenly, the Buddha's closed eyes slowly opened, emitting an overwhelming pressure that made the crowd feel like they were sinking into quicksand. Not respecting the Buddha and cultivating hatred deserves immediate salvation. Sherman took a deep breath, calming his tense nerves. Even being one of the top prodigies, witnessing such overwhelming power made him put away all arrogance. This place was clearly wrong. If they weren't careful, they could anger this mysterious and powerful entity and be wiped out like ants. After killing the dozen or so Central Plains geniuses, the Buddha's gaze lowered. You who sincerely worship the Buddha may enter the Buddha realm. The Central Plains geniuses exchanged glances, focusing on Sherman and Barnabas. Terrified by the eerie Buddha, they hesitated to make another rash decision. Sherman glanced at the seated Buddha in midair and warned everyone softly, "You're not fools. You should sense something is off here. We're already in this situation. If we don't follow the Buddha's instructions, who knows what else could happen? So, we must enter the Buddha realm. Be cautious and avoid provoking the entity above us." After hearing this, though reluctant, the Central Plains geniuses realized the truth in Sherman's words. Following the Buddha's orders might be their only chance at survival. Otherwise, they'd end up like the mangled corpses on the ground. Let's go in. Sherman reminded everyone gently, took a few deep breaths, prepared his spirit energy and artifacts, and stepped towards the golden gateway. Upon entering, he felt nothing unusual, which relieved him. The golden light faded, revealing the scene before him. It seemed to be a feast setting. Many legendary figures, Vajras, Arhats, Bodhisattvas, sat at long tables, their expressions kind and compassionate. In the central throne of the 12-petal lotus, a golden Buddha sat smiling serenely. A white-robed bodhisattva invited them, "Noble guests, please take your seats." Suddenly, Sherman's eyes widened. Closest to the Buddha, at several tables, were familiar figures, Kimball, Erilyn, and Lucky. Seeing Sherman and others' surprised expressions, Kimball breathed a slight sigh of relief. Being one of the top geniuses, he surely had some hidden means. If they cooperated, they might find a way out of this hellish place. Thoughts racing, the Central Plains group followed attendants to sit opposite Kimball and company. Sherman faced Kimball directly. He blinked a few times, asking a silent question. Kimball subtly shook his head, hinting for patience. Chapter 115. Joining forces against the demon, Ep2of2. As the Buddhist chant rang out, everyone turned their eyes toward the Buddha. His appearance was majestic and solemn, his expression compassionate yet gentle, as if he were constantly pitying all living things. But after witnessing the bizarre and deadly acts earlier, no one believed this to be a truly benevolent Buddha. Deep into the secret of the perfection of wisdom, purple light comes from the east, illuminating the 5 aggregates and revealing their emptiness. The golden Buddha spoke, beginning to explain Buddhist scriptures. Immediately, the peculiar golden space was filled with descending celestial light and golden lotuses rising from the ground, various miracles appearing one after another. The Arhats and Vajras looked on with reverence, even devotion, intently listening to every word of the golden Buddha. Ehang Beckett's unease grew deeper. Although this place was saturated with Buddhist aura, it concealed a profound evil intent. After about an hour, the scripture session ended with another Buddhist chant from the golden Buddha. Then, his gaze fell upon Emerson and the others, speaking gently. "All of you have come from afar. Meeting is a matter of fate. Fate brings us together, so we should follow it. You must be very tired after your journey. Please enjoy some vegetarian food first." With that, several attendants appeared, each carrying trays which they placed in front of the Central Continent geniuses. This scene instantly caused some surprise among them. If these trays contained treasures or miraculous herbs, it would mean Beckett and the others who entered first had already gained something valuable. Many of the Central Continent geniuses' gazes turned dangerous. If Beckett and his group really obtained great fortune, they absolutely could not let them leave easily. Being at the core of the mystical realm, the opportunities at the Buddha's enlightenment site were extraordinary. Everyone wanted to share. However, what Beckett and his companions saw on their faces were traces of helplessness. As soon as they saw the contents of the trays, their expressions changed dramatically. Each tray contained 5 items: a heart, liver, spleen, kidneys, and lungs, all small enough to belong only to children. The hearts of the central continent geniuses sank. This wasn't any opportunity. It was clearly a demon lair. Emerson finally confirmed that this place was certainly not a Buddhist holy site, but likely a demon stronghold. And that Buddha? He glanced up, seeing the Buddha's smile, but the fierce, menacing look in his eyes seemed barely suppressed, fixed fiercely on them. Things are not looking good. With a heavy heart, Emerson prepared for action. They were righteous cultivators and would never consume child organs. At that moment, Beckett's movements caught his attention. He saw Beckett discreetly make slicing gestures under the table. Emerson quickly understood, nodding slightly, his gaze turning cold and dangerous. Seeing he got the message, Beckett felt a bit relieved. The ghostly Buddha was powerful, far beyond what they three could handle alone. Cooperation with Emerson and the Central Continent geniuses might give them a chance to escape. Seeing the Central Continent now ferocious-looking Buddha, "You shall die." A bone-chilling, sharp demonic sound made many falter. Black mist surged from the Buddha, obscuring everything, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes glowing with terrifying killing intent. Just as their attacks were about to land, the black mist exploded, engulfing everything around them. Bang! Beckett's full-force strike seemed to hit nothing, making him suddenly wary. He hurriedly retreated, scanning the dense black mist warily. Suddenly, green candle lights appeared in all directions, dispelling some of the mist. Only then did he see the true environment. They were in a demon lair, not a holy Buddhist land. Before them, a monstrous creature with a spider body and ox head sat on a throne made of countless skeletons, its 4 bloodshot eyes brimming with madness and cruelty. Emerson and the others saw Beckett's group. "Brother Beckett, what's going on?" Emerson asked loudly, keeping a close eye on the fearsome demon. "I'm not sure either, but unless we kill this thing, none of us will get out alive. Let's cooperate." Agreed. Without hesitation, Emerson agreed. Smart people recognized the current dire situation. Non-cooperation meant certain death. They quickly regrouped. Beckett spoke firmly. "I'll draw the demon's attention with my physical strength. Emerson, Phyllis, Gaylord, you attack. The rest provide distractions and support." Agreed? Agreed. Chance. Kimball called out, and Seymour immediately responded, "Okay, no problem. You draw its attention, and we'll launch a full attack." Before he could finish speaking, the demon on the throne suddenly formed a mass of pitch-black demonic energy, then hurled it at the group from Zhongzhou. "Quickly, get out of the way." Everyone shouted as they urgently scattered to the sides. However, this attack was incredibly fast. 2 individuals failed to dodge in time and were instantly covered by the spiritual energy. 2 brief screams later, the 2 victims melted into puddles of liquid and slowly seeped into the ground. Hiss. Kimball sucked in a sharp breath, feeling increasingly anxious. This creature's power was both peculiar and deadly, with a latent effect that suppressed spiritual energy, significantly weakening their attacks. Such terrifying assaults chilled everyone to the bone. If they didn't cooperate, there might not even be a chance to escape. Damn it. What did the Beckett family hide in this secret realm? Why is there such a terrifying demon here? Could it be that the Beckett family is actually allied with demons, and the 10,000 Buddha Kingdom is just a facade? In their desperate situation, many turned their accusations towards Kimball. "Humph, are you all truly foolish or pretending? Can't you see that this demon is imprisoned here?" Kimball barked, his expression cold. At a time like this, those idiots still blamed him. "You talk well, but who knows if this isn't part of the Beckett family's scheme? Right, maybe you Beckett family created this place yourselves." Many from Zhongzhou began berating Kimball. Did they really think this place had nothing to do with the Beckett family? No. They did this to pin the blame on Kimball, planning to seek compensation from the Beckett family after leaving. If we Beckett family had created this place, why would we come in? Why not wait for you all to die? Lucky became so angry she wanted to grind her teeth, shouting back at the Zhongzhou geniuses. "Fine, you short-sighted fools want to throw the blame on us, don't you?" Kimball sneered, his eyes flashing with determination. "Well then, grandfather has no patience to argue with you. If you can survive and leave on your own, I'll take the blame. So what?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the Matthew weapon forged by cast steel appeared out of thin air. "Lee, take the Matthew weapon. Let's move far away and watch how these bastards survive." With that, Kimball led Tanya and Lucky to a corner, ceasing any further attempts to fight the demon. Strangely enough, while they were arguing, the demon remained quietly crouched on the white bone throne, not taking advantage of the situation to attack. "See, they're getting nervous." Right. The Zhongzhou geniuses continued to blame Kimball and his companions, but Seymour's gaze was fixed on the demon. He saw clearly that the creature was indeed imprisoned, with chains inscribed with Buddhist scriptures piercing its body, eyes filled with mockery and amusement. If the humans cooperated, they could pose a real threat. But now, it seemed they had no intention to unite and instead engaged in infighting. This gave it the perfect opportunity to pick them off one by one. Thus, it had refrained from attacking while they argued. But now it was time. "Let me make you all my blood feast." With a roar, the demon launched another attack. Without Kimball to distract it, the Zhongzhou geniuses struggled on their own, quickly losing 4 or 5 comrades. Watching from the corner, Tanya whispered anxiously to her husband, "My love, should we really stay out of it? If they suffer too many casualties, we won't have the strength to leave either." Kimball watched the struggling Zhongzhou geniuses coldly. "Of course we won't. But they threw the blame on us, so they must pay a price. We can always act when the dead weight is reduced. To leave, we still need the top geniuses like Seymour." Chapter 117. Uniting against the enemy, Imperial armament displays its might. Time flew by. In just a few moments, more than half of Central Continent's forces had already been lost. Despite the demons still exuding their terrifying aura, they seemed to have expended a significant amount of energy and were now attacking with some difficulty. However, For the geniuses of the central continent, this was still an Phyllis Lily, while protecting yourselves, harass the demon from the sides, Kimball instructed before returning to the battlefield. The surviving geniuses of the central continent were astute. They vaguely understood the situation. They knew sacrifices were inevitable to deal with the demon, and none of them wanted to be that person. So, the near sacrifice of those dozen central continent geniuses was tacitly accepted by everyone. Blame could only fall on their lack of smarts. Brother Beckett, this thing's true body remains within the seal. This form here is just an avatar. If we can scatter it, we should be able to break free from danger. Without Sherman explaining, Kimball had already figured it out. He nodded, but suddenly stared at Sherman with deep distrust. Sherman, we can cooperate, but first, you must swear that before the demon is resealed, your central continent people won't harm the three of us. Only without worries can we fully collaborate. What do you think? Sherman hesitated only slightly, then responded without hesitation. All right, no problem. You also need to swear not to sabotage behind our backs. Agreeing quickly, they exchanged short oaths, easing tensions between them. Brother Beckett, you'll attract its attention, while I, Barnabas, and two others will launch the main attacks. All right. Kimball nodded, revealing his physical prowess. Accompanied by the roars of ancient mammoths, a thick layer of golden light covered his body as he stepped toward the demon. Ugly thing, your opponent is me. With a roar, his muscles bulged as he launched himself like a meteor straight at the demon. Beckett family perish. All of them should die. Feeling Kimball's aura, the demon seemed enraged, spewing a dense black mist at him. In a split second, Kimball sidestepped, letting the black demonic force graze past him and landed steadily on the bone throne. Boom. A powerful punch slammed into the demon's head, causing its body to sink. Damned Beckett. Pound. Another punch silenced it mid-sentence. Kimball pummeled the demon relentlessly like a savage, preventing it from even finishing a sentence. The others seized the opportunity, bombarding the demon's massive body with spells and abilities. Gore. After being pressed down for a moment, the demon roared furiously, releasing a layer of thick black mist from its surface. Kimball instantly sensed mortal danger and retreated hastily. Scritch, scritch, scritch. A chilling grinding sound filled the air as black serrated edges rapidly expanded, slicing through from different angles. Kimball narrowly avoided them by a hair's breadth, but several cries echoed. Those who hadn't managed to dodge were instantly cut open. This won't work. Our attacks aren't doing much damage. Sherman shouted, leading the central continent geniuses to withdraw slightly. Kimball landed, shattering the ground beneath him. What do we do? Even though this is just an avatar, its attack and defense are formidable. It's hard to scatter it relying solely on ourselves. There's a way. Barnabas suddenly spoke, turning to Sherman. Where's your imperial armament? Here is a Buddhist holy site. Although partly tainted by the demon's power, it's predominantly infused with Buddhist energy. With the imperial armament as a conduit, we can gather the secret realm's Buddhist power to severely wound it. Turning back to Kimball, she added, if I'm not mistaken, the golden hoop held by Lady Beckett's younger sister is likely another imperial armament, right? With these two, we might. Watch out. Kimball suddenly shouted, darting forward with lightning speed. While they were discussing, the seemingly weakened demon had secretly attacked Tanya and Lucky in the corner. A black light appeared instantly before the two women. Kimball's eyes widened in fury and panic. It seemed too late to rescue them. But then, Buddhist chants softly echoed as a thin yet radiant Buddha light descended from Lucky's golden hoop, enveloping the two women. Thud. The black light collided with this seemingly fragile protective barrier, producing a harsh muffled sound. Seeing the attack dissipate harmlessly, Kimball finally breathed a sigh of relief. Imperial armaments were truly formidable. Even a slight exertion of their power left a profound impact. The demon's attack was ineffective, entirely blocked by the golden hoop. Before Sherman could speak, Kimball spun around, staring fiercely at the roaring demon. Sherman, take out your imperial armament. Anyone who dares harm my woman and sister, I will kill it today. Hashtag chapter 118. The Secret Realm Legacy in the Beckett family battle. With a roar, Kimball channeled all his power into the divine elephant barbarian stance, transforming his body into a colossal golden barbarian elephant that charged ferociously toward the demon. Dorian now. Dorian didn't hesitate. The spirit sword in his hand expanded instantly and swung down toward the demon's head. Boom. Clang. The massive elephant collided with the demon, shaking the heavens and earth. However, when Dorian's spirit sword struck the demon's head, it met an impenetrably hard surface, ringing out without penetrating further. The attacks from others produced similar clanging sounds, causing no harm to the demon whatsoever. Get lost. The demon exerted its strength, flipping the massive elephant aside and emitting a savage laugh. Ha ha, what are you ants trying to do? Attempting to hurt this lord? Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Dorian exclaimed anxiously, this thing's body is incredibly tough. Our attacks aren't doing any damage at all. Well, think of something then. Kimball's roar echoed as he stumbled backward under the demon's powerful claw. Imperial armament. Use the imperial armament. At this critical moment, the usually quiet Gaylord spoke up, pointing them toward a solution. Dorian understood immediately but hesitated slightly. Activating the imperial armament consumes a lot of spirit energy. I only have one strike, and if it misses, we'll waste our only chance. Hearing this, Kimball turned his head and shouted, Phyllis, Erilyn, we know, brother. Lucky replied loudly, Dorian, we'll keep it pinned down. You take your shot for the kill. With that said, Dorian beamed with excitement. Good, if you can hold it still, I can definitely disintegrate it. Hearing this, Tanya and Lucky began pouring their spirit energy into the imperial armament continuously. A golden hoop hovered in midair, emitting a hazy Buddhist glow. It was like a bottomless pit, absorbing their energy until they were nearly depleted before it could be activated. Prepare. Lucky shouted, her face drenched in sweat. The demon sensed impending danger and attacked everyone even more fiercely. You will all die. In an instant, several talented Central Continent geniuses were wounded. Hardly anyone remained unscathed. Kimball, acting as the frontline tank, had cracks appearing all over his body. Fortunately, the worst was finally over. Brother, move. Upon hearing Lucky's call, Kimball immediately leaped aside, and behind him, the golden hoop slowly floated toward the demon. An object forged by Vajra? Damned monk. You're dead but still causing trouble for me. The demon roared angrily, its blood-red eyes glowing brighter. Damn monk. I'll shatter your imperial armament. With a wild fury far surpassing its previous state, the demon opened its enormous mouth and shot out a black light beam that collided directly with the golden hoop. Splat. Lucky and Tanya, who were activating the imperial armament, were hit hardest by the powerful counterforce, suffering internal injuries and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. But instead of retreating, they increased their spirit energy output. Now! Lucky shouted sharply, and the golden hoop suddenly accelerated, seeming to traverse space as it landed on the demon's head. Buddhist light flared intensely, enveloping the entire massive body of the demon. Roar! The demon's body appeared ignited, black mist dissipating from its surface. Under the immense pressure, it was forced to kneel on the ground. Dorian, who had been ready, saw his opportunity and wielded the broken imperial armament, which blazed with brilliant light, transforming into a colossal staff adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Like Mount Tai collapsing, it smashed down upon the demon's head. Bang! The intense impact made the prison shake incessantly, countless golden Buddhist scriptures emerging to reinforce the ceiling area. Buddha! Beckett family! Humans! You deserve death! After a shrill, venomous roar, the prison's shaking gradually ceased. Dazed, Kimball immediately looked at the bone throne, finding the demon had vanished. Phew! He sighed in relief, sitting against the wall and popping a handful of pills from his ring into his mouth. Others also regained their senses, looking at the empty throne and cheering. Tanya and Lucky retracted the imperial armament, sitting down mutually supporting each other, adjusting their turbulent chi and blood. Dorian also swung his fists triumphantly, equally excited. They had managed to send such a formidable demon back. However, after the cheers subsided, the Central Continent side looked at Kimball and his group, their voices lowering. At that moment, the bone throne where the demon once sat transformed into a golden wand character, emitting waves of mysterious Buddhist chants. Kimball turned his head immediately, his expression revealing surprise. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this should be the legacy left behind by the secret realm's owner, the Buddha's Dharmakaya. Brother Beckett. Dorian's voice sounded, his eyes narrowing with a smile. You and I worked together to defeat that demon. Considering your efforts, why don't we share this legacy? Share? Kimball looked at him, smiling faintly as he slowly stood up. This is the Beckett family's secret realm. Everything inside belongs to us. Allowing you entry already shows great generosity. Don't push your luck, Brother Che. What do you mean? Are you trying to monopolize this legacy? Exactly. We put in so much effort to eliminate the demon. Why should we let you claim all the rewards? The Central Continent geniuses voiced their anger and objections. But Kimball knew well that this place held the most crucial legacy within the secret realm. Since Lucky was naturally blessed with a Buddhist affinity, this legacy would greatly benefit her, especially since she had long dreamed of it. So, he wouldn't give up under any circumstances. I said, this is the Beckett family's secret realm and the legacy belongs to us. Don't act shamelessly, Kimball said coldly, with Tanya and Lucky standing beside him, channeling their spirit energy to watch the Central Continent people vigilantly. Dorian smiled briefly, his icy gaze flashing. Since Brother Beckett has such a large appetite, let's settle this by skill. As he finished speaking, the Central Continent geniuses seemed to have agreed beforehand and launched attacks on the three simultaneously. Protect yourselves, Kimball said before turning and charging forward. Dorian took the lead, his spirit sword almost becoming a blur as it aimed for Kimball's vital points. Beckett Kimball ignored it, letting the attacks land on him while the primal wasteland finger glowed with deep gold light, aiming straight for Dorian's head. His first move was a life-for-life attack. Dorian paused, quickly changing direction to dodge, causing his own attack to miss. He wasn't nearly as physically strong as Kimball and wouldn't survive taking that blow undamaged. Chapter 119. Sword Chi and Buddha Heart intertwined. With a wary retreat, Dorian frowned deeply and said, Brother Beckett, are you truly intent on being so domineering and forcibly claiming this inheritance? Haha, this secret realm originally belongs to the Beckett family. Where is the question of forceful occupation? Kimball replied with a cold laugh, then shattered an incoming attack, darting out like lightning and crippling one of his attacker's arms. Seeing Tanya and Lucky struggling to hold their ground, he took a deep breath. Since you insist on courting death, I'll oblige you. With that, his body slightly bent as internal yuan power surged at full speed. Geniuses, though reluctant, followed suit without Dorian's support. Watching them leave, Kimball finally relaxed. He knew Dorian was even stronger than Imran, whom he had defeated only through elaborate plans and suffering serious injuries. Although he also had his trump cards, facing Dorian would likely end in mutual destruction. Peaceful resolution was clearly the best option. Once the Central Plains geniuses were all gone, he turned around cheerfully. All right, now this inheritance belongs to us. Lucky was overjoyed, hugging Kimball's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. Big brother, you're amazing. I love you so much. Without waiting for Kimball to respond, she let go of him and ran excitedly towards the wand symbol. Kimball smiled bitterly. This brat, her eyes are only on the inheritance. Tanya giggled. Dear, don't take it to heart. After all, you're a man. As they were talking, Lucky suddenly cried out in surprise. Kimball quickly turned to see a towering golden wand symbol unleashing a surge of overwhelming sword energy. Aspen, be careful. Feeling alarmed, he rushed forward and pulled her behind him. The sword she poured down like a waterfall, the Tao principles within it causing an overwhelming sense of submission. Kimball was astonished. This was a Buddhist legacy. Why was such formidable sword chi suddenly emerging? The sword chi gradually coalesced into a proud figure. My inheritance is for the descendants of the Beckett family alone. Accompanied by profound resonance, the elder slowly opened his eyes, as if the universe itself had been born anew. His gaze swept over the three, eyebrows arching slightly. Little ones, are you two descendants of the Beckett family? Kimball and Lucky hurriedly bowed. Beckett's, venerable ancestor. May we ask? Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, his tone softening. Of course I am your ancestor. Who else could I be? The three were enlightened. No wonder when the elder first appeared, they felt an inexplicable kinship. It was a recognition rooted in their bloodline. Curiously, Lucky asked, Great ancestor, there are rumors outside that our family has ties with the 10,000 Buddhas nation. Did you really know the king of 10,000 Buddhas? A wistful expression crossed the elder's face as he shook his head smilingly. There is indeed a connection, but not directly with the king of 10,000 Buddhas. Huh? Then what is it? Lucky blinked her large eyes, eager to uncover the gossip. Haha, you naughty girl. The elder chuckled, shaking his head. I shall tell you. In my early days, after attaining some cultivation, I traveled the world to enhance my skills. By chance, I met the Dharma prince of the 10,000 Buddhas nation. At first, neither of us acknowledged each other's prowess, often engaging in fierce contests. Later, after gaining enlightenment, I challenged the Dharma prince again and finally defeated him. Through his guidance, I received the profound secrets of Buddhism, which greatly facilitated my path. I almost became unbeatable among my peers. Gradually, we became close friends. However, due to certain reasons, he faced the threat of demonic possession and nearly fell to evil. I helped purge the demonic influence and guided him back to righteousness. Thus, we became life and death comrades. He was a revered Dharma prince. When my name was engraved in the Buddhist country, the Beckett family maintained close relations with them. So, the rumors of our connection are indeed true. After explaining, the elder looked at the two and smiled. Both of you have excellent aptitudes. One excels in physical prowess, while the other possesses a natural Buddha heart. My Tao can serve as a reference to help you find your own paths. Step forward. Kimball quickly asked, Venerable ancestor, this is my wife. Can she also receive the inheritance? The elder looked at Tanya in surprise, then smiled warmly. Ha ha ha, a 9-aperture Linglong immortal body? You've quite the fortune. Fine, since she is part of the Beckett family now, she is one of us. Little girl, you may join as well. Tanya promptly bowed. Phyllis thanks the venerable ancestor for your benevolence. Before him emitted incessant sword chi, changing shape continuously. It formed various weapons and objects like bells and pagodas, but never settled into a fixed form. Oh, this? He cautiously reached out to touch it, only to pull back immediately, startled by the sharpness of the sword chi. The Wallace's curious voice sounded, and soon he appeared within Kimball's spirit platform. Seeing the constantly morphing golden light, the Wallace remarked, It seems the legacy hasn't found the right path for you. Ah. Kimball was shocked, his eyes wide with disappointment. So, Wallace, you mean I'm not suited for this inheritance? Heh, you can say that. The Wallace laughed loudly, consoling the despondent Kimball. Logically, since this place is left by a Buddha, if there were suitable candidates from the Beckett clan, they should have gained Buddhist powers. Unfortunately, both girls deviated somewhat, and as for you, the old man shook his head with a strange smile. It doesn't matter. Since your physical abilities make it impossible to determine your path, I will teach you my sword Tao powers instead. How does that sound? Kimball nodded helplessly. What else could he say? It was clear that even Phyllis and Lucky didn't gain Buddhist powers, and he had no connection to Buddhism whatsoever. Moreover, the inheritance couldn't figure out his path either. If not for the Wallace's intervention, he would likely have left empty-handed. Connections indeed always come in handy, he thought as the Wallace's serious voice interrupted his musings. Guard your mind. I shall impart the heaven-breaking sword art to you. A resonant sword hum drowned out all other sounds. All Kimball could see was an endless expanse of sword shadows, hiding countless sword doctrines of varying sizes. The heaven-breaking sword art was the result of integrating and absorbing these doctrines, forming a unique sword Tao specific to the Wallace. Silence filled the prison cell as the three stood motionless. After what felt like ages, Kimball was the first to open his eyes. He glanced around. Phyllis and Lucky hadn't finished yet. The Wallace had vanished without a trace, unresponsive to his calls. Boy, in the future, steadfastly hold onto your Taoist heart. Never stray onto the path of evil. Understand? The Wallace's voice echoed in his mind, startling Kimball. He quickly replied, Beckett's, I'll remember your teachings, Wallace. Hee, the power of time's river is insurmountable by men. From now on, it's up to you young ones to handle the affairs of this world. With a tinge of emotion, the Wallace's presence gradually faded into nothingness. Deeply moved, Kimball straightened his clothes and bowed respectfully. I send off the Alexei ancestor. Haha. After a moment, Kimball sat on the bone throne, reviewing his gains. Firstly, the two cultivation techniques perfectly suited him, the Azure Dragon Holy Body and the Divine Elephant Barbaric Strength. These would significantly enhance his strength, making them his biggest takeaways. Secondly, the sword Tao power imparted by the Wallace. Even though he hadn't planned to walk this path, it remained invaluable as a reference. After all, it was the path of a powerful predecessor. By combining it with the memory of the Alexander, it would clarify his future direction. Lastly, Kimball willed a pink glowing scroll to appear in his hand. This was the Cloudtop Sacred Palace dual cultivation technique, a reward from the system after killing Kiefer. Baketa, he couldn't rush this. He'd need to thoroughly discuss it with Phyllis upon return. About half an hour later, Neve and Lucky opened their eyes simultaneously. Brother, did you get the inheritance? Of course, directly taught by the Wallace. He didn't mention nearly losing it, feeling a bit embarrassed. After adjusting their breaths, the three left the prison cell. The environment of Little Thunderclap Temple had changed significantly since the demons were dispersed. Although it largely remained the same, the statues lining the paths were more broken, adding an numbers. Eastern continent forces couldn't help but feel some schadenfreude. Looks like the central continent took significant losses on this trip. Translation complete. Chapter 121. The Tang Dynasty comes strong. A flash of light illuminated the area, and three figures appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. Look, more people are coming out. Who could they be this time? Could they be from Central Continent? People were discussing animatedly as they waited for the light to fade, revealing the true identities of the three individuals. Norbert and Beckett Suellen, who had been secretly observing along with the many elders of the Beckett family, instantly felt relieved. It was already a very good outcome that the three were unharmed. Is it the young master of the Beckett family and his companions? Hiss, I can't believe Kimball survived. Does this mean they didn't encounter any geniuses from Central Continent? Who knows? As everyone debated, an unexpected event occurred. The spatial rift hiding the entrance of the secret realm began to vibrate violently, rapidly shrinking. At the same time, Norbert's voice rang out. The entrance is about to close. The journey within the secret realm has come to an end. Upon hearing this, various factions grew anxious. Bradley, why is the secret realm closing so soon? Our juniors haven't come out yet. Right, Bradley, can you wait a bit longer? It won't be too late to close after the juniors have exited. Those whose junior geniuses hadn't emerged grew increasingly worried, begging Norbert not to close the secret. Who had experienced the brutal killings within, felt immense gratitude for having survived. Seeing these heart-wrenching scenes, Kimball sighed, shaking his head and saying, we were lucky not to be attacked by Central Continent geniuses, or we would likely have faced the same fate. Lucky nodded in agreement. Indeed, just surviving is already a great outcome. Lord Beckett, did our crown prince also fail to come out? An impolite question suddenly rang out, causing everyone in the Beckett family to frown. Turning around, they saw several subordinates of the Harley looking incredulously at the sealed entrance. Norbert frowned, calmly replying, if he didn't come out, he probably perished within. No way. Even Eastern Continent failures survived. How could our crown prince die? The servants screamed in disbelief. Many Eastern Continent forces cursed inwardly at the arrogance of the Tang Dynasty. Dempsey, did you truly perish within the secret realm? Lord Beckett, what happened to our crown prince? The mournful inquiries from the Tang Dynasty made Norbert uncomfortable. There are countless unforeseen events in the world. How could I know? Humbert likely encountered strong enemies and met his end. You should inform your superiors. Before Kimball left with two women, an angry shout echoed through the sky. People of the Beckett family, hand over our crown. Fetched. Norbert's expression turned cold. You're suggesting my son killed your crown prince? The elder hastily clarified, Lord Beckett, please don't misunderstand. We aren't accusing the young master, only investigating thoroughly. I'm sure Lord Beckett wouldn't want the young master suspected by the Tang Dynasty. An investigation would benefit both sides. Norbert scoffed coldly, rejecting their proposition. Your Tang Dynasty is indeed domineering. Investigating others as you please? This is the Beckett family territory. You can't run wild here. Chapter 122. Wisdom in Adversity. Facing Basil, the three of them had the Great Qin Dynasty as their backing. Yet they could not help but feel slightly subdued in demeanor. Their strength was inferior, and they did not have the audacity to do anything rash against Basil. The elder took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. Master Beckett, please don't misunderstand. This old man has no intention of doing anything to the young master. But as the saying goes, the dead should be treated with respect. Our crown prince died so inexplicably within the secret realm, there must be an explanation, right? When our emperor learned about this matter, standing below, Kimball suddenly shouted loudly, immediately drawing Basil's attention. Cruz, what do you want to say? Kimball smiled calmly and confidently replied, Flash, if the three from the Great Qin Dynasty wish to conduct a search, let them do it. Your son has done nothing wrong, so it should be fine. But isn't the Great Qin Dynasty one of the top forces in Zhengzhou? Surely they won't make things difficult for our small clan in a remote place, right? Basil remained silent, lifting Kimball into the air beside him, facing the three Quasi-Matthews eye to eye. The elder hesitated briefly before saying, for any offense caused, I will apologize on behalf of the dynasty. Please don't take it to heart. Humph. Basil snorted softly and asked Kimball, Cruz, are you sure you want them to search? Certainly. After all, Kip and I became friends at first sight. If he suffered misfortune, it pains me too. So allowing them to search is appropriate. All right then. Basil understood his meaning and turned to the three. If you want to search my son, go ahead. If you find evidence, we'll accept the Great Qin Dynasty's judgment. But if no evidence is found, what then? The elder frowned, feeling pressured and slightly angered by Basil. Master Beckett, we are merely investigating the cause of the crown prince's death, not intending to offend you or the Beckett family. If we find no evidence, we will apologize. Ha, talking so nicely, but aren't I supposed to have my dignity? Basil sneered, then bluntly proposed, here's a deal. If my son is innocent, give us 3 divine artifacts. I won't pursue it further. How does that sound? This? The elder hesitated. While the Great Qin Dynasty was wealthy, giving up 3 divine artifacts wasn't something they could easily do. Seeing their hesitation, Basil snorted and turned to leave with Kimball. If you lack the courage, why waste time with me? Wait. The elder hastily called out, stopping Basil and his son. Very well, this old man agrees. Basil paused, looking at Kimball softly. Cruz, are you really okay with this? Don't worry, Flash. Kimball spoke confidently. Then Basil gently waved, sending him to the 3 Quasi-Matthews. Check him. They immediately surrounded Kimball, using treasures to probe him thoroughly but finding no trace of Imran. The mountain casting technique had purified his body, making it impossible to detect any traces. Moreover, he possessed an imperial artifact, making detection even more challenging. After some probing and finding nothing, the elder tried to be gentle, asking, "Young Master Beckett, may I check your storage ring?" Basil's expression grew cold, ready to protest, but Kimball nodded. "Sure, no problem." With that, he removed his storage ring and handed it over without reservation. Such behavior gave the three a bad feeling. Sure enough, after searching, none of the items in the ring had anything to do with Imran. They had to drop their suspicions. When the result came out, their faces turned grim. They had investigated everyone who entered the secret realm and found nothing. Either Imran was killed by dangers within the realm, or someone among them had extraordinary skills to evade detection. But this latter possibility seemed improbable even to themselves. With few Quasimatthews and no experience with such individuals, if the murderer truly had those skills, they would indeed be formidable even to the Great Qin dynasty. So, results out, huh? Basil sneered, his contemptuous look burning the faces of the three Quasimatthews. The elder took a deep breath, returning Kimball to his father. He then waved his hand, sending 3 rays of strong energy towards Basil. 3 divine artifacts. Is Master Beckett satisfied? Not necessary. Just wanted to teach you a lesson. Basil chuckled, generously accepting the artifacts, then landed with Kimball on the floor. Brother Beckett, Dorian? Kimball frowned, unsure of his intentions. Is there something you need? Hee. Brother Beckett is truly a genius. We've faced life and death together. Why be so cold? Slightly annoyed, Kimball replied, Dorian, cut the nonsense. I know what kind of person you are. Let's get to the point. Dorian's smile froze a bit before he nodded. All right, since Brother Beckett is straightforward, I will not mince words. With your talent, you are bound to become famous. When that day comes, I look forward to our next meeting. We'll see, Kimball replied, leaving with the 2 women without further comment. Gaylord approached Dorian with a curious expression. You really hold Kimball in high regard? Dorian watched the trio leave, narrowing his eyes. What I value is not Kimball, but the Beckett family. They indeed have ties to the land of 10,000 Buddhas, making my previous plan unfeasible. I must strive to win their favor and stabilize the situation to complete my mission. Building relations with Kimball is crucial for this. The 2 remained silent, watching Kimball and the others leave. As various forces departed, the once bustling entrance of the Beckett family finally quieted down. After a night's rest, Kimball's father asked him to take Tanya and Lucky to the hall to recount their experience in the secret realm. Entering the council hall, they found only Kimball's father present. Flash. Lucky rushed to her father, tugging at his arm pouting. Flash, you're so mean. You didn't tell us about the dangers in the secret realm beforehand. Your precious daughter nearly became monster food, you know? Jiong. Smiling indulgently, Kimball's father patted her head. Sweetheart, it wasn't that Flash didn't tell you. Even we Beckett family members haven't ventured inside, so I wasn't clear either. Flash, do you know the origins and details of the secret realm? Thinking whether to reveal what he knew, Kimball asked. After presiding over the Buddha Dharma body for so long, I understand some things. There are matters you should keep to yourself. Don't spread them around. With meaningful words, Kimball nodded in understanding. Buried secrets, even his father knew. Revealing them would shatter the already fragile stability of Donghua. A central continent threat was enough. Adding an invasion by demons would cause mass panic. Flash, I have something to tell you. Waiting until his father's gaze fell on him, Kimball hesitantly said, Flash, are we safe here? Of course. Speak freely. No one else will hear besides us 4. Curious about his caution, Kimball confessed, actually, I killed Imran while competing for the Alexander legacy. Despite his composure, Kimball's father was momentarily stunned. Cruz, are you sure? Beckett's, I clearly remember killing him with my own hands. After a pause, Kimball's father burst into hearty laughter. Well done. I underestimated you. Killing the great Sheen Dempsey, Cruz, you've truly found your path. His tone conveyed surprise and pride. Flash, aren't you angry? Why be angry? Why would I be angry? Kimball coughed lightly, feeling awkward. It's just, he was the great Sheen Dempsey. If they find traces, our family would face pressure from the Great Qin dynasty. Humph. Kimball's father snorted proudly. So what if it's the Great Qin dynasty? Rules were set before entering the secret realm. Life and death were one's own responsibility. Can they renege on their word? Moreover, I'm still here. They'll have to ask me if they want to make trouble for you. The Great Qin dynasty is powerful, but our Beckett family isn't to be trifled with. Feeling reassured, Kimball realized his family had hidden strengths. Rest assured, Cruz. Just deny everything. Without evidence, the Great Qin dynasty can't do anything to us. Understood, Flash. Kimball's father nodded. Good. Let's discuss what happened in the secret realm. They recounted their experiences, each adding details. Later, Kimball and Tanya returned to their courtyard. Tanya asked curiously, Husband, what did you gain from the old ancestor's legacy? Blinking, Kimball produced a pinkish scroll. Look, it's the top-level dual cultivation technique from the Cloudtop Holy Palace. On? A dual cultivation technique? Hashtag chapter 124. The subtle relationship in the temple. Tanya was taken aback, her face instantly flushing red. Why would the ancestor give you something like this? Kimball chuckled and leaned closer to her, his tone slightly flirtatious. Obviously, the ancestor saw how much we love each other and wanted us to be even more intimate. Oh, husband, how can you be so improper? Tanya's thoughts wandered, her blush spreading all the way to her ears. Her bright eyes shimmered with embarrassment, making Kimball feel immensely pleased. Hee, just kidding, silly girl. There didn't seem to be any suitable cultivation techniques for me in the legacy. Later, the ancestor passed down his heaven-breaking sword technique to me. Tanya came back to her senses and gave him a playful glare. Husband, you really are? Since it's the ancestor's sword technique, you must cultivate it diligently and never slack off. Got it. Kimball responded and then added, if you need that cultivation technique, just let me know. I'm not very interested in swordsmanship anyway. Thank you, husband. But I can't take on too many things at once. I'll focus on understanding the technique from the legacy first. You're a smart woman. You don't need me to say much about cultivation. After saying that, Kimball suddenly chuckled again, waving the dual cultivation technique in his hand. Phyllis, really not going to try this technique? This is a top-tier dual cultivation technique. Both our constitutions have some hidden issues, and dual cultivation can harmonize yin and yang, compensating for our deficiencies. Husband. Tanya stamped her foot, blushing deeply and turning away, too shy to look at him. Then, Kimball heard a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. If husband wants to, Phyllis can also? Kimball froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Hee hee, my dear Phyllis, since there's no time like the present, why don't we practice now? But it's still daytime. The night brought a deep connection under the embroidered bed curtains, where their intertwined bodies rode the waves of passion. The next day, Kimball opened the door feeling refreshed, stretching comfortably. Phyllis, wake up. After a while, Tanya emerged from the room, her face still flushed from the night's activities. TSK, my wife looks wonderful. Tanya rolled her eyes, humming lightly. Flatterer. I'm going to cultivate and consolidate my spiritual energy. All right, cooperating to survive. We've shared life and death, and I want to be friends with someone like him. Upon hearing this, Kimball's father showed little reaction, but the two elders were astonished. They knew exactly who Dorian was, the temple's chosen one, a top prodigy of Zhongzhou, whom few in the East continent could match. For him to be this polite to their young master, even showing signs of lowering himself, was indeed surprising. Haha, it's good that you young people get along. I'm naturally happy. His father replied casually, unaffected by Dorian's status. Seeing this, Dorian quickly adjusted his demeanor, smiling elegantly. Uncle Beckett, apart from visiting you and Brother Beckett, I also have a piece of news to share. What news? Dorian's expression turned serious. Previously, Imran and members of the Great Qin Dynasty visited the Beckett family multiple times. You know their intentions. After failing to recruit the Beckett family, it seems the Great Qin Dynasty has devised other plans to secretly deal with your family. This is a significant matter, and as a friend of Brother Beckett, I felt compelled to inform you. I see. Kimball's father nodded, his brow furrowed in thought. The two elders were anxious, but knew this wasn't their place to speak. Uncle Beckett, you needn't worry. Although I'm not very capable, I do have some influence in the temple. If you're troubled, I can arrange for the temple to help the Beckett family through this crisis. Kimball immediately understood that Dorian was likely here to court the Beckett family. Well, what would the Beckett family need to do for such assistance? He took over as the foil before anyone else could respond. Dorian closed his fan and smiled. Brother Beckett, you flatter me. The Beckett family is the top power in the East continent. Any help from the temple would only be a bonus. If I can assist, I'd be very happy. When the temple needs help in the East continent, if the Beckett family can facilitate matters for me, I'd be extremely grateful. Kimball pondered for a moment and grasped Dorian's intent. He had interesting ideas. Unlike the Great Qin Dynasty, which wanted the Beckett family to submit, Dorian seemed to propose a partnership. Setting aside the authenticity, merely treating the Beckett family as an equal to the temple was comforting. If they truly cooperated as he suggested, the Beckett family and the temple would wield immense power in the East continent. Even excluding other Zhongzhou forces shouldn't be an issue. Of course, this was just speculation. Reality would inevitably be more complex. Chapter 125. Eastern continent turmoil arises, heroes meet. Sherman's attitude left the two elders pleasantly surprised. Although they knew their family had connections with the 10,000 Buddhist kingdom, the Great Qin imperial dynasty was also a formidable force that could not be underestimated. If they could cooperate with the temple, gaining additional support, it would be a tremendous boon for the Beckett family. However, the final decision lay in the hands of Patriarch Beckett. Haha. Patriarch Beckett's laughter carried deep meaning. The temple is one of the top forces in Central Continent, and even the entire Yuan continent. My Beckett family is just a small local powerhouse. Do we really deserve such treatment? Sherman replied solemnly, Uncle, I won't speak falsely. The appearance of a powerhouse like you within the Beckett family, coupled with your connection to the 10,000 Buddhist kingdom, is enough reason for us from the temple to treat you seriously. The temple doesn't act as domineeringly as the Great Qin imperial dynasty and understands the necessary formalities. This will be a cooperation between both parties without requiring the Beckett family to become subordinate. Ding ding ha. Patriarch Beckett laughed loudly, praising, I must say, becoming a divine son of the temple is no accident. Your wisdom and spirit indeed surpass the ordinary. But, the Beckett family has no ambitions of dominating the Eastern continent. We merely seek peace and stability in our little corner. Without waiting for Sherman to respond, he said to Kimball, Cruz, since you are friends with Sherman, take him around our residence and show some hospitality. My thoughts have been clouded, actually considering collaboration with these Central Continent wolves. Hee hee, Alexei, there's no need. Patriarch Beckett smiled, suddenly changing tone. Though fundamentally, cooperating with Central Continent forces isn't possible, sometimes borrowing their name and strength can also be beneficial. You mean? The Alexei paused. Letting tigers devour the wolves and standing aside while they fight suits us quite well. A mysterious smile spread across Patriarch Beckett's face, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Elsewhere, Kimball led Sherman around the Beckett family estate. After touring less important areas, they passed by a building where intense fighting sounds emerged. Brother Beckett, what happens there? Kimball glanced back, rather indifferently saying, That's the training ground for sparring among Beckett family members. Training ground? Sherman instantly became interested, laughing cheerfully. Come on, Brother Beckett, let's check it out. Sure. Kimball didn't mind since his task was simply to tour Sherman around the house, avoiding only particularly important locations. Upon entering, the sound of combat and cheers grew louder. Seeing Kimball, the Beckett family disciples greeted him warmly. Watching the reverence and admiration on the young disciples' faces, Kimball couldn't help feeling sentimental. Such treatment was unimaginable before defeating Cyrus. Sherman watched the duel with great interest, occasionally commenting. Being a top prodigy, his realm and experience far exceeded these youths, easily pointing out critical issues. Kimball enjoyed his enthusiasm and turned to the nearby Beckett family disciples, note down the issues pointed out by young Master Che, and pass them along afterward. Beckett's. Sherman laughed upon hearing this. Brother Beckett, being talented yourself, you could give advice too. Why put me on the spot? Tisk, Brother Che, you're too modest. You're a top prodigy from Central Continent. How can someone like me compare? Kimball mockingly remarked but showed no sign of reverence. Ding ding ha. Sherman laughed heartily. Eyeing the dueling pair finishing up, he turned to Kimball. Brother Beckett, during our last secret realm trip, we missed sparring. It's a pity. Today's a perfect time. Shall we try a few moves? His words caught the attention of nearby disciples, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. A duel between the young master and a top Central Continent talent stirred them greatly. Kimball silently cursed Sherman's timing but said, since Brother Che has interest, I should oblige. Brother Che, please. Excellent. Sherman agreed with a laugh, gracefully landing on the training ground. Kimball followed closely behind, landing with a puff. The surrounding Beckett family disciples immediately cheered. Go, young master. Fight hard, young master. Defeat him. Their shouts made Sherman smile, waving his folding fan. Seems like Brother Beckett enjoys high respect here. Just average, all blown up. Kimball chuckled, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. He too wanted to gauge the gap between himself and Sherman. Whoosh. Sherman put away his fan, becoming more serious. Brother Beckett, let's keep things friendly. We stop once we've tested each other, okay? Naturally. Their voices faded as they stood opposite each other, a clash of overwhelming auras spreading invisibly. Moments later, Kimball's eyes sharpened coldly, his figure vanishing instantly. Hashtag chapter 126, the opportunities and challenges of a prodigious talent. Bang. Kimball moved with blinding speed. The spectators from the Beckett family barely had time to register the blur before his fist collided with the spiritual force shield in front of Sherman. The first punch was blocked, but Kimball instantly changed direction, delivering a ruthless sidekick aimed directly at Sherman's temple. Heh, impressive strength. Sherman still had the presence of mind to speak, praising Kimball before suddenly shouting out. His surroundings were immediately filled with countless tiny streaks of sword light, their razor-sharp energy capable of slicing through space itself. If Kimball's leg connected, he would surely be injured. At this critical moment, his expression remained calm. Solid golden light suddenly appeared around his leg, which he then unhesitatingly thrust into the blade-like light. A series of sharp clinks resounded as if the sword light had struck an impenetrable surface, dispersing harmlessly without injuring Kimball's leg as expected. Sherman seemed to have anticipated this outcome and showed no panic. He gracefully floated away, narrowly dodging the whip kick. Before Kimball could recover, Sherman formed a sword seal, summoning a lightning-infused blade that surged straight towards Kimball's back. Ding! The sword tip pierced Kimball's back, producing another sharp sound. Instantly, countless serpents of lightning exploded, engulfing him completely. The stray bolts of lightning scorched the ground black and carbonized it, indicating the severity of the attack on Kimball within. But amidst the tense anticipation of the Beckett family spectators, Kimball displayed a surprisingly serene expression. Sigh, Brother Che, your lightning technique is excellent. Give me more of it. This level of lightning power was insufficient to harm him. Instead, it felt like a massage stimulating every muscle cell in his body, leaving him feeling refreshed. Brother Beckett's physical prowess truly leaves one in awe, Sherman remarked, changing his sword seal again. Suddenly, endless lightning appeared in the air, coalescing into a gigantic hammer. With a gentle wave of his hand, the massive thunderbolt hammer swept across, striking Kimball directly. Bang! The sheer force sent Kimball flying. The thunderbolt hammer exploded instantly, turning half the training ground into a field of lightning. The overwhelming display left the Beckett family spectators' hearts racing in their throats. Each bolt of lightning flashing in the arena could easily kill a peak soul transformation cultivator. Haha, Brother Che, looks like we can't continue fighting today. From the midst of the lightning chaos, a clear laugh echoed. Kimball allowed the lightning to continuously strike him, calmly walking out of the inferno. Compared to his performance in the ancient realm, Sherman was only displaying about 60 to 70% of his true strength. Similarly, Kimball also held back, not using his full power for this sparring match. Seeing that Kimball was unharmed, Sherman was unsurprised, simply shrugging. Brother Beckett is right. We can't fight today. Let's call it off. The lightning dissipated, and both men retracted their auras, leaving the training ground in disarray. Despite it being just a casual sparring match where neither fully engaged, their demonstration of power left the Beckett family disciples in awe. Needless to say, Sherman, as the divine son of the Holy Temple, one of the top prodigies in Central Continent and the entire 10,000 Sources continent, performing at this level wasn't unexpected. But for Kimball, who had once been an unknown waste of potential, to now be equal to such a prodigy, speaking freely without any disadvantage, was truly astonishing and earned him respect and admiration. Talent has its pride. If Kimball hadn't met Sherman's standards, even as the young master of the Beckett family, he wouldn't have mattered much. However, seeing their interaction, it was clear they were equals, which spoke volumes. Leaving the training ground, Kimball asked, Brother Che, do you want to visit any other places? No need. Sherman gently shook his head, his demeanor becoming slightly more serious. Brother Beckett, aside from visiting your uncle, I actually have something specific to discuss with you. Ah. Kimball was taken aback, initially thinking Sherman's earlier words were just an excuse, but didn't expect it to involve him. What is it you wish to talk about, Brother Che? Sherman smiled and edged closer. Brother Beckett, did you gain much from the opening of your family's secret realm? Kimball remained non-committal. Sherman didn't pry further, but softly said with a slight seriousness, Brother Beckett, this time, I've come to inform you of a message. A primeval secret realm will soon open in the central continent. That place is also a legacy left by an Empyrean expert, filled with countless opportunities. If Brother Beckett is interested, you might consider visiting it. Kimball fell silent. Having experienced the secret realm, he understood how much these places could aid his advancement. Without the cultivation methods obtained from the secret realm, merely daily diligent practice would indeed improve his cultivation, but progress would be limited. Over time, he would inevitably fall behind the top prodigies. Even with the system, it would be challenging to bridge such a significant gap within a limited time frame. Noticing Kimball's silence, Sherman already had an idea. The secret realm opens in 5 days. Just give me a response within 3 days. There are quota restrictions for this secret realm. Each faction only gets a limited number of slots, and those without a slot cannot enter. If Brother Beckett agrees, I can provide 5 slots. With your talent and strength, you will undoubtedly find valuable opportunities within the secret realm, aiding in your cultivation. Think carefully. After saying this all in one breath, Sherman shifted the topic elsewhere. Soon after, he excused himself. As Kimball escorted him to the door, Sherman paused mid-step, turning back with a grin. Brother Beckett, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. Missing an opportunity when it presents itself would be regrettable. Leaving those words hanging in the air, he laughed lightly and departed the Beckett family compound. Walking back, Kimball couldn't stop thinking about Sherman's final statement. Regardless of Sherman's intentions, at least the statement rang true. Cultivation defies the natural order. Failing to seize each opportunity could result in being left behind by the tides of time. Even small gaps could accumulate over time, eventually placing him far below the top prodigies. He harbored no delusions of world dominance, but dreamed of freedom and control over his own destiny. Chapter 127, Growth Trials, Secret Realm Journey. After returning to his small courtyard, Kimball sat under a tree, sighing deeply. Dorian's proposal was tempting, but he also knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The reason the other party was doing this must have been part of some larger plan. As he was lost in thought, Neve walked in from outside. Lord Husband, you're back? Ching Snow, do you have many responsibilities? If it's too troublesome, I'll talk to Sue Ellen and ask her to help ease your burden. Neve felt warmth in her heart. She walked behind him and started massaging his shoulders with a smile. Don't worry, Lord Husband. I only manage the spirit fields. It's not very troublesome. That's good. Don't exhaust yourself. Happiness is most important. Kimball chuckled and patted Neve's hand affectionately. He had always instilled this belief in her. One should first and foremost be happy. Responsibilities should be taken seriously, but one shouldn't unduly hurt themselves in the process. Neve's eyes were filled with tenderness. When she married into the Beckett family, she heard that her husband had an unrefinable body that could not practice cultivation, which did slightly displease her at first. It wasn't because she required her husband to be a genius, but in this world, without strength, one couldn't protect oneself or the family. However, over time, she gradually found that though her husband seemed lazy, he possessed a strange charm that made her feel naturally joyful. Once she realized this change within herself, she stopped caring whether Kimball could cultivate. She liked this person, and if necessary, she would work harder to protect him and her family. As long as she was sure she had chosen the right person, she didn't care about anything else. But later on, Kimball kept surprising her again and again. Now, he could converse freely with top talents from Zhongzhou. A truly remarkable transformation. Ching Snow, what are you thinking about? Nothing, Lord Husband. Neve snapped out of her reverie, feeling her face redden as she looked at Kimball's teasing expression. She wouldn't admit that she had been thinking about him. Seeing Neve's flushed cheeks, Kimball felt a sudden surge of passion. He licked his lips, grabbed her hand and laughed. Ching Snow, it's getting late. Why don't we go study the dual cultivation techniques? Oh, Lord Husband. Neve's face turned bright red, reproaching him with feigned anger. It's just past noon, and you're saying such indecent things. We've been married for so long now. Who's talking about being shy? We still have plenty of time. Master Beckett. A voice suddenly interrupted from outside the yard gate, shattering Kimball's romantic thoughts. Neve quickly slipped out of his embrace, blushing furiously as she tidied her clothes. Cough. Come in. After tidying up, Kimball beckoned the guard inside. The servant rushed in, bowed respectfully, and said, Master Beckett, Master and Mistress Beckett request you and Lady Beckett to come over. Come over? To the meeting hall? No, to their courtyard. We'll be right there. Kimball waved dismissively, giving the servant a glare as he left, making the servant feel utterly bewildered. Did he offend Master Beckett somehow? He'd have to be more cautious in the future. Let's go, Ching Snow. Let's see what Flash and Sue Ellen need. Neve responded, and they walked together to Norbert's courtyard. Inside, both parents were waiting. Flash, Sue Ellen. Kimball greeted them, eyeing a plate of red spirit fruits on the table. He casually grabbed one and started munching on it. You see, this rascal has no manners. Beckett Sue Ellen scolded jokingly, then turned to Neve. Ching Snow, how have you been lately? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law began chatting privately, leaving the father-son duo unable to interject. Flash, why did you call me? Kimball asked vaguely through a mouthful of fruit. Norbert shook his head. Nothing urgent, just a reminder. Remember to keep the matter of killing Imran secret. The Daring Empire has been searching frantically for clues. 3 Quasi-Matthews are pressuring our East Continent geniuses, putting them in an awkward position. Don't worry, Flash. We're not foolish enough to spread it around. As he spoke, he remembered something and threw away the fruit pit, his expression turning serious. Flash, Sue Ellen, speaking of which, I have something to ask you too. Beckett Sue Ellen looked over curiously. What is it? Dorian mentioned before leaving that there's a secret realm opened by a Matthew-grade powerhouse near the border of Zhongzhou and East Continent. It's guarded by several factions, and only those with permits can enter. He invited me to this secret realm and gave me 5 permits. What do you think? Should I go? Upon hearing this, Norbert and Sue Ellen immediately grew serious. Neve also stared at him in surprise, not expecting Dorian to invite him directly. Norbert frowned. Cruz, you're not stupid, right? You should know Dorian probably doesn't have any good intentions inviting you. Once you leave the Beckett family sphere of influence, you'll be isolated and vulnerable if anything happens. Indeed, #### Chapter 128. The Beckett family's resolve in setting off. Seeing his parents remain silent, Kimball continued, the outside world is indeed dangerous, but as long as I'm cautious, we're still within the boundaries of Dongzhou. Even the Zhongzhou forces have to consider the influence of our Beckett family and my parents, don't they? So, as long as I don't put myself in harm's way, even if I encounter dangers that I can't handle, revealing my identity should buy me some time. Moreover, I believe Sherman was right on one point. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. Without a firm and resolute heart towards cultivation, no matter how talented one is, they will eventually blend into mediocrity. I don't have grand ambitions. I only wish to have the strength to protect myself and my family. To achieve such power, enduring trials and tribulations is necessary. For whatever reason, I feel this journey is something I must undertake. After his heartfelt speech, the room fell silent. Norbert frowned in deep thought, while Beckett Suellen looked at Kimball with tears welling up in her eyes. Cruz, you've grown up. You truly have grown up. Suellen, I'm glad you're happy. Seeing his mother's tearful eyes, Kimball quickly reassured her. Suellen, please don't cry. You should be happy that your son has grown up. Beckett's yes, I should be happy. Beckett Suellen hastily wiped away her tears. Despite being a powerful Sage Realm cultivator, she now seemed just like any way to force me to bring close ones, thus creating leverage against me. So, I plan to set off alone under an assumed name, without anyone else. Just as he finished speaking, Tanya anxiously interjected. Husband, you must take me with you. Kimball sighed and tried to explain. This isn't about our Beckett family's secret realm where our people can ensure safety. Sherman inviting me surely doesn't come from good intentions. Following me could be very dangerous for you. I'm not afraid of danger. Tanya retorted, staring intently at Kimball. Husband, we are married. Challenges should be faced together. How could you leave me behind? Phyllis, I know you're worried, but this journey will be perilous. If I go alone, I'll have more chances to escape and don't need to worry about others. For both our sakes, I'll go alone this time. Husband. Phyllis, it's decided. Tanya opened her mouth but sighed and closed it, realizing there was little she could do to change his mind. Although Kimball often seemed carefree, once he made a decision, it was hard to sway him. The couple's affection brought comfort to Norbert and Suellen. Norbert joined in reassuring Tanya. Relax, Phyllis. Cruz isn't rash. He must have a plan. And going alone does make things easier. With that, Norbert waved his hand, and a pale yellow light appeared in front of Kimball. This is the Five Mountains armor, a powerful defensive artifact that can cover your entire body. It can withstand a single attack from a Sage Realm cultivator, which should be enough for you. Plus, it enhances physical strength, making it perfect for you. Keep it safe. Kimball reached out in surprise, and instantly, a layer of pale yellow light enveloped his body. In moments, the light coalesced into a formidable suit of armor. He moved around, feeling unhindered and lighter than ever. Satisfied with the item, he thanked his father. Thank you, Flash. His mother then threw another beam of light toward him. This is a 10,000-mile sound charm. Keep it. In case of danger, just activate it, and your father and I will sense your location and come to your aid. Kimball gladly accepted it. Then, Norbert handed over another glowing object. This too is a defensive treasure. Take it. It's always good to be prepared. Kimball saw it was book-like, and happily stored it away. Cruz, since you've decided to enter the secret realm, be careful and stay low. But if you encounter strong enemies and reveal yourself, don't hesitate to fight back. In Dongzhou, there's no one your father can't challenge. These confident words boosted Kimball's morale, and he nodded vigorously. Do your best, and don't tarnish the Beckett family name. As Norbert spoke, the system's voice echoed in Kimball's mind. Task. Earn respect for the Beckett family through parents' guidance. Difficulty. Medium. Risk level. Dangerous. Reward continent and Eastern continent. I don't know what might happen along the way, and I can't risk bringing you into danger. Tanya bit her lip, and her eyes welled up with mist. Husband, I understand. I just worry about you. Kimball feigned a relaxed smile. Don't worry. You still don't know your husband well. I'm slippery enough that I'll turn tail and run at the first sign of danger, and no one will be able to catch me. Husband. Beckett's. You must come back safely. Don't worry, I definitely will. Embracing her, Kimball sighed inwardly. Why can't this world just let people live in peace? The next day, as dawn broke, Kimball rubbed his waist as he walked out of his room. After washing up with a satisfied look on his face, he changed into an inconspicuous outfit, bid farewell to his parents and Tanya, and quietly left the Beckett family residence. According to the plan, he would first make his way to the edge of the wasteland west of Eastern Continent. He would then pass through the Spirit Beast Forest to reach the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, where he would use their strength to arrive at the entrance of the secret realm. The initial leg of the journey went smoothly without any trouble. After all, it was still within the Beckett family's sphere of influence, so the order was generally maintained. 2 days later, at the entrance to the Spirit Beast Forest, Kimball, having slightly altered his appearance, looked at the huge boundary stone ahead and smiled. Once through the forest, I'll reach the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. With their help, I should be able to reach the secret realm entrance by the 4th day. He mentally calculated that the timing would work out fine. Looking around, he saw a gathering of people on this open space, all preparing to enter the Spirit Beast Forest. This vast forest harbored numerous rare and exotic beasts, attracting people from all over Eastern Continent to explore its treasures. However, the Beckett family had strictly forbidden flying in the Spirit Beast Forest. This rule stemmed from a story he had heard from his mother. There was a beast Matthew within the forest whose power neared the peak Sage realm. Initially, this beast Matthew caused chaos in the region until Kimball's father subdued it and confined it to the forest, preventing further harm to humans. But respect must still be shown to such a powerful beast, so the Beckett family declared the area a no-fly zone. Scanning the area, Kimball noticed a familiar flag. On closer inspection, it belonged to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's merchant convoy under the Beckett family's banner. Brother, are you also entering the Spirit Beast Forest? A voice called from beside him. Turning around, Kimball saw a tall, scar-faced man smiling and greeting him. Beckett's, Kimball replied. Upon hearing this, the man's smile grew wider. What a coincidence, brother. We're going to explore the forest too. Why don't you join us as company? Pointing behind him, the man indicated the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's convoy. Kimball frowned slightly. Given that the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was a top-tier force under the Beckett family's control, why would they recruit random people to enter the Spirit Beast Forest? Sir, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is a major force. Why would they need someone like me? He asked politely. The scar-faced man's expression changed, and his tone became a bit harder. Brother, I'm just a lackey here. This decision comes from the higher-ups. Then, he leaned close to Kimball, whispering conspiratorially, Brother, do you know who's leading our convoy? Huh, I don't. Heh. The man chuckled nastily and whispered near Kimball's ear. It's none other than Lindsay, known as Golden Woman, leading the core convoy. Kimball was surprised. Really? Led by Golden Woman? This name had been mentioned in his pre-trip research, reputed to be the successor of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a born business genius. The old Selin, now semi-retired, entrusted most important matters to this Golden Woman. Seeing Kimball recognize the name, the man swelled with pride. Not wrong. Why would I response? Now, back off before things get ugly. Chapter 130. The turmoil at 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. The man instantly became furious. Little brat, do you think I'm giving you face? Jackson's spiritual power vibrated as he kicked violently towards Kimball's leg. Judging by the force, it seemed like he intended to cripple Kimball. Kimball's expression turned cold in an instant. Fool who doesn't know death when it's near. Before his words even finished, Kimball didn't dodge or avoid. Instead, he relied on his speed to grab Jackson by the throat and lift him up before his leg could reach him. Cough, cough, put. A dull thud startled everyone around, and the attention of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion caravan was also drawn over. Seeing their own person being beaten, the guards rushed over immediately. Stop! That's one of our 10,000 Treasure Pavilion members. Threatening shouts came one after another. Kimball acted as if he didn't hear anything, stepping hard on the man's thigh. Snap. Ah! With a bone breaking, Jackson screamed in agony. The 10,000 Treasure Pavilion guards immediately surrounded him. What's the meaning of this, brother? Do you bear a grudge against our 10,000 Treasure Pavilion? Guard Captain Wilfred looked down at the man on the ground screaming and asked grimly, then waved his hand. Take Jason down for treatment. Captain, it's that little brat. You must punish him thoroughly. Seeing someone backing him up, Jackson, despite his cries of pain, did not forget to badmouth Kimball. If you spew more nonsense, losing a leg will be the least of your worries. Kimball's icy gaze made Jason shiver with fear, shrinking back without daring to speak further. Wilfred frowned deeply, sizing up the young man before him. Jason, though just a messenger, possessed the strength of the spirit realm, yet he couldn't last a single move against this man. Moreover, this opponent had an unusual aura, making it impossible for Wilfred, a 7th stage soul formation cultivator, to see through him completely. Feeling somewhat wary, Wilfred's tone softened a bit. After all, he had been through many storms and knew better than to provoke someone whose depth he couldn't fathom. Young man, Jason is still one of us from 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Now that you've injured him, don't you think you should offer some explanation? Explanation? What kind of explanation are you looking for? Kimball calmly looked at Wilfred. This casualness, backed by confidence, made Wilfred inwardly hesitate. Why don't we settle it like this? You pay for his medical expenses, and we'll call it quits. How about that? Pay for his medical expenses? Does he even deserve it? You. Wilfred was instantly infuriated. Their 10,000 Treasure Pavilion was a top-tier power in this region. Anyone living here would have to show deference. Beckett, this boy, acted like a reckless youth, seemingly ignoring the might of 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Boy, I don't want to fuss with you, but you attacked first and showed such disrespect to our pavilion. Tell me, do you want to test whether we can handle you or not? Humph, truly a den of snakes and rats, Kimball sneered, staring at Wilfred without any fear. I'd like to see how domineering your 10,000 Treasure Pavilion can be. In the middle of the caravan stood a luxurious carriage, pulled by 2 strange beasts, indicating its owner's extraordinary status. Inside the carriage was none other than Destiny, the famous Golden Lady of 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, the leader of this very caravan. However, at this moment, her brows were furrowed with worry. Originally, supported by the Beckett family, 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's business flourished smoothly. After the old pavilion master semi-retired, she became the true decision-maker. But misfortune struck unexpectedly. The source wall cracked open, allowing forces from Central Continent to intrude. Backed by powerful cultivation and deep connections, they had no scruples in bullying smaller factions. 10,000 Treasure Pavilion originally controlled surging intensely. Uncle Sue, what happened? A slightly cool voice broke through, causing Wilfred to falter mid-sentence. Mississippi. A woman in plain attire approached, and the guards hurriedly greeted her. Miss, this man injured our member and insulted us, saying we cannot distinguish right from wrong and are like snakes and rats. Destiny frowned, glanced at the young Kimball, and gently said, Sir, please don't be angry. Could you explain what really happened here? If it involves 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, rest assured, any due compensation will not be lacking. Kimball had already guessed but still confirmed. Who are you? This humble lady is Destiny. Perhaps Sir has heard my name. Ah, the Golden Lady. I've certainly heard of your reputation. Kimball nodded and pointed at Jason. He approached me, claiming your 10,000 Treasure Pavilion caravan was recruiting. Out of curiosity, I asked a few questions, and he started cursing at me. When I replied back, he tried to cripple my leg. To defend myself and as punishment, I disabled his leg. Destiny nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, her demeanor turning serious. Is what this gentleman said true, Jason? Jason's eyes flickered. After mumbling indecisively for a while, he finally admitted, I just found him a bit annoying and scolded him. Destiny understood immediately. I've warned you countless times to be friendly when traveling. You can't control your tongue. Once we return, I will deal with you for today's actions. For now, apologize to this gentleman. Chapter 131. Ambush at the Stone Bridge, the mystery of the Beckett family. Jason hung his head low, his face full of regret. There was no need to elaborate on Lindsay's authority within the Wanbao Pavilion. He didn't dare voice any objections. I'm sorry, I was wrong. He reluctantly apologized with a bow, then left supported by two others. Lindsay looked at Kimball and said, Sir, my people were in the wrong first, and I sincerely apologize for that. If you don't mind, please accept this gift as our gesture of goodwill. With that, she waved her hand, and a servant approached carrying a storage pouch. Sir, please accept it. It's a token of our appreciation from the Wanbao Pavilion. We hope you won't be displeased. Kimball didn't even glance at the storage pouch. Such items were beneath his notice. Since Miss Sonia puts it that way, I won't hold it against you. However, the Wanbao Pavilion is a renowned organization, so please ensure your subordinates are properly vetted. Too many people like him will only tarnish the reputation of the Wanbao Pavilion. Lindsay smiled and replied, You speak wisely, sir. I'll certainly take note of that moving forward. Kimball hummed an acknowledgement and turned to leave. Wait, sir. What is it? Lindsay smiled and said, Sir, judging by your appearance, you seem intent on crossing the Spirit Beast Forest alone. Indeed, that's my plan. In that case, you must have your own capabilities. How about joining our caravan? Traveling together would be much safer. Kimball waved his hand dismissively. That's unnecessary. I have my own matters to attend to, and wouldn't want to inconvenience you all. Sir, that's not quite right. Lindsay laughed and pointed to her caravan, adding with a smile. Besides, we have a chef on board, so at least you can enjoy different flavors. Plus, while you rest, we'll have guards keeping watch, relieving you of constant worry. Wouldn't that be more relaxing? Kimball initially thought she would boast about the caravan's strength, but instead, she focused on these small conveniences. And strangely, this approach worked on him. After all, satisfying his palate had always been important to him, both in this life and the previous one. After a brief pause, he smiled and nodded. Miss Wan, your offer is hard to refuse. In that case, I accept. Lindsay beamed even more. Excellent, thank you, sir. Additionally, I'll provide you with 100 spirit jade as a token of appreciation for your efforts. If there's any battle or trouble along the way, the Wanbao Pavilion will reward you generously. Haha, no need for spirit jade. Providing me with 2 meals per day will suffice. Very well, sir. Please follow me. They returned to the caravan. Lindsay wanted to assign him a separate carriage, but Kimball declined. He found a cargo wagon, climbed aboard, and settled down. As she saw Kimball off, Wilfred remarked with a hint of frustration. Miss, why did you recruit that person? Uncle Sue, what do you think made someone so young dare to cross the Spirit Beast Forest alone? What gives him such audacity? Without waiting for Wilfred to answer, Lindsay continued smiling. First, he has great confidence in his abilities. Second, he comes from a distinguished background, possesses numerous treasures, and believes he can handle any dangers. These two factors reinforce each other. Only someone from a notable background could behave this way. Moreover, he seems indifferent to material benefits, further supporting this theory. Furthermore, he doesn't appear rash or impulsive, eliminating the possibility of being reckless. Wouldn't cultivating good relations with him benefit our Wanbao Pavilion? Wilfred was enlightened and nodded. Miss speaks truly. When I confronted him earlier, I could sense his profound cultivation. Given that, could he really be a powerful cultivator? Lindsay smiled. Whether or not he is, he doesn't require spirit jade, and providing him with 2 meals daily will win us his favor. Why not? Wilfred was genuinely impressed. Miss has far-reaching vision. I truly admire you. Sigh, given the current situation, I have no choice but to seize every possible advantage. Zhongzhou, who knows what the future holds for our Wanbao Pavilion? 2 hours later, after recruiting enough personnel, the caravan set off toward the Spirit Beast Forest. Kimball estimated that the caravan's pace would make the journey half a day slower than if he traveled alone, which wasn't too concerning. The vast forest swallowed the caravan without a ripple. Kimball lay on the wagon, enjoying 2 free meals. Some in the caravan grumbled, wondering what use this man who did nothing but lie around might be to them. However, they merely whispered complaints, as 2 meals weren't an unreasonable burden. All members of the caravan were cultivators, so the convoy continued traveling even after nightfall. As Kimball lay in the wagon, he pondered Austin's invitation. What could be his true motive? Boom. A loud explosion echoed from afar, instantly putting the caravan on high alert. Lindsay lifted the curtain and considered for a moment before instructing, send a few people to investigate. Shortly after, Wilfred returned with news. Kimball, intrigued, casually approached the wagon. Miss, the stone bridge ahead over the river has collapsed. A few bodies were left behind. Did you identify the perpetrators? Wilfred shook his head. No, they were already gone when we arrived. What about the dead? We didn't examine them closely. Lindsay hesitated before instructing several guards. Let's go check it out. The group cautiously approached the stone bridge, with Kimball following curiously. Upon reaching the bridge, they found the large structure shattered mid-span, with several bloodied corpses carelessly strewn on the ground near them. Recognizing their attire, Kimball's eyes narrowed sharply. These people, they're all from the Beckett family, he muttered to himself, his mood growing serious. If this were true, he needed to thoroughly investigate their cause of death. The Beckett family, a top-tier power in Donghua, would not easily tolerate such aggression. Few forces could bear the consequences of provoking them. More importantly, if this was a targeted attack on the Beckett family, there might be a larger conspiracy hidden behind it. ####Chapter 132. Awakening of the Dark Knight Conspiracy. Destiny and her companions inspected the bodies and discovered the Beckett family emblem on their clothing. Her expression instantly turned serious. Even daring to attack people from the Beckett family, this is something far beyond our reach. Do not disturb the scene. We'll take a detour. After giving orders, Destiny instructed a guard, hurry back to the city and inform the Beckett family secrets. By nightfall, after 2 days of travel, the caravan finally stopped to rest. The guards were arranged to stand watch. Initially, Destiny didn't intend to involve Kimball, but at his insistence, she included him in the night patrol. Leaning against a tree, Kimball held a bottle of fruit wine brewed from spirit fruits. After taking a small sip, he couldn't help but sigh. What was Dorian's real intention in inviting him? Until he figured that out, he felt like a sword hung over his head, ready to fall at any moment. He wondered where the Beckett family and his future would go once the origin wall was completely gone. Crack. A sudden sound from the forest immediately snapped Kimball back to attention. He frowned, looking into the darkness, and cautiously moved towards the source of the noise. Before long, he hid behind a tree, observing a group of black-clothed figures gathering nearby. They seemed secretive, with sentries posted around them, discussing something important. Kimball approached cautiously, trying to hear their conversation. Suddenly, a voice bellowed from among the black-clothed figures. "Who's there? Come out." Startled, Kimball wasn't sure if they had detected him. He tried to conceal his presence, hoping to blend in unnoticed. That way, seeing them charging towards him, Kimball cursed silently and decided there was no point hiding anymore. He stepped out from behind the tree. "Who are you? What are you doing around our caravan?" He kept his guard up, trying to probe their intentions. "Caravan?" the leader of the black-clothed figures asked, puzzled. Someone whispered into his ear, clarifying the situation. "Ha, so it's the people from the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. You've run into misfortune," the leader sneered. "Kill them and clean up the bodies." Kimball's brow furrowed. It seemed these black-clothed figures weren't after wealth or silence. They might be the ones responsible for the Beckett family massacre. "Kid, reincarnate well next time," one of the black-clothed men said as two of them approached, cracking their necks. Others blocked any escape routes. Kimball took a deep breath. Today wasn't going to end peacefully. As they closed within 10 steps, one black-clothed figure suddenly lunged forward, slashing with a green blade aura that flashed toward Kimball. Like a stunned deer, Kimball stood motionless. Just as the attacker thought he'd strike a fatal blow, clang, a sharp metallic sound echoed as the green blade aura struck Kimball's body, dispersing into spiritual energy without even scratching him. This. The black-clothed man stared wide-eyed, bewildered. That was his full-force attack. Yet this person withstood it purely with his body? Kimball's face remained calm, but a wave of killing intent emanated from him. He noticed something crucial. The attacker's technique bore resemblance to the Qingjiao strength of the Dying Dynasty. Were these people sent by the Dying Dynasty? Deciding not to hold back, Kimball leaped into action. A golden glow burst forth as he surged into the crowd. His formidable physique turned every part of him into a weapon, easily overpowering the cultivators at the Soul Formation and Spirit Mansion realms. The leader of the black-clothed figures looked grim. He recognized the signs, an opponent who had cultivated the indestructible golden body. He had heard of such geniuses from the donghua region, but how could he stumble upon one so randomly? However, Kimball gave him no time to ponder. None of the 40-plus black-clothed figures could last even a single move against him. Their attacks were harmless, while his strikes left marks of death. "Aya!" Screams filled the air. Startled, the leader regained his senses to see most of his men dead, with only 4 or 5 fleeing for their lives. Kimball pursued them like a relentless specter. Escape. Escape quickly. The leader unleashed his full strength, ignoring the potential alert to spiritual beasts or others. His inner chi roared like a dragon, transforming him into a streak of green light. But after escaping a few miles, a powerful wind rushed from behind, signaling an imminent and deadly threat. Forced to stop, he turned back to confront it. Chapter 133. Unveiling the leader of the black-clothed men's memories. Golden light rushed forward, slamming fiercely into the leader of the black-clothed men's chest at such speed that there was no time to blink. Snap. An overwhelming force erupted like a volcano, entirely engulfing the leader of the black-clothed men. He fell abruptly like a bird with broken wings. Bang. A muffled sound echoed as the ground was pounded into a large crater. The leader lay inside the pit, blood seeping through his face mask and making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Kimball landed beside him, pulling him out of the crater. "So, are you people from the dying Imperial Dynasty?" Cough, cough. The black-clothed man kept coughing but could not utter a word after a long while. Kimball frowned and fed him a pill to sustain his life. At this moment, the caravan members, hearing the noise of the battle, hurried over. The gruesome scene made the guards pale. The bodies were twisted in bizarre ways, as if trampled by wild beasts. Destiny, frowning, glanced at Kimball who seemed to be interrogating someone with his back turned. Then she walked a few steps closer and said, "Young Autry, who are these people?" Doug was the pseudonym he had concocted to conceal his identity. Kimball turned his head to look at her, the coldness in his eyes causing Destiny to shiver involuntarily. Instantly, she became more attentive towards this young Autry. Even though she might not match the top talents of the Eastern continent, being at the peak of the Lingfu realm and nearing the Dongtian realm, she was undoubtedly considered a genius among her peers. But Kimball's one glance gave her a chilling sense of being targeted by a ferocious beast. "This person is definitely extraordinary. This matter has nothing to do with you," Kimball responded, turning back to continue scrutinizing the leader of the black-clothed men. "I'm asking you again, speak or stay silent. I hope you don't make me angry, otherwise your fate will not be pleasant." Heh. The The leader of the black-clothed men laughed weakly, filled with ridicule. You, what are you? Do you deserve my answer? Spit. A mouthful of bloody froth flew past Kimball's head, instantly darkening his expression. Insolent fool, do you know who you're talking to? Kimball scolded fiercely and dragged the man by the neck to his side. Crack. His lower leg shattered completely, the intense pain making his eyeballs almost bulge out, veins filled with blood. Gasp. Ugh. He drew deep breaths but didn't cry out. Kimball looked at him expressionlessly, mercilessly stomping on the other leg. Another crisp sound resounded as both legs of the black-clothed leader snapped. But this man's willpower was incredibly strong. He neither begged for mercy nor spoke. Kimball tortured him further, yet the black-clothed leader stubbornly refused to speak. Seeing that continued torture would yield nothing, Kimball felt a surge of anger. Knowing there must be a conspiracy targeting the Beckett family behind these men, and unable to extract information frustrated him deeply. Kill me, kill me. I won't say anything. You'll join me soon enough? The black-clothed leader shouted hoarsely, pleading for a swift death. Kimball frowned, momentarily at a loss. Autry, I can help you. Destiny's voice suddenly sounded, surprising Kimball. You? Destiny nodded with a gentle smile. Beckett's. If I'm not mistaken, Master wants to get some information from him, right? Kimball did not intend to hide anything from her. She was smart, knowing what to say, and what to keep secret. Beckett's, this man does indeed have some information I want. Do you remember those who died at Stonebridge? Beckett's, they were members of the Beckett family. I come from the Beckett family, and these people should be the murderers. I want to learn the truth from him. Destiny was shocked. She had already guessed this young man came from a significant background, possibly a major power, but never imagined he hailed from the Beckett family. In this case, her decision to befriend him earlier had been wise. Though the Beckett family was also a supporter of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, their relationship was more affiliative. If she could establish direct contact with the higher echelons of the Beckett family, it would benefit the 10,000 Treasure family, and I'll know. Destiny carefully stowed away the jade pendant, nodding seriously. Master, rest assured, Ling Xue will not cause you trouble. Heh, you're a clever one. That gives me peace of mind. Kimball chuckled and pointed to the nearly expired black-clothed leader. Hurry up, he's fading fast. All right. Destiny approached the leader leaning against a tree, hands forming seals, and gradually conjuring a peculiar spirit before her. It resembled a small ape with a bird's beak and sheep horns, its pitch-black eyes seemingly absorbing all light. Soul chime. Extract his memories. On Destiny's command, the little creature lunged at the black-clothed leader, its translucent green body disappearing into his skull. Chapter 134. The Alliance of the Beckett Family's Young Master. In an instant, the leader of the black-cloaked men began to emit a heart-wrenching howl, his voice inhuman. Beckett-chan gazed expressionlessly at the faint green shadow hovering over the man's head, waiting silently for the outcome. Moments later, the black-cloaked leader on the ground rolled his eyes upward, clearly beyond saving. Sweat beaded on Destiny's forehead as she waved her hand, and a soul chi emerged from her head. Is it ready? Beckett's. Young Master Beckett can extend his hand into the mouth of the soul chi to access this person's memories. Kimball nodded and extended his left hand toward the floating soul chi. The small creature held his wrist with both hands, its mouth opening disproportionately wide to engulf his hand. Closing his eyes, countless images flashed before him. This man was an elder of a subordinate force of the Great Qin Dynasty, sent to East Continent due to the source wall fracture. The black-cloaked men were disciples of his sect. A few days ago, he received a mission from higher-ups to collaborate with a mysterious individual to kill scattered members of the Beckett family. When the scene reached this point, Kimball's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the one dealing with the Great Qin Dynasty was Nate. He provided the Great Qin Dynasty with the locations of various Beckett family strongholds and handed over some item to them, though the black-cloaked man's rank wasn't high enough to see clearly what it was. After a moment, the soul chi released his hand, and Kimball opened his eyes, his face flushed with anger. Seeing his state, Destiny gently asked, Young Master Beckett, have you found the culprit? I have. Destiny observed his grim demeanor and asked, Miss Wan, is there any way to trace these people's whereabouts based on the memory? Beckett's, but I need to know exactly who they are. Very well. You watch the images. The person we need to track is the Beckett family's heir, Nate. What? Destiny was taken aback, struggling to believe. Young Master Beckett, do you mean to say that Lloyd is behind all this? Indeed, it's this traitor. I can't believe the Beckett family treated him so well, yet he conspired with the Great Qin Dynasty. Looking at the infuriated Kimball, Destiny expressed concern. Young Master Beckett, please don't misunderstand my intentions. However, Nate is one of East Continent's top geniuses and holds a significant position within the Beckett family. If you act rashly, you might alert him, and he could eliminate everyone involved. For safety, why don't you notify your family first and plan accordingly? Haha, eliminating everyone involved? Kimball chuckled coldly. What is he compared to me? Let him try to kill me if he dares. Destiny paused, realizing only after a few breaths. You are the Beckett family's young master, Kimball? Kimball nodded. Seeing her surprised look, Beckett's, it's me. To conceal my identity, I misled Miss One earlier. I hope you will forgive me. That's quite all right. Destiny suppressed her shock, smiling and waving her hand. As young Master Beckett, hiding your identity is reasonable. With you handling this, there's no need to worry about Nate. Recently, Kimball's reputation had surpassed many East Continent geniuses, including those who showed him respect. Given his status as the Beckett family's young master, he had nothing to fear from Nate's potential desperation. Almost instantly, Destiny made up her mind to fully assist Kimball. Please wait a moment, young Master Beckett. I'll use a secret technique to find Nate's whereabouts. She closed her eyes, extending her hand into the soul chi's mouth. After a while, Destiny suddenly opened her eyes, biting her tongue and spitting out a stream of clear blood, simultaneously summoning two towering wolf-like shadows in the air. Her essence blood split into two parts, each fusing with the wolf shadows. As silent howls resounded, the wolf shadows became more solid, their gazes directed towards a specific point deep in the forest. Destiny's complexion paled slightly, but she smiled warmly. Young Master Beckett, we've located Nate. Kimball didn't respond immediately but studied her carefully before asking, Miss Wan, we're strangers. Even if I am the Beckett family's young master, you don't need to go to such lengths, do you? Destiny remained composed and answered calmly. Young Master Beckett understands that since the Central Continent forces entered East Continent, our smaller factions' lives have become increasingly difficult. Although the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is affiliated with the Beckett family, it's too distant to receive timely support. Under the pressure of those who surrendered to the Central Continent, our situation has deteriorated. Therefore, the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion needs a powerful backer, one who can change this situation. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. Miss Wan, I'm just a crippled body unable to cultivate. Do you really trust me so much? A flash of insight passed through Destiny's eyes. You jest, young master. Although I have limited skills, I consider my judgment reliable. As the Beckett family's young master, you're no ordinary person. Moreover, defeating Kipping in public already proves cultivation isn't everything for you. Even Central Continent geniuses show respect towards you. I doubt it's merely because of your Beckett family title. Haha. Kimball laughed a few times, admiring her wisdom. Miss Wan indeed has exceptional insight, truly commendable. Since you're willing to help, I won't hold back. Upon returning home, I'll ensure the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion receives more attention and support from my family. Destiny was visibly relieved by his assurance. In that case, thank you, young Master Beckett. Kimball nodded. All right, now that we've located Nate, let's part ways. He turned to leave. Wait, young master. Destiny called out quickly. More things to discuss? Kimball felt a bit puzzled. This woman wasn't unintelligent, did she want more? Young Master Beckett, this spirit beast forest is vast. Searching alone may pose challenges. Hashtag chapter 135. A peril-filled mine cave. Your meaning is... Destiny smiled and said, judging by the direction that the wolf soul has locked onto Nate, it's roughly aligned with our caravan's objective this time. Young master, if you don't mind, why don't we cooperate? With more manpower, our caravan can help manage various trivial matters for you, making the search for Nate much easier. Seeing Kimball deep in thought, she added while pressing her advantage, the closer the wolf soul gets to its target, the more accurate its tracking will be. If we work together, you won't waste any effort. What do you think? Kimball considered her words and found them reasonable. After all, the wolf soul only provided a general direction, and relying solely on himself might delay reaching the secret realm. Since Destiny had this skill for tracking, cooperating with her wasn't out of the question. Alright, I agree. Thank you, young master. Rest assured, our goal in entering the spirit beast forest is a magical ape deep within. It won't interfere with your affairs. Destiny explained with a broad smile, feeling quite pleased. With Kimball as a powerful ally, the future prospects for the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion would change significantly. Moreover, since he was the young master of the Beckett family, their attention alone would be the best outcome for the pavilion. After deciding, they returned to the caravan, claimed, and the faces of the caravan members lit up with joy. Beckett's, this is exactly what we're looking for. Destiny said excitedly, urging everyone to accelerate. The magical ape's roars echoed through the forest, seemingly enraged as it ravaged the surrounding area. When they arrived, the place where the magical ape stood was almost completely destroyed. Facing the roaring ape was a black-robed figure, desperately dodging attacks. Kimball's eyes narrowed, and his face flushed with anger. Nate, that bastard really is here. Just as he was about to act, Destiny grabbed him and whispered in his ear, young Master Beckett, hold your temper. Nate has been tangling with the magical ape for so long. He must have some ulterior motive. Let's not rush, and instead let them wear each other down. She then pointed to a nearby cliff wall and continued, that is the magical ape's den. Let's take advantage of their struggle and claim the reward first. Kimball glanced at Nate floating midair, battling the magical ape, and after a moment's thought, agreed. Nate did have some strength, and waiting until he was weakened before attacking would be beneficial. There was no need to rush. Destiny instructed the caravan members to hide and silently moved toward the large cave in the cliff with Kimball. Upon reaching the entrance, a foul stench hit them. Kimball frowned and hurriedly blocked his sense of smell. Remaining in... Luckily, I'm prepared. I just need to use these mandala incenses. Why young Master Beckett? Destiny stared in horror as Kimball charged headlong toward the younglings. Regret flooded her mind. She should have come alone. The young master of the Beckett family was incredibly reckless. These weren't just any creatures. They were magical ape younglings. Their incredible strength could reduce a Dongtanjing practitioner to mush, let alone 4 of them. Edit. These weren't just any creatures. They were infant magical apes. Their incredible strength could turn a Dongtian realm practitioner into pulp. Dealing with 4 of them was unimaginable. Note, Dongtian realm seems to be a specific cultivation realm term that might not have a direct English equivalent. For better context and fluency, it should either be fully translated if an equivalent exists or kept as is with proper capitalization. Final edited version. These weren't just any creatures. They were infant magical apes. Their incredible strength could turn a cave heaven realm practitioner into pulp. Dealing with 4 of them was unimaginable. Kimball's eyes flashed dangerously as he leaped into the air and kicked forcefully at one of the younglings' heads. His small frame and lack of leaking aura initially went unnoticed by the 4 younglings. But as Kimball attacked, the targeted youngling sensed impending danger. Grr. It turned just in time, but its reaction was too slow. Chapter 136, An Ally in Adversity. Bang. The powerful strike landed squarely on the back of the young demon ape's head. Its towering 5 to 6 meter frame was sent hurtling forward by the kick. Snap. A bone-chilling sound of shattering bones echoed as the fallen demon ape let out pitiful cries. The other 3 young demon apes finally reacted, their rock-like fists crashing down toward Kimball. Despite their massive size, they were surprisingly fast. Watching Kimball about to be hit, Destiny's heart leaped into her throat. One hit would turn him into minced meat for sure. Undeterred, Kimball took a deep breath and swung his fist. A golden light radiated from his body. Boom. Disproportionate fists collided with a force that shook the earth. Staggering backward a few steps due to the shockwave, the demon ape looked puzzled. How could such a small creature have so much strength? Kimball exhaled and, before the other two demon apes could catch up, he flashed forward, appearing before the dazed young demon ape as if by teleportation. With all his might, he punched right at its nose. Smash. Noses are fragile even for demon apes. This punch split its grayish-black nose open, spewing blood and causing intense pain, making it howl in agony. Without pausing, Kimball lunged forward, dodging the huge fists behind him and kicked another demon ape while using the recoil to turn around and collide thunderously with yet another one. Destiny watched in stunned amazement. She had heard that the young master of the Beckett family was physically formidable, but never this much. These were demon apes after all. Even as younglings, their physiques were comparable to those of Dongtian realm experts, covered in a hard armor formed by mineral residues. Without sufficient attack power, not even the outer layer could be breached. Beckett here, Kimball had almost completely dominated the four demon apes, leaving them little chance to retaliate. While she was still in shock, the battle between Kimball and the demon apes was nearly over. The last young demon ape lay half dead, its chest mangled by Kimball's relentless barrage of punches. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Kimball turned to Destiny and said, Miss Wan, absorb it quickly. We don't want the adult demon ape to return. Oh right, what did you tell me just now? Nothing. Destiny glanced deeply at Kimball, suddenly feeling very confident about her decision to cooperate with him. Anyone who could strengthen their body to such an extent must have a stable mindset. Otherwise, they couldn't endure the torture and pain. Approaching the demon ape, Destiny extended her hand, and a huge emerald green rat materialized behind her. Compared to previous beast spirits, this rat had notably more lively eyes, showing hints of age and wisdom. Kimball understood this should be the treasure hunting technique passed down by the Wan family. Once spirits heed my call, devour the heavens and earth, gather. The giant rat opened its mouth, enveloping the half-dead demon ape in a dense green light. Seeming to sense danger, the demon ape struggled feebly but lacked the strength to resist the compelling green light. Floating mid-air, the demon ape shrank rapidly and was eventually swallowed whole by the rat. Burp. The rat seemed relieved, closing its eyes lazily, its belly slowly digesting the demon ape. Meanwhile, star-like points of light emanated from its body, floating onto Destiny. Destiny grimaced tightly. Enhancing her physical form was painful. Kimball checked on her, and seeing no issues, he walked towards another cave entrance that shimmered with light, seemingly hiding some treasure. Moments later, Destiny opened her eyes, her body drenched in sweat. Despite the arduous process, the immense power coursing through her body made her smile contentedly. Finding the demon apes proved unexpectedly smooth thanks to Kimball's help, requiring minimal effort on her part. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Destiny immediately became alert. A figure in black robes slowly entered the cave. Seeing the scene inside, without breaking skin, Nate's gaze hardened with murderous intent. Kimball, why are you here? Chapter 137. Unveiling the Truth. Huh, do I need to tell you where I am? Kimball sneered coldly without turning his head. Back up. Don't get hurt later. Understood. Destiny obediently replied, and retreated to a safer distance behind Kimball. Nate, you know she's from the Wambao Pavilion, don't you? Facing Kimball's accusation, Nate was unperturbed. So what if she is? The Wambao Pavilion is nothing but a lapdog for the Beckett family. As the divine son of the Beckett family, how dare she snatch opportunities from me? Isn't that a case of the dog biting its master? As for you, as the young master of the Beckett family, not only do you fail to help your own people, but you even shelter this wicked servant. Are you trying to misuse public office for personal revenge? Trash. What makes you think you're worthy enough for me to misuse public office against you? Kimball cursed bluntly, filled with contempt. The Wambao Pavilion and the Beckett family are merely partners. Beckett, you treat them like servants, tarnishing our Beckett family's reputation. Do you think you amount to anything without the Beckett family? Ding 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 ding. Nate burst into laughter suddenly, his voice shrill and grating, his eyes glowing red intensely. Without the Beckett family, what do I amount to? You have no right to ask me that. Do you realize how much you owe to having good parents? My cultivation and divine son position came at great cost, after untold hardships. But what about you? An unqualified body unable to cultivate. What gives you the right to marry Phyllis or be the future young master of the Beckett family? Right? Why would the prestigious young master of the Beckett family come to such an out-of-the-way place, defending that lowly woman? Could it be? Nate smirked with extreme disdain. Is this woman your mistress? Otherwise, why go so far to protect her? TSK Kimball, who would have thought you'd be so promiscuous? Poor Phyllis, if only she had married me. At least then. Get lost. Kimball erupted in anger, sparing no dignity for Nate. You traitor. What nerve do you have to question me here? Don't tell me you have no idea why I'm here. How did those Beckett family disciples die at Stonebridge? How did the black-robed men find their location? Do you still have the nerve to question me after all your underhanded deeds? You're still putting on airs. Don't you feel ashamed asking me why I'm here? I'm investigating the deaths of Beckett family disciples. Nate, the Beckett family has been kind to you. Why betray them and collude with the Qin Empire? Nate's expression changed drastically, visibly shaken. He hadn't expected Kimball to already know this. This wasn't good for his plans. What? No defense? Too ashamed to speak? The Beckett family expended resources to raise someone like you, a real ingrate. This enraged Nate, twisting his face in fury, glaring fiercely at Kimball. Shut up. What right do you have to accuse me? As a divine son, I've brought glory to the Beckett family many times. But you? What have you done? Just because you're the clan leader's son, despite being an unqualified body, you became the young master and married a 9 Meridian spirit body. Kindness from the Beckett family? Huh. You just got lucky with a strong physique, and they started favoring you with resources, pushing aside me, their divine son. What about my contributions to the Beckett family? No one cares about that. Why shouldn't I seek my own path when the Beckett family treats me so unjustly? Anyone can judge me except you, Kimball. Nate's fury grew, emitting a murderous aura, crimson spiritual energy surging around him, revealing his agitated state. Huh. Kimball chuckled, unexpectedly calm. Typical excuse-making for failure. Before my battle with Cyrus, I never enjoyed the treatment you got. Decades of cultivation, only to let the top talent of Eastern Beckett family be reduced to a shadow of himself by Chin Woody? These words cut deep into Nate's pride, a wound he couldn't accept. Kimball, you want to die. Roaring in rage, Nate's aura soared, his crimson spiritual energy almost forming a storm, sweeping everything in its wake. This devastating momentum made destiny tremble, quickly retreating further. Not only was Kimball fearless, but he looked even more disdainful. Ha! Resorting to dark arts. Can't even guard your Dao heart. Are you not a complete failure? Die. This triggered Nate's rage completely. He screamed, and the crimson spiritual energy formed a ferocious dragon. Its oppressive presence almost tangible, making Destiny feel compelled to kneel in submission. She barely resisted it. This is the power of a top talent, she wondered, also worrying about Kimball. Not knowing your limits, Kimball mocked, yet his actions were swift. A boom resounded from within him, golden light enveloping his entire body, revealing his perfect immortal golden body. Prison desolation finger. Countless golden rays converged at his fingertip, pure blood energy making the void seem to buckle. Suddenly, the two forces clashed. Kimball ignored the cutting spiritual energy around him, pointing at the dragon's forehead. Crack. Nate's expression froze. Watching this, Master Beckett. Destiny replied demurely, her attitude much more gentle and obedient than before. After witnessing the internal conflict between two geniuses of the Beckett family, she finally understood the extent of their gap in strength. Someone like Nate, who could instantly kill her with one move, could only stand against Kimball for a moment. It was unimaginable just how terrifying the geniuses of Zhongzhou were who could stand equal to Kimball. After taking Nate out of the cave, they found a relatively secluded forest nearby. Bang! Kimball threw Nate onto the ground, causing him immense pain and contorting his face. Speak up. What exactly did you plan to do by aligning with the Great Qin Dynasty? Kimball squatted down and coldly interrogated him. Nate remained silent, his eyes glaring at Kimball like a hungry wolf, his hatred almost tangible. Haha, still got the nerve to look at me like that? Kimball sneered a few times, suddenly slapping him across the face. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Intense humiliation flushed Nate's face red, his eyes bloodshot. Kill me. If you dare, kill me. He roared and struggled, but Kimball held him down firmly on the ground. Kill you? I assure you, I will definitely kill you. But first, tell me why you colluded with the Great Qin Dynasty. What is your objective? Nate laughed hoarsely, madness and savagery evident on his face. Haha, your command. Our first target is the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Though not a major force, it controls several trade routes, providing endless resources and wealth to the Beckett family. Work with our people to suppress the pavilion, bringing them to the brink. Then, either bring them under the dynasty's control or obliterate them if they resist. Rest assured, should the Beckett family fall, with your contributions and talents, you will undoubtedly play an important role in the dynasty's expansion into Donghua. Resources and status will be at your disposal. Reading on, Kimball felt anger rising within him. Nate was truly a despicable ingrate. Having grown up in the Beckett family, regardless of the resources they invested in him later, just the upbringing alone deserved gratitude. Anyone with a conscience would never betray their own family like this. Beckett, he could commit such acts without a second thought. Slap. Enraged, Kimball couldn't help but slap him again, hard. You heartless bastard. Have you forgotten the grace of the elders who raised you? Blood trickled from Nate's mouth. Now devoid of any pretense, his eyes burned with madness and hatred. Grace? If they really cared for me, this position as the heir should have been mine. Why? Why do you receive so much attention? Why did you marry Tanya? All because of you. Everything is because of you. Hearing his frenzied rant, Kimball fell silent for a moment, his eyes turning cold. In the past, I thought our conflicts were merely personal disputes. If you had focused on cultivation, I wouldn't have minded. But I didn't expect you to take this path. Since you've betrayed the Beckett family, I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, Kimball gathered a beam of golden light on his fingertip and lightly tapped Nate's forehead. In his final moments, a glint of regret and fear flashed through Nate's eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. Plop. A soft sound followed by a bloody hole in Nate's forehead. His breath ceased instantly. Kimball withdrew his hand, sighing deeply. All the resources spent nurturing a family prodigy ended in this tragic way. Truly ironic. Destiny stepped forward gently, saying, Master Beckett, there's no need to be too upset. People's hearts are hidden, and no one can know what another truly thinks. Kimball nodded, pausing for a moment before smiling loosely. You're right. I overthought it. With that, he carefully stored the letter, then drew a golden spiritual fire to burn Nate's corpse completely. Roar. A deafening roar echoed, shaking their ears. Kimball's face changed drastically as he turned to see the massive magic ape, smashing through the mountain wall, angrily destroying everything around it. Hurry, let's go. We killed its offspring. Our bodies must have its scent. We can't be caught. Just as he finished speaking, the giant ape sniffed the air, fixing its savage felt a wave of relief. If there had been no way to conceal their presence, this demon ape might have continued pursuing them indefinitely. He certainly didn't have the endurance to outlast a beast. Once the danger was gone, the two of them slowed down a bit. Soon, they returned to where the caravan members were hiding. Seeing Destiny return safely, Wilfred hurried over. Miss, did you obtain the item? Destiny nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Uncle Sue. With Master Beckett's help, everything went smoothly. Wilfred glanced at Kimball in surprise, not expecting the young man to actually possess some capability. After a brief rest, Destiny took out a paper carriage from her storage ring and infused it with spirit energy, transforming it into a real carriage. Master Beckett, please get into the carriage for rest, she invited. This time, Kimball did not refuse. He had received the Dragon Soul Essence pill as a reward from the system and intended to use the travel time to advance himself. Thank you, Miss Wan. Agreeing, he quickly entered the carriage. The caravan set off, and Wilfred approached Destiny's carriage, gently tapping on the window. Miss? Uncle Sue. Destiny lifted the curtain, inviting him to speak inside the carriage. Sitting beside her, Wilfred whispered, Miss, who exactly is that young man? Why do you treat him with such respect? He is the young lord of the Beckett family, Kimball. What? Wilfred was astonished, never imagining that the young man they met by chance was of such status. Being the most loyal confidant of the Wan family, Destiny saw no reason to hide the truth. Beckett's, I was also very surprised when I first learned of his identity. A person like him, traveling alone? After Wilfred's initial shock, he furrowed his brows in concern. Miss, there's something I wonder if I should say. Uncle Sue, you can speak freely. We are family. There's no need for formality. Wilfred hesitated for a moment before whispering worriedly, Miss, our current situation at the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is very precarious. Various factions in Zhongzhou are constantly pressuring us to pledge allegiance. Bringing back the young lord of the Beckett family now could be seen as taking a stance. Is this really wise? Destiny chuckled softly and responded calmly, Uncle Sue, what do you think of those factions in Zhongzhou? They have very lofty ambitions and likely harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, Uncle Sue. To me, those many factions in Zhongzhou all have one goal, to dominate Dongzhou. As locals, we have already faced significant pressure even before the origin barrier has fully opened. Imagine what will happen when their experts can cross through, when they feel confident enough. What fate awaits our forces in Dongzhou then? Wilfred frowned but remained silent as Destiny continued. At that time, forget about a small entity like the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion. Even first-rate powers may be oppressed or destroyed. We have only two choices. One is to submit to Zhongzhou, serve them, and live a life of humiliation without guaranteed results. The other is to align ourselves with the Beckett family, the only force capable of resisting Zhongzhou. I believe the second path is our best option. First, the Beckett family has stood strong in Dongzhou for many years, and we understand their ways well. Besides, the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion is already an affiliate of the Beckett family, so supporting them is both reasonable and just. Finally, lending a hand during difficult times leaves a far deeper impression than simply offering assistance when things are going well. By showing our loyalty now, the Beckett family, whether to gain support or genuinely welcome us, must publicly ensure our safety. Otherwise, any trouble at the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion would severely damage the Beckett family's reputation, making it harder for them to unite the forces of Dongzhou against Zhongzhou. Wilfred listened carefully and was soon thoroughly convinced. Forgive me, Mississippi. I was merely concerned. Since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Haha, Uncle Sue, you're joking. At a time like this, it's a gamble. Alas, these are troubled times. Inside the carriage, Kimball sat cross-legged with closed eyes. The effects of the Dragon Soul Essence pill spread throughout his body, urging his blood and chi to surge wildly. 4 top-tier martial arts techniques, Immortal Body of Unextinguishable Gold, Green Flood Dragon Divine Body, 10,000 Images Robbery Body, and Divine Elephant Barbaric Might, were running simultaneously. If he hadn't restrained them, extraordinary phenomena would have erupted around him. Though these techniques were powerful, they also caused Kimball some distress. Studying too many varied skills meant that eventually, he would have to make choices, which might impact his progress and speed. However, each of these 4 supreme techniques had unique advantages, and he wasn't ready to give up on any of them. Amidst his musings, Kimball noticed a peculiar phenomenon. When he practiced the Divine Elephant Barbaric Might, its chi seemed to subtly merge with the Green Flood Dragon Divine Body. Similarly, the 10,000 Images Robbery Body and Immortal Body of Unextinguishable Gold showed signs of fusion. These techniques, rooted in the Great Wasteland Sutra, were slowly merging despite occasional internal struggles. The power of the Dragon Soul Essence pill acted as a catalyst, causing these originally independent forces to develop common characteristics and start fusing together. Kimball felt an intense excitement. If he could integrate these 4 supreme body cultivation techniques, he would embark on a new and unprecedented path of body cultivation. Perhaps, he might even surpass his predecessors? Immediately, he focused all his attention on achieving this integration. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about discarding any technique. Each had unique advantages he greatly admired. As time passed, the effects of the Dragon Soul Essence pill reached their peak, and the 4 techniques increasingly exhibited tendencies of pairing off, becoming more and more integrated. Chapter 140. Wan Family of Lingyun City. Gradually, Kimball's aura began to change, a mysterious sensation fermenting within him. After a long while, Kimball opened his eyes, a flash of green golden light briefly shining in them. The 4 cultivation techniques had fused harmoniously. The Azure Dragon Holy Body and Divine Elephant Primal Strength merged into a brand new physique. This new physique combined the durability and recovery of both with the pinnacle strength, allowing him to possess all these advantages without needing to choose one for each battle. In previous battles, he had to weigh the pros and cons based on the situation and activate only one of the techniques. Now, he no longer needed to worry about that. The fusion between the Myriad Image Robust Body and the Imperishable Golden Body also went well, strengthening his constitution even further. These young people are truly terrifying. Now, he no longer doubted Destiny's trust in Kimball. A quarter of an hour later, the forest surrounding the caravan suddenly thinned out, and bustling human voices filled the air. Kimball lifted the curtain and looked ahead. A city was built right next to the spirit beast forest, likely to facilitate those entering the forest to seek treasures. In front of the city were numerous stalls, much like a common marketplace. Hawkers' shouts mixed with quarreling voices, creating a lively scene. Upon seeing such a large caravan emerge, many stall owners perked up, intending to strike deals, whether purchasing or selling. A large caravan like this must be wealthy, making it profitable for them. But when they saw the symbol of the 10,000 treasure pavilion on the carriages, their enthusiasm quickly diminished. This was one of the top forces in Lingyun City. They had no need to trade with small vendors. Entering the city, the members of the 10,000 treasure pavilion caravan were given priority passage, with many greeting Wilfred, who was riding a spirit beast. Wilfred responded cheerfully to everyone. Seeing this, Kimball felt that the 10,000 treasure pavilion indeed had a good reputation here. Isn't this a member of the Beckett family? Is it really appropriate for him to enter our Wan residence? You shouldn't forget, the current state in Zhongzhou? Shut up. The old patriarch snapped, silencing the speaker instantly. Kimball's gaze flickered. It seemed that even the Wan family was under pressure from Zhongzhou, causing some disharmony. After the brief interruption, the old patriarch and Destiny invited him into the living room. Lord Beckett, I'll go change clothes first. Please excuse me. Kimball nodded with a smile. It's fine. Please do as you need to. After she left, the old patriarch said jovially, Lord Beckett, your journey must have been tiring. Here at the Wan residence, make yourself at home and don't feel restrained. This warm reception made Kimball feel slightly more comfortable. It seemed the old patriarch was a reasonable man. Just then, rapid footsteps echoed from outside. A little boy with a top knot rushed in excitedly. Brother Beckett? Brother Beckett? The boy's eyes lit up upon spotting Kimball, and he approached with admiration. Big brother, you're the young master of the Beckett family, right? Dayton, behave. The old patriarch reprimanded, then apologized. Forgive him, Lord Beckett. This is my grandson. Due to his talent, he's somewhat spoiled by the family. Kimball found the boy quite endearing and smiled. Dayton, I'm Kimball. What can I do for you? Chapter 141. The Wanjian Feast Drama. The little boy Dayton's face lit up with admiration as he waved his tiny fists excitedly, exclaiming, It's really big brother Kimball. That's great. Today I finally get to meet you. In the future, I want to be just like you and teach those Central Continent geniuses a lesson they'll never forget. Kimball chuckled and rubbed his little head. How do you know about me? Everyone in our spirit transport city has been talking about how you beat Elijahron from the Central Continent. They say you're the most talented person in the Eastern Continent, avenging all of us. Dayton, don't be impolite. Call him Uncle Beckett. The old pavilion master hurriedly reprimanded him and apologized to Kimball. My apologies, young master. Children can be unruly. Please do not hold it against him. Ha ha ha. Kimball laughed heartily and waved his hand. Little Dayton is too cute to blame. Juan Dayton raised his head proudly. Right, Uncle Beckett wouldn't blame me. Compared to you, Uncle Beckett, many in our family are too weak-willed, panicking at the mere mention of Central Continent forces. If only they could be as brave as you, they'd truly be heroes. Kimball burst out laughing again, reaching into his ring to pull out a bottle of potent pills, handing them over to Juan Dayton. Dayton, if you work hard on your cultivation, you'll surely achieve what you desire. Beckett's, thank you, Uncle Beckett. I will remember that. Juan Dayton nodded, determination filling his young face. Seeing their pleasant interaction, the old pavilion master was visibly pleased. Hee, Dayton, go play. I need to speak with your Uncle Beckett. Beckett's grandfather. Juan Dayton scampered off with the pills. This child lost his parents early. I've raised him myself, explained the old pavilion master. Kimball nodded. He's got potential, perhaps even Saint Realm in the future. With his cultivation focused on the body, Kimball had an acute sense for such matters, allowing him to accurately gauge one's talent. As they chatted, Lindsay returned dressed in an elegant light green gown, striking and dignified even to Kimball, who was used to beauty. Lindsay curtsied gracefully. Young Master Beckett, the family feast is ready. Please come this way. Haha, young Master Beckett. Today, we've prepared specialty dishes from Spirit Transport City especially for you. It would be a pity if you missed it. The old pavilion master stood up smiling, leading him with Lindsay to the banquet hall. Just as they left, Juan Dayton popped out unexpectedly. Lindsay caught him, whispering sternly, We have guests. Don't run around. Come with me to the banquet, and no unnecessary talking, understand? Juan Dayton grinned sheepishly. Got it, found, his smile fading. The speaker was the old man. Anyone who dared speak to him like that was likely from the Central Continent. Sure enough, the old pavilion master quickly introduced them. This is Cullen, heir to the Wanjian Chamber of Commerce from the Central Continent, and beside him is Director Song of the Chamber. Hee, old master, there's no need to introduce me to this unimportant person. My visit is solely for one matter. Have you decided on what we discussed before? Cullen's arrogance was palpable, completely disregarding Kimball. His gaze lingered on Lindsay, filled with blatant lust. Kimball's mind raced. The three major powers of the Central Continent, the Deng Imperial Dynasty, was currently searching for the murderer of the Crown Prince. The representative of the temple, Dorian, had offered a temporary alliance to the Beckett family. Tianji Pavilion remained mysterious and hadn't made any significant moves. Note, Karchin seems to be a mistranslation or typo in the original input. I have replaced it with Dorian, as per context inference. If this is incorrect, please provide more context or correct term for better accuracy. Thus, those active in the Eastern Continent were mostly second-tier Central Continent forces. Clearly, the Wanjian Chamber was one of these. Confused by their cryptic exchange, Kimball discreetly asked Lindsay, Wan miss, what's going on here? Lindsay sighed. He's the heir of the Wanjian Chamber. Previously, they set up a trap that heavily indebted our family. Now he's here to propose marriage. If you marry me, Miss Wan, Wanjian Pavilion's debts will be forgiven, and with our chamber's support, the Wanjian Chamber will thrive. With our chamber's backing, the Wan family can become top tier in the Eastern Continent. Many within the Wan family looked tempted, turning expectantly to Lindsay for her response. She took a deep breath, smiling politely. Master Tang speaks highly. I am but an ordinary woman. How could I possibly match a prodigy like you? Grateful for your regard, but I cannot reciprocate your intentions. Please forgive me. Cullen's expression turned cold. Humph. So Miss Wan intends to abandon her own family? Note. For clarity and smoothness, some sentences have been slightly restructured or condensed while keeping the original tone and style intact. Hashtag chapter 142. The turbulence at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Do you prefer to associate with such lowly people rather than marry someone who can help the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion out of its predicament? Kimball was speechless. This man's mouth seemed to be full of barbs rather than teeth. He hadn't wronged this person in any way, so why was he constantly targeting him? A flicker of displeasure flashed in Destiny's eyes. This man was arrogant. Voices urging her agreement kept sounding around her. These nominal relatives and friends cared nothing for her feelings or the future of the Wan family. They had gotten used to their luxurious lives and were only thinking about how to maintain it. Thinking of this, Destiny felt a deep sorrow. After all her efforts, what had she been striving for? Kimball couldn't stand it anymore. To date, the Wan family was still under the Beckett family's influence, and Destiny tended to support him. Therefore, he needed to protect her. Ha! You really have the nerve to say that. Running into someone's home and making things difficult for a woman. This is the caliber of geniuses from Central Region? Insolent. Cullen flared up in anger, glaring at Kimball sternly. What are you? Just a frog at the bottom of the well in East Region. What qualifications do you have to talk big here? Before Kimball could retort, Destiny spoke first. Mr. Tang, this guest is invited by me. I hope you can be more courteous. After a deep breath, she spoke firmly despite Cullen's grim expression. What Mr. Tang said is reasonable. I'm not unwilling to comply, but I have a request. Cullen's face lit up with joy and he responded confidently. Speak your request, Miss Wan. Anything is possible. Destiny nodded, her demeanor changing subtly. I became the leader of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion on my own merits. Regardless of don't worry, I'll spare your life. Kimball ignored him and spoke earnestly to Destiny. Miss Wan. This decision concerns your lifelong happiness. Please consider it carefully. Do not take it lightly. TSK. Miss Wan sees you as a savior, yet you keep dodging it. Is this the responsibility of a Beckett family young master? Cullen mocked disdainfully, believing he could easily defeat Kimball. He wanted Kimball to agree quickly. Then he continued, don't worry, I'm not like Driscoll, spouting nonsense. I'll stake a jade from my Tang family. If you win, it's yours. As he spoke, he unclasped a jade pendant from his waist, glowing with a rainbow hue, subtly emanating imperial aura. Carrying it allowed one to constantly feel this aura, benefiting greatly, making it a rare treasure. At this point, Destiny also spoke. Mr. Beckett, I've thought this through. You are the most talented person I've met. If even you can't match Mr. Tang, I can only accept my fate. Seeing her resolve, Kimball stopped hesitating. Fine, since Miss Wan has decided, I agree. Don't worry, as long as I'm against it, he will not achieve his goal today. Upon hearing this, Cullen sneered. Quite the bravado. Don't let the wind blow your tongue away. Kimball glanced calmly at him. Words mean nothing. True prowess comes from action. Seeing the sparring arrangement finalized, the old pavilion master hurriedly ordered the training ground cleared. Everyone gathered around Cullen and rushed towards the training field. Surprisingly, Kimball, the young master of the Beckett family, only had Destiny and Gaspard accompanying him. Chapter 143. A punch that shocked Central Region. Little Jonathan waved his small fist fiercely and said, Uncle Beckett, you must teach Cullen a lesson later. The handprint on his face had yet to fade, showing how close he was with Destiny. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. All right, Uncle promises you. Upon reaching the training ground, Destiny whispered, do your best, young master. Always prioritize protecting yourself. Of course, Kimball replied with a chuckle before leaping onto the training ground. Cullen stood there, fanning himself gracefully. The old pavilion owner acted as the referee since no one else dared. The sparring begins now. Cullen looked at Kimball calmly and said, if you have any sense, quickly show your abilities and concede. I don't have time for games. Is that so? Without further ado, Kimball slightly activated his imperishable golden body, disappearing in a flash and throwing a punch straight at Cullen's face. Just this speed? Before Kimball's attack could land, Cullen had already vanished. Identifying the direction from the sound, Kimball swung a leg without turning around. If this is all you've got, it's better if you concede now. Dodging several of Kimball's fierce attacks, Cullen's mocking voice continued. Kimball felt somewhat surprised. Indeed, as a talent of Central Continent, Cullen had solid cultivation. His agility alone qualified him as a top-notch genius just below figures like Axel. But this wasn't enough. Kimball maintained a calm expression, ignoring Cullen's mockery and retreating slightly. Seeing this, Cullen stopped too, folding his fan with a cold look. Since you won't admit defeat, don't blame me for not holding back. To appear magnanimous, he added, if you defeat me, I'll reduce half of the debt owed by House Wan and give you a celestial treasure. What do you say? Kimball was speechless. Celestial treasures were legendary artifacts that even the most powerful forces in Central Continent might not possess. Cullen was really bold to offer one. Enough talk, come on. Kimball unleashed the newly combined power of divine elephant primal strength and green dragon saint body, radiating faint green gold light from his skin. All right, I'll fulfill your wish for a quick defeat. Suddenly, the fan disappeared from his hand, replaced by dazzling golden light enveloping him. Wealth can move gods. All treasures return. A huge golden coin appeared behind Cullen, then merged into his body. This is my 10,000 territories Chamber of Commerce's treasure body technique. Let's see how our Tang family's body cultivation techniques fare. As the largest commerce guild in Central Continent, their techniques indeed had distinct characteristics. Beckett, Kimball's expression turned oddly. Was this guy out of his mind? Even Kip Win was slain by him. Why would he be confident in competing against him in this aspect? Facing the huge golden coin rushing at him, Kimball stepped forward, delivering a simple yet forceful punch glowing with green gold light. Given the disparity in power, everyone assumed Kimball was doomed. However, bang crack. At the moment of collision, the golden coin abruptly halted. Cullen's face changed as an overwhelming force surged from Kimball's seemingly ordinary punch. Before he could react, the golden coin exploded, Kimball's punch striking his chest directly. Crack. Cullen heard his own ribs breaking as he flew backward, crashing and rolling on the ground. Kimball slowly retracted his fist, stating emotionlessly, "You lost." Everyone stared in silence as the blood-covered Cullen struggled to his feet. One punch? Just one punch? Offering excellent defense comparable to the battle armor given by his father. As Cullen departed, the crowd gradually recovered. Many praised Kimball as Eastern Continent's foremost genius, but concerns and doubts prevailed. What are we going to do now? With Lord Tang angry, how will 10,000 Treasures Pavilion conduct business? Beckett's, we still owe substantial debts. Without Lord Tang's support, what shall we do? Will we have to sell everything and live on the streets? He's too arrogant. If I were older, I would give him a good beating. As he spoke, the palm prints on his face had yet to fade, showing how close he was with Lindsay. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. All right, Uncle promises you. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lindsay whispered softly, "Sir, do your best. Your safety comes first in everything." Heh, what I've promised, I, Kimball, will definitely fulfill. With those words, he leaped up onto the training ground. Cullen stood there, holding a folding fan, appearing very suave. The old hall master temporarily acted as the referee since no one else dared to. The sparring match begins. Cullen looked at Kimball and said indifferently, "If you have any sense, show your capabilities quickly. It's better for you to admit defeat early. This young master doesn't have time to play with you." Is that so? Kimball didn't say more. He slightly activated the imperishable golden body, and in a blink, his figure vanished from its original spot. His fist struck directly towards Cullen's face. Just this much speed? As soon as the voice rang out, Cullen had already disappeared. Kimball pinpointed the direction from the sound, and whipped out a leg without turning around. If that's all you can do, it's better for you to concede sooner rather than later. Dodging several of Kimball's ferocious attacks in succession, Cullen's mocking voice kept sounding. Kimball was somewhat astonished inside. Indeed, as a genius from Central Region, his cultivation foundation was impressive. Just the swift speed alone made him one of the top geniuses after figures like Sherman. However, it wasn't enough. Kimball's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to Cullen's taunts, and he retreated slightly. Seeing this, Cullen also stopped and put away his folding fan, his expression turning cold. "Since you refuse to concede, don't blame me for being impolite." To show his generosity, he added, "If you can defeat me, I can reduce half of the debt owed by the Wan family. Moreover, I'll give you a immortal treasure. What do you think?" Kimball couldn't help but be speechless. Immortal treasures existed only in legends. Even the top forces in Central Region might not possess them. He really dared to make such an offer. No nonsense, come on then. Kimball activated the new body technique fused from Divine Elephant Savage Power and Green Dragon Saint Body, causing a faint bluish golden light to emanate from his skin. Heh, since you seek a quick defeat, let me oblige. The golden coin shattered, and Kimball's punch hit straight into his chest. Crack. Cullen clearly heard the sound of his rib bones breaking before he involuntarily flew backward and tumbled on the ground. Kimball slowly withdrew his fist and said expressionlessly, "You lost." Everyone fell silent, watching Cullen struggle to get up from the ground, covered in dirt and coughing blood. One punch? Just one punch? This top-tier genius of Central Region was thoroughly defeated without resistance. Lindsay couldn't help but clench her fists, her face full of smiles. She had witnessed Kimball's battle with Nate before, understanding his strength to some extent, but she never imagined he could win so cleanly and decisively. Cullen stared at Kimball, his eyes filled with disbelief and rage. He finally understood why top-tier geniuses like Sherman treated Kimball with such respect. It wasn't just because of his identity. More importantly, Kimball possessed such strength. Seeing his expression, Kimball smiled and said, "What, are you still unsatisfied and want another round?" Cullen fell silent. He knew the gap between them was clear. Continuing would merely tarnish his reputation further. "I concede." With stiff words, he planned to leave. Hey, wait a minute. What about that spirit jade and the immortal treasure you mentioned? You're not going back on your word, are you? Hearing Kimball's call, Cullen's face twitched, turning to the stern-faced elder and saying, "Uncle Song. Master, that spirit jade. Give it to him." Cullen snarled, glaring menacingly at the Song's surnamed elder. Reluctantly, he threw the spirit jade to Kimball. With a flick of his hand, Cullen produced a gray glow, throwing it toward Kimball. Upon receiving it, Kimball found it to be a top-grade defensive spirit treasure. "Beckett, Changsheng, I will remember you." Saying this, Cullen turned and walked away from the Wan family compound. The Song surnamed elder glared at the Wan family members and Kimball before hurriedly following him. Kimball felt nothing about it, studying the spirit treasure briefly. It was a dusty little bell that, when activated, could envelop the user with excellent defensive capabilities, not inferior to the war armor given by his father. With Cullen's departure, the Wan family members finally came to their senses. Many praised Kimball enthusiastically, calling him the top genius of Eastern Region. But simultaneously, more voices of concern and worry arose. "Oh no, we've angered Master Tang. How can our Wan treasure hall do business in the future? Exactly, our family still owes significant debts. Without Master Tang's help, what are we to do? Sell off our property and wander the streets?" ###Chapter 144, Parting and a New Adventure. Voices of dissatisfaction continued to rise, with some even voicing complaints about Kimball for defeating Cullen. To them, Kimball's victory over Cullen was akin to severing any possibility of cooperation between the Wanjiang Guild and their family. For the Wan family, this represented an enormous loss. They had many external debts and were counting on Cullen to help clear them. But Kimball couldn't care less what these people thought. He acted primarily because he valued Destiny as a person. Listening to their incessant criticisms, however, did start to irritate him. Seeing Kimball's expression turning cold, the Don hurriedly stepped forward. Quiet down. Once the murmurs subsided, he said firmly, today, we must thank young Master Beckett for stepping in and helping the Wan family resolve a massive problem. Some of you are only thinking about your own interests, showing no regard for the future of the Wan family and the Wanjiang Guild. Truly despicable. The Don declared, I want it known that young Master Beckett's actions have greatly benefited the Wan family. Whoever dares to gossip behind his back will not be forgiven. Seeing the Don angered, those who had been grumbling fell silent immediately. Kimball observed this clearly and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although this was just an internal affair of the Wan family, the same situation could be extrapolated to the Beckett family and the entire donghua. When adversity doesn't directly affect someone, many like to exploit others for personal gain. Master Beckett, today has been troublesome. Your kindness won't be forgotten by me or the Wan family. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask, the Don said graciously. Kimball didn't make things difficult for him. It's all right. I intervened today because Miss Wan is my friend. It was my duty to help her. The Don sighed politely, knowing that Kimball's words made it clear he wasn't particularly interested in the Wan family beyond Destiny. This likely meant the Wan family wouldn't get much more help from the Beckett family in the future. Destiny approached, her face filled with genuine gratitude. Young Master Beckett, thank you so much for your help today. I will never forget your kindness. Kimball waved his hand dismissively. Miss Wan, there's no need for such formality. Friends help each other. Regardless, you've lifted my greatest burden. You will always be my benefactor. As they talked, Gaspard ran up to them, clinging to Kimball's leg with admiration in his eyes. Uncle Beckett, you're really amazing. You took down that bad guy with one move. One day, I'll be just like you. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. Good. If you train hard, you will surely become as strong as me. But Keta, the Don interrupted at the right moment. Link Snow, why don't you take young Master Beckett to rest? He's been through quite a journey and has helped us significantly. He must be very tired. Beckett's. Destiny nodded and gently said to Kimball, young Master Beckett, please follow me. Kimball had no objections. Compared to mingling with the Wans, he preferred solitude. Destiny arranged the best room for him and took great care of him. Half a day later, as night approached, Kimball opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath that dissipated into the air like a white dragon. His 4 cultivation techniques were merging seamlessly, and it wouldn't be long before 2 entirely new power systems would be formed, greatly enhancing his strength. Even against Eris, he would no longer be at a disadvantage. His next goal was twofold. Enter the secret realm to see what Eris was up to and whether there were benefits to be gained, and focus on promoting the fusion of his cultivation methods. Just as he was deep in thought, Destiny's voice came from outside the door. Young Master Beckett, have you finished your practice? Miss Wan, please come in. Destiny pushed the door open and entered, dressed in a vibrant red phoenix robe that left Kimball momentarily mesmerized. She usually dressed simply, but this sudden change in attire gave her a striking and different appearance. Young Master Beckett, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, I've just finished practicing. Miss Wan, please call me Kimball. Destiny didn't comment, instead looking serious. Sir, I have something important to tell you. Please go on. Destiny sighed, biting her lip in frustration. Young Dental. Kimball smiled, jokingly saying, if we do meet, I'll need your guidance, Miss Wan. Stop teasing, sir. Clearly, it should be me asking for your help. Destiny's flirtatious tone made Kimball momentarily lose focus. Ahem, well Miss Wan, I should leave now to avoid encountering anyone from the Tang family. Destiny nodded guiltily. I truly apologize, young Master Beckett. Let me escort you out. Hashtag chapter 145, trial before the secret realm. The two quietly slipped out the back door without alarming anyone. Upon stepping outside, they were surprised to see the old patriarch of the clan standing there, bowing deeply to Kimball. Brooke, this is too much. I can't accept such a grand gesture. The old patriarch sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow and regret as he looked at Destiny. Young Master Beckett, my clan has been thoroughly rotten to its core. Please forgive us for any wrongdoings. Only Ling Snow, that poor girl, will have to endure much hardship at home. If you ever get the chance, please take care of her. Whatever you need, I will do my best to assist you. Brooke, you're too kind. With those words, Kimball nodded respectfully to both of them and strode off into the night. Watching him disappear quickly into the darkness, the old patriarch remarked with a tinge of regret. It's a pity young Master Beckett is already married. If not, having someone like him as support would be good for Ling Snow. Flash, what are you talking about? Destiny blushed and chided softly, glancing one last time at where Kimball had departed before helping the old patriarch return to the estate. Despite it being night, Lingyun City remained bustling. Kimball adjusted his appearance slightly to avoid recognition. He left the city discreetly, identified his direction, and then sped towards the location of the secret realm. Several hours later, Kimball found himself in a remote forest area. This place was no longer within the domain of the Wan clan, but was now part of the desolate wilderness. Here, far from human settlements, he could move more freely and didn't need to be as cautious. He slowed his pace, trying to cultivate while traveling. Suddenly, voices broke the silence. Brother, how much farther to the secret realm? According to the map, only 600 or 700 miles remain. We should arrive soon. Who? Kimball opened his eyes, frowning at the two young men facing him, their intentions clear. Please don't misunderstand. I happened to pass through here while on my way. Please pardon the intrusion. The two exchanged glances. The tall, slender man with the goatee sneered, you make it sound so simple. In such a remote place, you just happen to run into us? Who are you? They were undoubtedly talented young elites of the Tang clan. Killing them would certainly hurt the Tang clan. With this thought, Kimball unleashed his full strength, and his body erupted with dazzling cyan golden light. Facing their combined attacks, he stood firm, letting their strikes hit him. Clank, cling. Two sharp impacts echoed, and the faces of the attackers were filled with shock. Their spirit treasures, infused with nearly full power, failed to break Kimball's defenses. Realizing their mistake was too late, golden light flashed from Kimball's fingertips, piercing straight into their foreheads. Crack. Their defensive barriers shattered instantly, followed by their protective charms. Before they could react, their bodies burst open. Thud. Two thuds sounded as Kimball stopped. Blood welled from the heads of the two Tang clan members as their bodies fell to the ground, stirring dead leaves and twigs. Kimball wiped his hands and began searching their bodies. Moments later, he found their storage rings and something else he recognized. An invitation to the secret realm? Muttering to himself, he pocketed the two white jade invitations. So, they were not only sent to kill him, but also intended to enter the secret realm. Eliminating them would be a significant blow to the Tang clan, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He casually buried their bodies in a shallow pit, checked their storage rings, and quickly left were actually suitable for him. The wasteland lived up to its name, being quite desolate overall. Slowing his pace, Kimball felt the changes within his body's cultivation techniques as he traveled. The integration of the myriad phenomena body and the immortal golden body was not yet perfect, so he hadn't utilized it until now. The blue dragon holy body and divine elephant wilderness force had basically coexisted harmoniously, making his internal vitality long-lasting and profound. Both his recovery abilities and burst power had increased significantly. If he were to return to his battle against Imran now, he might dominate the fight simply through sheer strength without having to go all out. An even more important point was that after experiencing many battles, his progress in cultivating the Great Desolation Sutra had accelerated. Although the spiritual energy inside his body remained weak, it had already reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, ready to break into the spirit mansion realm at any moment. Due to its unique nature of potentially breaking all laws, Kimball kept it hidden as his trump card. He had refined and absorbed several spirit treasures. Besides the one given by his father, there was the spirit treasure that Cullen had lost to him, plus another book page with limited usage times. These three treasures ensured he could protect himself. After wandering around briefly, he found an inn to stay temporarily. After settling in, Kimball decided to go downstairs for dinner while inquiring about the secret realm. After asking around, he learned that the liveliest place in Wasteland City was the Drunken Immortal Tower. This place had complex backgrounds, involving both Eastern and Central Continental forces, making it a hotspot for information exchange. Without delay, Kimball headed straight to the tower. Standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur. The tower sprawled over a vast area, its golden buildings lit brilliantly, exuding a sense of luxury and nobility. Ordinary people would lack the courage to step inside merely upon seeing the imposing facade, but he now had substantial means. Just as he entered, a gentle female voice greeted him. "Welcome, sir, to the Drunken Immortal Tower. Do you have a reservation?" Kimball shook his head. "No, I just want to have a meal." The sweet smiling attendant immediately explained, "Sir, our ground floor offers dining space which is very lively. Our second floor is slightly quieter and provides a view of the city, though it's more expensive. Where would you like to dine?" Glancing around, Kimball noticed that most patrons on the first floor were spirit transformation and spirit mansion realm cultivators, unlikely to provide useful information, so he chose the second floor. "All right, sir, please follow me." The attendant led the way, and Kimball closely followed. Upon reaching the second floor, he was surprised. This second floor was actually a floating pavilion several dozen meters above the ground, offering a bird's-eye view of Wasteland City below. The sight was spectacular. Entering the pavilion, Kimball was slightly astonished. He saw several familiar faces. Garrett from the Eastern Continental Shadow Pavilion, whom he had a decent relationship with. Several Central Continental geniuses he had previously met during the Secret Realm expedition, including the alluring Imogen. Most notably, Tang's Space. She was here too. Kimball concealed his presence, finding a window-side table and pretending to admire the view while paying attention to these geniuses. If he guessed correctly, they were here for the Secret Realm. He wondered why the Central Continent would share the opportunity with Eastern Continent's young elites since they discovered it. "Sir, here's the menu. What can we prepare for you?" The attendant softly asked, drawing his attention back. After ordering a few dishes, Kimball sipped tea on Mountain Snow Spirit tea, listening intently to their conversation. They seemed to discuss openly. Suddenly, an angry shout drew everyone's attention. Kimball turned to see a young man accompanying Garrett stand up angrily, glaring at two Central Continental geniuses with mocking expressions. "What are you doing? Why do you ask such a funny question?" The two Zhongzhou geniuses paused, glaring bitterly at Garrett and his companions before returning to the Zhongzhou group. Kimball felt as if Barnabas's eyes had subtly scanned him when he spoke, though it might just be his imagination. With the matter temporarily resolved, Kimball decided not to expose himself yet. He listened for a while but didn't get much information regarding Dorian. With the dishes nearly served, he focused on his meal. It was true that the food at Drunken Immortal Tower was excellent, explaining its bustling popularity within Wasteland City. After finishing the meal, he checked into a room under a maid's guidance, planning to stay here for a while. Settling down, Kimball decided to explore outside. It wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with the area early. The streets were bustling with traffic and lively crowds. Strolling around, he stopped at a small stall and casually glanced back but found nothing unusual. Did I misjudge? No, someone is definitely following me. Having this thought, Kimball observed the street ahead, turned into a narrow alley, and walked in. Moments later, a young man dressed oddly, with colorful attire and a perpetual smile on his face, followed. At the end of the alley was a dead-end wall. The young man, however, seemed to expect this outcome and his smile grew wider. "Oops, discovered," he chuckled. "Brother Beckett, come out, I have good news for you." At the entrance, Kimball dropped from mid-air. Seemed not hostile, Kimball decided to converse further. "If you won't disclose your purpose, let's part ways." Kimball spoke this way to test him. Brother Beckett, no need to rush. Alex laughed loudly and leaned closer, whispering, I know the Beckett family's current situation isn't great. Zhongzhou factions aim to annex Dongzhou, and your Beckett family poses the biggest obstacle. They fear the 10,000 Buddha's nation backing you, hence choosing a gradual encroachment. That Sonia family you clashed with earlier? They were another Zhongzhou target. Kimball's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression turning cold. What do you mean? Don't misunderstand me, Brother Beckett. Alex waved his hands, smiling. Since I'm sharing this with you, I certainly don't have ill intentions. I hope we can collaborate. Collaborate? Kimball was taken aback by this unexpected request. How exactly do you propose we collaborate? Alex shook his head. I haven't planned the specifics, but since you're in Wasteland City for the secret realm, perhaps we can start there? Without admitting or denying, Kimball let him continue. We can begin cooperating in the secret realm. I am alone here in Dongzhou, and you probably don't have many friends either. Mutual cooperation would prevent being bullied by Zhongzhou people. What do you think? Though vague, Kimball sensed sincerity in Alex's words. Slightly lowering his guard, he responded, Fine, I can agree, but we must clarify up front. Beyond mutual aid, no other thought should exist. Otherwise, I won't be courteous. Hee. Brother Beckett, rest assured. A kind soul like me has no ulterior motives. Alex smiled warmly, assuring him by patting his chest. Chapter 148. The divination skills of a Dao sect descendant. After their relationship eased, Gaston hovered around Kimball like a wandering soul, incessantly following him everywhere. Kimball felt helpless, and no matter how he hinted, Gaston wouldn't listen. In the end, he had no choice but to return to the inn with resignation. After a night's rest, the next day, at dawn, Gaston excitedly knocked on the door. Brother Beckett, Brother Beckett. Kimball opened his eyes in the door, saying helplessly, Brother Gaston, what's the matter again? He could now see that this person was clearly a lunatic, who in their right mind would be cheerfully carefree all day long with such erratic thoughts. Gaston darted inside and peered around cautiously before closing the door. Brother Beckett, I have good news for you. Are you sure it's good news? Of course. How could I? Gaston lie? Gaston dramatically exclaimed, then covered his mouth and whispered, Do you know about the black market in Wasteland City? Black market? Kimball shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard of it. Hee. Gaston laughed eerily before explaining, This black market formed after the rupture of the barriers between Central Continent and East Continent. It sells things that various forces cannot openly display or whose origins are dubious. As long as you have money, you can buy many good things. Beckett's today was the restocking day for the black market, so there must be a lot of new items today. Let's leave early and not let them get ahead of us. Hearing this, Kimball became interested. He rarely went to such places, so if he could find some valuable items, it would be worth coming here. However, since he hadn't received any news from Axel yet, he wasn't too keen on exposing himself. Just then, system suggestion. Go to the black market and purchase 5 treasures of extraordinary value. Difficulty: hard. Danger level: none. Reward: special package, golden jade spirit liquid bottle. Kimball was taken aback, staring at the 5 gray dots below the message. He didn't expect the system to issue a mission at such a time. Now he couldn't resist trying. Alright, let's go take a look. Seeing Kimball agree, Gaston became even more delighted and dragged him out of the inn. They walked from the east side of the city to the west, turning through several narrow alleys until they reached a bustling street. Most people on the street were disguised or covered their faces while also before finding bargains. I'm taking you to meet someone first. Kimball immediately grew curious. Although Gaston's personality was peculiar, his cultivation, which Kimball sensed as somewhat dangerous, wasn't fake. Anyone Gaston admired must excel in some way. After turning a few streets, they stopped at a small eatery named One Bowl of Noodles. Before entering, Gaston began shouting, Fritz, I've brought people to eat noodles. Inside, Kimball was surprised to find the place quite elegant, contrary to its shabby exterior. A plump man with a charming demeanor came from behind the counter, rolling his eyes upon seeing Gaston. His chubby cheeks nearly hid his eyes entirely. Why you again? Can't you cause trouble somewhere else? Gaston was immediately unhappy. What are you saying, fatso? I'm bringing customers to you, and you don't appreciate it? Gaston plopped down, gesturing to Kimball. Come, Brother Beckett, sit and chat. After Kimball sat down, the chubby man said slightly apologetically, Sorry, Brother Beckett. Gaston is always like this a bit? Shut up. Fritz, keep criticizing me, and I won't be nice. Gaston shouted, then proudly asked, Fritz, do you know who this is? The chubby man sized up Kimball and smiled calmly. Kimball, the young master of the Beckett family, can't you see? Kimball was astonished. Truly predict the intelligence I need? The fatty pounded his chest with vigor. Rest assured, Brother Beckett. Uncle Fat has always been honest in business and will never deceive you. So, should I give it a try? You got it, please sit down. The fatty's plump face smiled like a chrysanthemum as he quickly ushered Kimball into the inner room. Zack tried to follow but was stopped at the door by the fatty. What are you doing? Zack glared at him angrily, but the fatty calmly coughed and said, You know my rules. Only the person involved in the intelligence transaction is allowed inside, to prevent leaks which would be bad for both of us. Fritz, do you think I'm someone who can't keep secrets? Achilles smiled and shook his head. No, Zack, you've misunderstood. This isn't about whether you can keep a secret. It's Brother Beckett's first visit, and I must adhere to the rules to ensure a pleasant experience for both of us. Fritz, please take a rest outside. The fatty turned around and entered the inner room after saying that. Zack wanted to follow but was blocked by an array formation, causing him to gnash his teeth in frustration. Fritz, don't forget I brought him here. Kimball looked oddly at the now serious-looking fatty and suddenly felt regretful. These two seemed increasingly unreliable, reminding him faintly of something familiar from his past life. Could this really be a honey trap? Haha, Brother Beckett. All the intelligence here has a fixed price of 500 spirit jade stones per piece. How many do you need? Kimball's gaze instantly turned dangerous. Brother saying, your price is not cheap. Indeed, but based on my divination skills, it's worth every stone. Since he was already here, Kimball decided not to hesitate any longer. If this fatty dared to scam him, he'd make him pay dearly. The first question. My wife has the 9 apertures lustrous body. While her cultivation progresses rapidly, it also causes chronic accumulation of cold toxins within her body. Is there a way to completely resolve this issue? Upon hearing this, Achilles frowned slightly, appearing much more serious. The 9 apertures lustrous body is indeed rare, and I've only heard of it. I didn't expect it to have such side effects. He paused briefly, then waved his hand, producing an ancient 8 trigram stone disc on the table. Another wave, and a dark black needle appeared on the disc. Tao divides into yin and yang. The 8 trigrams mutually generate. Wind and water combine, heaven and earth stand firm. The constellations align. The thunder reveals the celestial secrets. As the fatty moved, Kimball clearly sensed a profound daoistic aura flicker, leaving him incredibly surprised. This fatty might look unreliable, but he had real skills. The needle on the stone stated that he needed to complete 5 tasks, with the rewards exceeding the cost of spirit jade. What the fatty had said amounted to almost nothing useful. Brother saying, isn't this information a bit too vague? If this is all you have, I might not accept it. Noticing Kimball's dangerous gaze, the fatty laughed awkwardly, casting reluctant glances at the pile of spirit jade. So, how do you suggest we solve this, Brother Beckett? I can forfeit the spirit jade or even add more money, but I need more detailed intelligence. Seeing this, the fatty glanced at the pile of jade and, gritting his teeth, declared fiercely, all right, I'll go all out. Today, I'll show you my true skills. His demeanor shifted dramatically, acquiring a solemn and awe-inspiring presence. Invoke the primordial trigrams, reveal the ancient truths through today's light. With a low chant, the stone disc emitted a dim gray glow, with the needle spinning wildly. Kimball watched intently, feeling a hint of anticipation. If he could find a solution, spending spirit jade would be insignificant. Moments later, the fatty abruptly opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. I found it. Kimball was immensely relieved. Tell me, Brother Sang. There are 2 solutions. The first is to find the Xian Yu sect's cultivation methods. Their patriarch once had the 9 apertures lustrous body and thus knows how to solve this issue. However, the Xian Yu sect has long vanished, and its cultivation techniques are unknown. Hearing this, Kimball felt a surge of disappointment. So, what's the second solution? The second method is feasible. The Central Zhou dynasty of Great Qin has extensively researched various constitutions, including specific cultivation methods for the 9 apertures lustrous body, possibly more suitable than those of the Xian Yu sect. If Brother Beckett can obtain these methods, your wife's problem will naturally be resolved. Kimball's thoughts churned. The Xian Yu sect was hard to locate, but the Great Qin dynasty still stood in Central Zhou. Although obtaining their cultivation methods would be extremely difficult, at least there was a clear target. At the same time, one of the 5 gray dots below the system in his mind successfully lit up, confirming that the fatty's intelligence was genuine. Kimball's smile widened, and another 500 spirit jade stones appeared on the table. Brother Sang truly has remarkable skills. I have another piece of intelligence I need, if you're willing to help. Chapter 150, The Flickering Gray Dot. Looking at the pile of spirit jade on the table that matched Yusef's size, Achilles gritted his teeth. What a good deal. All this would be his if he just agreed. However, doing business with Kimball wouldn't yield much profit. He was astute enough to easily discern the truth and value in any information. Watching as Achilles' eyes nearly fell into the heap of spirit jade, Kimball chuckled, laced with temptation. Just agree to sell me the intel, and all this spirit jade will be yours. 500 pieces of spirit jade, enough to tempt even those at the cave heaven realm. If the information you provide is valuable, I can add more. Besides, you know my identity. I need intel on various factions. After this collaboration, whenever I need anything, I'll come to you. This could be a long-term big business. What do you think? Kimball's words stirred something in Achilles, who felt an internal conflict. He didn't particularly want to do this less profitable business with Kimball, but he couldn't bear to let go of the 500 pieces of spirit jade. Moreover, Kimball was a client who could offer steady income over time. Losing such a source of continuous spirit jade would indeed be painful. After much thought, Achilles finally decided, Brother Beckett, you're straightforward, so I won't hesitate either. As long as you ensure future cooperation, I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the intel. Kimball's smile brightened. Rest assured, Brother Sang, I am a man of my word and will not go back on my promises. Seeing him say this, Achilles no longer hesitated. What other intel do you want, Brother Beckett? Without hesitation, Kimball immediately replied, Brother Sang, I want to know about the exact strength of the temple's prodigy, Dorian. Upon hearing this, Achilles instantly felt relieved. Dorian, despite his prestigious status, was now in Donghua without the protection of the temple's great fortune. Divination, while challenging, remained feasible. If Kimball asked for intel on a top-tier Dao sect like before, Achilles might have second thoughts about continuing the partnership. Always calculating top-tier sects was akin to digging one's grave. All right, Brother Beckett, please wait. I'll perform the divination for you. Achilles cheerfully moved the pile of spirit jade to his side, and once again activated the stone disc for divination. Moments later, he opened his eyes breathlessly. These 2 divinations have truly taken a toll on me, he said to Kimball. Kimball quickly praised him and waited eagerly for Achilles to speak. Dorian is currently at the peak of the cave heaven realm. Combined with his top-tier cultivation techniques, his actual combat power should be significantly higher. Kimball's expression turned solemn. That means, if he fully erupts, he can even contend with cultivators at the reversion to emptiness realm? Achilles nodded approvingly. Beckett's, Dorian is not someone to trifle with. He is a top prodigy from Zhongzhou and possesses extraordinary strength. If you intend to move against him, you must think carefully. Kimball laughed and waved his hand. Brother Sang, you worry too much. I'm not foolish to confront Dorian rashly. He's a prodigy from Zhongzhou, and I lack the capability. Achilles didn't mind and happily counted the spirit jade. Seeing this, Kimball added nothing more and rose, bowing. Since that's the case, brother Sang, I'll take my leave. Take care, brother Beckett. Achilles replied casually. Kimball shook his head in amusement and left the room. As soon as he stepped out, Hagen rushed up excitedly. Brother Beckett, did you get the intel you wanted? Kimball nodded with a smile. Thank you, brother Hagen, for leading me to such a great place. I got the intel I needed, and you played a key role. Hagen, see? I told you that fatty has some good skills. Hagen happily slapped his leg, disregarding Kimball's gratitude. All right. You go explore on your own, brother Beckett. I have some matters to settle with the fatty. Sure, brother Hagen, take your time. Kimball immediately agreed. Fatty, hurry up and do the divination for Grandpa, Hagen shouted, lifting the curtain and rushing into the inner room. Listening to their bickering, Kimball marveled at what an odd pair they made. One was mentally unstable, the other a Taoist disciple obsessed with money. Truly a peculiar duo. Wandering the streets after leaving the shop, Kimball pondered the 3 remaining metrics for the system's task, unsure if he could complete it. A moment later, a crowded shop ahead caught his attention. Excuse me, sir. Why is there such a crowd here today? The middle-aged man smiled at Kimball. Young man, you don't know. Today is Blind Pill Day at the Pill God Pavilion. Blind pill? What's that? Confused, Kimball wondered if it was a pill that blinded people. But what use would that be? Hagen, huh? The middle-aged man laughed heartily and explained enthusiastically. Blind pills mean the Pill God Pavilion seals pills in boxes with different prices marked. People can observe and speculate on them. It's like gambling with jade stones. If you fancy a box, you buy it. What you find inside depends on your eye and luck. Just a few days ago, someone found a very good nourishing spirit pill here, causing quite a stir. Kimball suddenly became interested in the Pill God Pavilion. With his unfinished system task, gambling on these blind pills seemed like a good approach. Pushing through the crowd, Kimball finally entered the hall. Inside, shelves lined the large hall, each holding numerous sealed small boxes containing unknown quality pills. Walking beside the shelves, Kimball examined them, thinking of how to obtain high-quality pills. Suddenly, he stopped. As he passed by a certain area, the gray, under the system flickered briefly. The system never made mistakes. The only explanation was that something there triggered its reaction. Pill boxes. Opening them in public showcased the fairness and integrity of the Pill Deity Pavilion, and also avoided unnecessary troubles. If someone opened a high-quality pill, it served as indirect advertising and was beneficial for business. A few onlookers quickly gathered around upon noticing someone about to open boxes. TSK, a red box and a blue box. This young brother must be a first-timer. He's just trying his luck. I think so too. These price boxes aren't impossible to contain good items, but the odds are incredibly low. Hope this young man can get something decent to offset the loss of 150 spirit jades. Their words didn't offer much hope for Kimball. Kimball didn't mind. Even if his judgment was wrong, it was just a loss of 150 spirit jades. But if he got something good, aside from making a profit, he could complete the system's task. With that thought, he calmly opened the red box. See, I told you. An intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the air, bringing a refreshing sensation even from a mere sniff. People who caught the scent turned around, their eyes landing on the pale green, faintly glowing pill in Kimball's hand. This, it has pill aroma. He really got a good item. The shopkeeper of the Pill Deity Pavilion smiled broadly and announced loudly, congratulations to this young friend for unveiling a grade 6 spirit pill, the soul-nourishing pill. As soon as the words were out, there was an uproar. A grade 6 spirit pill? He actually opened a grade 6 spirit pill? This is the rare soul-nourishing pill that acts on the soul. Sometimes its effects are even stronger than grade 7 pills. Truly an invaluable treasure. An observer explained, helping everyone understand the significance of the pill. Under numerous excited gazes, Kimball closed the box and stored it in his storage ring. The shopkeeper, a sociable person, quickly added, Sir, your luck today is exceptionally good to find a grade 6 pill in the red box. Now, you still have another box to open. Everyone, guess what might be inside this time? This drew mixed reactions, mostly disbelief. They knew finding such a valuable pill in a red box was already extraordinary luck. If he found something precious in the blue box as well, wouldn't that be ridiculously lucky? Despite doubting it verbally, people were curious to see what Kimball would unveil next. Kimball took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous himself. After all, opening a good pill would bring him closer to completing his task. Snap. The box lid lifted, releasing a warm, aromatic scent. The crowd stood in shock for a moment before erupting into noisy exclamations. Am I seeing things? What did he open? A tiger essence pill? Beckett's. This cleanses the body and strengthens physical prowess. It's top tier, and he managed to open it? One soul-nourishing pill, one tiger essence pill, spending just 150 spirit jades. This kid is truly blessed with incredible fortune. Praises, envy, and even jealousy filled the air. Kimball remained unaffected, feeling elated. Both pills were worth far more than what he paid, making it a significant profit. Completing the last task point would now be easy. The shopkeeper's smile looked somewhat strained now. Losing these two almost pavilion treasures to a young man made him bleed internally. But the rules were set by the Pill Deity Pavilion, and he had to endure the consequences. Congratulations, sir. You unveiled a top-grade grade 6 pill from the blue box, the Tiger Essence pill. Today, our Pill Deity Pavilion welcomes such a fortunate person. It's indeed an honor. Everyone, more treasures are hidden in the blind pill boxes. You might uncover even better quality pills if you try. Being a seasoned shopkeeper, he managed to promote the pavilion with just a few words. Soon, several people shouted out offers to buy the pills, offering generous prices comparable to grade 7 pills. Indeed, these two pills were exceptionally rare due to their effects on the soul and body, so after waiting in a long queue, it was finally his turn to enter the auction house. At this point, a guard at the entrance chuckled and said, Young master, If you wish to enter the auction house, you must first prove your purchasing power. Otherwise, we dare not let you in. Kimball hesitated for a moment, but didn't argue. If they could open an auction house amid all the factions in Wasteland City, there must be some reasonable rules. So he casually waved his hand, producing the red box he had obtained from the Pill Deity Pavilion. Here, take a look. The cultivator responsible for inspection opened the box and glanced inside, immediately becoming serious. It's the Essence Nourishing Soul Pill. Indeed a valuable treasure. Please proceed, young master. Kimball nodded and deposited the pill as collateral. It was a rule for first-time visitors to present something as proof of their financial capacity and pay a deposit. As the cultivator took the pill, one of the green dots on the system turned gray. Upon entering, a servant girl approached him with a smile. Please follow me, young master. Kimball glanced around. Other newcomers did not receive special treatment. You are? The servant girl smiled. It is our auction house's honor to welcome you, young master. With so many people outside, our master has specially arranged a private room for you. Kimball understood and silently shook his head. His disguise was like a sieve, easily seen through by anyone. However, it was a gesture of goodwill, so he did not refuse. Following the servant to a second-floor private room, several attendants brought fruit and tea before standing guard at the door. Please call if you need anything. I'll always be here, she said. Kimball nodded, observing the scene below through the one-way glass. The auction hall wasn't overly large, but most of the attendees were Spirit Cavern or Grotto Realm cultivators, indicating a high-class event. Moreover, similar private rooms on the second floor likely housed influential individuals, possibly even Void Return Realm experts. Feeling reassured, Kimball believed the quality of the auction items would be excellent, potentially aiding him in completing his final task. Soon, the hall filled up, and a beautiful woman in a red dress with a voluptuous figure stepped onto the stage. I am KC, welcoming our esteemed guests to our auction house. Considering some may be unfamiliar with the auction rules, allow me to briefly introduce them. After a brief introduction, KC smiled and gently tapped the gavel. The auction now begins. Our first item is invaluable for those skilled in taming beasts, and can also be used as a fine alchemy ingredient. KC slowly uncovered a red cloth on a tray. This cloth seemed to be a magical artifact capable of blocking detection. Revealed to everyone was a golden red egg intertwined with vibrant life force and faint pressure. Complete Phoenix Spirit Bird's egg, starting bid at 2,000 spirit stones, minimum bid increment of 100 spirit stones. Bidding starts now. Kimball watched the forearm-sized egg with surprise, not expecting such a valuable item to appear first. The Phoenix Spirit Bird was a formidable beast from East Continent, capable of reaching Void Return Realm in adulthood, with some pure-blooded ones even breaking limits to reach Sage Realm. Trained from a young age by an expert, its strength would grow rapidly, eventually providing a powerful Void Return helper. A true treasure. Sure enough, this rare item drew gasps of admiration and bids quickly soared. Though Kimball found it intriguing, bidding was unnecessary. Training a beast required patience and methods he didn't have time for. Cultivating himself was more beneficial than waiting for a beast to mature. Currently, he lacked means to conceal himself. Being recognized wherever he went was far from ideal. The intense bidding ended with a middle-aged man purchasing the egg for 3,300 spirit stones, slightly above market value. The next item was a spear embedded with traces of immortal gold, crafted by a master, commanding a higher price. Kimball observed the various items with interest, marveling at the new knowledge gained. He rarely ventured out, making such experiences invaluable for broadening his horizons. Time flew, and soon over 10 items were successfully sold. The next item was a mask, black and disorienting if stared at for too long. This relic was found in an ancient site, with untraceable origins. Its unique feature is concealing one's aura. Tested by our auction house, it remains undetectable even by Sage Realms unless extraordinary abilities are employed. For those seeking anonymity, this is an invaluable treasure. Additionally, it may possess other hidden virtues we haven't discovered. ##### end of chapter. Chapter 153, The Secret of the Auction House. Inside the private box, Kimball suddenly became very interested. This item sounded perfect for him. It was like a pillow delivered just when he felt drowsy. As for any other potential functions hidden within the mask, he didn't particularly care about them. As long as it could conceal his aura and appearance so that he wouldn't be easily recognized wherever he went, that would be enough. Starting bid, 2,500 spirit jade. Kimball immediately waved at the maid standing by the door. Place a bid for me, 2,700. Beckett's, young master. The maid gently acknowledged and walked to the crystal window, channeling her spirit energy. Guest from room number 5 bids 2,700 spirit jade. As soon as she spoke, many in the hall turned their gazes toward the bidder. Those who had private rooms in the auction house usually belonged to one of 3 categories. Introduced by Qingxian had other secrets? Was there indeed such a situation? After studying it for a while, Kimball found no conclusive results. It was reasonable. After all, none of the experts at the auction house had detected anything unusual, so it would be wishful thinking for him to uncover anything easily. At this point, Qingxuan's words caught his attention. The next item is rather special, a piece of information that can be repeatedly resold. Kimball raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the auction house to sell something like this. I believe most of you have heard rumors recently. There's an ancient secret realm about to open at the border between East Continent and Central Continent. This piece of information pertains to that secret realm. These words caused much discussion. Many present had heard of this event, surprised that the auction house already possessed partial information. For this sale, we are not accepting bids. We value this information at 3,500 spirit jade. Those who wish to purchase may call out, and we will send jade slips accordingly. As soon as this was announced, numerous wealthy individuals, mostly young people, began bidding. Among them were likely several participants preparing for the secret realm. Kimball initially wanted to buy a copy too, but when he inquired with the maid, the grate in the system remained inactive, indicating that the information was less valuable than what the auction house priced it. Elroy approached, smiling. Brother Beckett, why ignore me? If you have something to say, say it. Kimball frowned slightly, while Elroy sat down, casually picking up a spirit fruit to nibble on. Brother Beckett, I came to share something good with you. Something good? Kimball's heart stirred, but he didn't show it. Seeing no reaction, Elroy slouched lazily in his chair, tossing a jade slip towards Kimball. Here, part of the secret realm information. I paid quite a bit for this. Kimball was somewhat surprised that Elroy had bought the information, but since it was free, he examined the jade slip. Its contents were minimal, mainly including the name and location of the secret realm, and speculations about participants. Notable figures like Dorian, Garrett, and Destiny were mentioned, but those with more secretive movements, like Elroy, Simeon, and himself, were absent. Finishing the reading, Kimball realized why the system hadn't reacted. Selling each copy for 3,500 spirit jade, based on such limited content, really was an easy way for the auction house to earn money. Chapter 154, The Dispute Over Buddhist Relics. After returning the jade slip, Kimball asked, "How did you find me here?" Gaston smiled and replied, "The Wasteland City Auction House is one of the premier places in Wasteland City for collecting top-notch items. I initially planned to wait for you to come back so we could go together, but it turns out you found your way here on your own." "Oh." Kimball nodded and remained silent. Kimball gave him a more thorough look, and the old man glanced in his direction. This old man is at least at the reversion realm, Kimball thought to himself, becoming even more eager to see the treasure. For something to be treated with such seriousness, it must be incredibly valuable. KC didn't remove the red cloth immediately, but gave a brief introduction first. This object was left by a great enlightened Buddhist master. It bears inscriptions of the Buddha's calming mantra, which can help concentrate the mind and calm emotions. It greatly benefits cultivation and the comprehension of martial arts techniques. If someone obtains it, they might even gain some insight into Buddhist powers. Then, KC lifted the red cloth. On the tray sat a yellowish-brown wooden fish, faintly emitting a Buddha's radiance. As Kimball gazed upon it, he felt his heart become calmer. The Buddhist aura flowing around it clearly indicated it wasn't an ordinary item. Below the system interface, the gray dots kept flashing, surprising Kimball. Even with the 2 elixirs earlier, the system hadn't reacted this way. Could this truly be an extremely rare treasure? Deciding then and there, Kimball knew he had to obtain this item, if only to complete the system's task. Auction starting price, 6,000 spirit jades. With Casey's words, many people who still harbored hopes immediately raised to 55,000 spirit jades. The attendant announced it loudly, drawing everyone's attention. The lone black-cloaked bidder looked up and, after a moment's silence, responded, 60,000 spirit jades. Casey couldn't contain her excitement. 60,000 spirit jades. The gentleman has offered 60,000 spirit jades. 60,000 spirit jades once? 60,000 spirit jades twice? 70,000. Another voice from a private room pushed the price to an astonishing level. 70,000 spirit jades. That was a sum that even a medium-sized force in donghua would consider a hefty loss. The black-cloaked figure, undeterred, looked at the private room and bid immediately. 80,000 spirit jades. 90,000 spirit jades. 100,000. 110,000. Both parties bid rapidly as if spirit jades were mere numbers. The intense wealth on display made the atmosphere in the hall heavy. Everyone watched intently, waiting to see who would ultimately prevail. 120,000. The black-cloaked figure was silent for a long time before speaking. Kimball, seeing the system's unrelenting response, bid without hesitation. 130,000. The attendant's eyes gleamed. The commission from this single item, a point of golden light suddenly appeared, crashing directly into Kimball's forehead at lightning speed, giving him no chance to dodge. The scene before his eyes melted and reformed instantly, as overwhelming Buddhist light filled the surroundings. Deafening chants rang out, making the just-recovered Kimball dizzy again. Shaking his head vigorously, he realized he seemed to be in a special space of consciousness. Sitting not far away was an Azrael with a kind face, smiling at him. The Buddha says, "A moment is eternity. In the presence of anger, one must guard their heart and treat others kindly. But in a world where many are indulgent, evil runs rampant. How should one deal with it?" Kimball listened intently, somewhat confused, but began to think instinctively. This poor monk, thought for a long time. One day, I heard the roar of a lion in the mountains, achieving sudden enlightenment. Without a deafening sound, it is difficult to break through inner confusion. Thus, after much contemplation, I formed this technique named Roar of the Lion. As soon as these words were spoken, the seated Azrael suddenly raised his head, his dull yellow eyes glowing intensely with gold. He slightly opened his mouth, and a tangible sound wave rapidly expanded, coalescing into a massive golden lion roaring majestically and violently, charging straight towards Kimball. He instinctively tried to dodge, only to find his body standing motionless as if controlled by an external force, helplessly watching the enormous golden lion leap towards him, engulfing him whole. With a scream, Kimball lost consciousness. At that very moment, on the street outside Zuasian Tower, a young monk with a sorrowful look was walking slowly with 2 small monks. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned sharply towards the direction of Zuasian Tower. Moments later, the young monk clasped his hands together, sighed sadly, and recited a chant. "Amiba, alas, the Buddhist connection here has ended. Let's leave." The little bald boy on the left asked curiously, "Master, aren't we going to find the person who bought the wooden fish?" The young monk shook his head slightly. "The rise and fall of destiny is preordained. This object was meant to be unrelated to us. We should not force it." After glancing at the inn once more, he sighed again and led the 2 disciples back along the path they came. In the room, after an unknown duration, Kimball lying on the ground slowly regained consciousness. He was dazed for a moment, then suddenly felt that something new had been added to his mind. He closed his eyes quickly to check. Moments later, Kimball opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. It turned out that the wooden fish was indeed not an ordinary object. It was left behind by a high-ranking Buddhist monk who used it as a weapon in life without refining it fully, but over time it acquired some mystical qualities. Before passing away, the monk inscribed his most impressive power and technique within it, waiting for a worthy inheritor. Fate led Kimball to become that lucky recipient. Lion's roar. Muttering the name of the technique, his eyes gradually lit up with excitement. This was a true top-tier Buddhist supernatural power, capable of shaking the soul and peeling flesh and blood. If controlled well, it could also be used to temper the spirit, with numerous practical applications. Moreover, this power complemented the divine elephant primal strength technique exceptionally well. Together, they could unleash greater power. Kimball was filled with fiery passion. The 13 million spirit jade spent was absolutely worth it. Such a supreme technique would usually be kept secret by any sect. Even if the cost were 10 times higher, few would consider parting with such a treasure. Suppressing his joy, he looked down at the wooden fish, revealing a hint of regret. The wooden fish on the ground was now shattered into countless fragments, having lost all its mysticism. He felt regret as he swept up the remnants. The wooden fish's tranquility effect had been excellent, and he wished it could have been preserved. However, moments later, he adjusted his mindset. Gaining this supernatural power was already an incredible stroke of luck. Asking for more was unreasonable. Having tidied up, Kimball took out the golden jade spiritual fluid bottle, putting the remaining high-grade pills inside, waiting for them to convert into spiritual liquid. Placing the tiger essence pill in front of him, he adjusted his breathing and swallowed it without hesitation. With the opening of the secret realm imminent, he needed to prepare meticulously, enhancing his strength as much as possible. Brody's intentions were still unclear, which remained a significant worry. As the tiger essence pill was absorbed, the fusion between the green dragon holy body and the divine elephant primal strength became smoother. The greenish golden blood and chi gradually permeated his entire body, even down to the cellular level, transforming it profoundly. Kimball firmly believed that upon completion of this transformation, his constitution would improve significantly. Time flew unnoticed during cultivation. After digesting the pills and roughly practicing the roar of the lion, Kimball saw the moon hanging high in the sky. Standing at the window, gazing down at the bustling desolate city, he couldn't help but sigh. Note: I've kept desolate city as a proper noun since it seems to be a specific place name in context, while ensuring the sentence reads naturally in English. I wonder how things are back home. Is Phyllis alright? They say short separations make hearts grow fonder. Though the separation was brief, he already missed his beloved wife. After a period of reflection, Kimball decided to pause cultivation for the day, getting some rest to relax himself. The next day, bang bang bang, Kimball opened his eyes angrily, glaring at the door being knocked on vigorously. Who? If you don't give me a good reason, don't blame me for my rudeness. Swearing under his breath, he got out of bed and waved to deactivate the door seal. Crash. The door was pushed open, and Jeffrey rushed in with a grin. Oh hey Brother Beckett, I have good news for you. Good news? Kimball nearly laughed in exasperation. Is the good news that you barged into my room like a bandit early in the morning and disturbed my sleep? Oh, forget the details. Us cultivators don't really need to sleep anyway. Hashtag chapter 156. Secret realm opens. Kimball displays his might. Seeing this, Jeffrey hurriedly waved his hand. Brother Beckett, don't be angry. It really is good news. As he said this, he casually sat down at the table and whispered mysteriously, Today, I saw some people from your family arrive. Kimball paused, his heart suddenly stirring. Indeed, with the secret realm opening, it made sense for someone from his family to be here since they were one of the top forces and lineages in the East Continent. Thinking of this, his sleepiness vanished instantly. He decided to go and meet the person who had come. Jeffrey chuckled. What do you? Kimball waved them off. There's no need for formalities. Then he continued, Isaiah, are you here for the secret realm? The elder nodded. Indeed, it's all because of the secret realm. According to the patriarch, this time's secret realm is extraordinary, gathering geniuses from all major forces. As the hosts of East Continent, we can't afford to miss this opportunity. Note: I've made slight adjustments to ensure the text reads more naturally and fluently in English while preserving the meaning and style of the original. Kimball nodded, slightly worried. Isaiah, please be cautious. Our family is already a target. This secret realm has attracted people from the other 3 continents. Among them are dragons and tigers, so please be extra careful. The elder's face revealed a proud expression. Don't worry, Changsheng. Even though I'm only at the half-step Void Emperor stage, dealing with these people isn't an issue. Not to mention, the elder suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. This time, I've brought our family's imperial armament with me. With the imperial armament, I'm confident enough to challenge even high-level Void Emperors. As long as it's not the patriarch or someone who has truly reached the heavenly Matthew realm, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kimball did feel more reassured. After all, Emily, you are our role model. With your talent and strength, success is assured. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. He never expected to have fans of his own one day. At this moment, a commotion came from the entrance of the second floor. Turning around, they saw a group escorting a breathtakingly beautiful woman walk in. Kimball was startled to see someone he knew. It turned out to be Wanjia's people, with the central figure being their genius, Destiny. She had some fame, ranking among the best of second-tier geniuses and nearly matching first-tier ones, coupled with her striking beauty, naturally drawing attention. Destiny's brow was furrowed, as if troubled by something. Suddenly, she sensed a familiar presence amidst the many eyes on her and looked in its direction. Not far away, a man wearing a peculiar mask glanced back. Recognizing his silhouette, Destiny felt the familiarity intensify. Could it be him? Kimball retracted his gaze, surprised by Destiny's sharp intuition. Logically, his concealment mask was quite effective and shouldn't have been noticed so quickly. It seemed Wanjia's techniques were unique, and Destiny might have hidden secrets of her own. But that wasn't important right now. He advised them, You are the future pillars of the Beckett family, highly valued talents. When entering the secret realm, avoid recklessness and prioritize self-preservation. Feeling at home to come with the burden of 4 lives. Castor, I truly don't need their protection. The dangers in the secret realm are unpredictable. They should prioritize protecting themselves. Seeing Cody continue to refuse, the old man smiled with satisfaction. Cody, I know you're strong-willed and prefer to stand on your own, but an old saying goes, even 2 fists can't match 4 hands. You've offended many Central Continent geniuses before. If they unite, it could pose a great threat to your safety. So accept this arrangement and try not to think too negatively. If there's no danger, well, Castor. Cody suddenly interrupted the old man. What? Castor, I really don't need their protection, and it's not about being overly strong-willed. Frankly, I might be safer acting alone. In case of danger, who knows who will end up protecting whom? Hearing this, the 4 young men's faces turned grim. They were all elite geniuses cultivated by the Beckett family, each having reached the grotto realm. Before coming, they had prepared for this task, knowing Cody's special status and his contributions to the family. But they didn't think there was a huge gap between them and Cody. Now, their young master seemed to disregard their strength entirely, which was hard for the proud geniuses to accept. Feeling their resentful gazes, Cody explained helplessly, I don't mean to belittle you. I'm simply stating the facts. If we go together, we might encounter ambushes. Then, not only will I face more enemies, but I'll also have to worry about protecting you, making it less safe for both of them. His safety should now be assured. Cody led everyone back to his room. Closing the door, the old man set up a barrier, then curiously asked, Hang, let me see your current strength. Cody nodded. Don't be angry. I spoke harshly because I don't want you to die pointlessly. Your assistance is indeed limited, otherwise, I wouldn't be so arrogant. Despite his sincerity, the 4 found it hard to accept. Finally, Cody suggested, how about this? Use your strongest attacks. If anyone can injure me, consider my previous statements wrong, and I'll apologize. The Augustine responded with a hint of resentment. Young master, apologies aren't necessary. If you truly don't need us, it's our inadequacy, not worthy of your consideration. Still carrying some resentment, they had prepared to risk their lives for Cody. Alright, let's start. Cody did not waste words. Action spoke louder than words. The young genius focused, his spirit energy surging, producing a dazzling green light at his fingertips. Wind cataclysm, sky-rending slash. He shouted lightly, pointing towards Cody, causing space to tremble from the intense concentration of spirit energy. Though facing his own young master, he still held back slightly, fearing real harm. Cody's face showed admiration. This attack was powerful enough to wound high-level grotto cult. Attack won't harm me. Then he became more serious, looking at them intently. The reason I don't want you following me is not only because I don't need protection, but also for your own good. My opponents are top-tier talents like Sherman and Barnabas. You following me would only drag you into danger. If we were to clash, I wouldn't be able to protect you, which could lead to unnecessary loss of life. Remember, staying alive is crucial for the future. It's not because I underestimate you. This time, the 4 young men had no resentment, only their gazes converged on the old man. The elder thought for a moment and then nodded. Since Cruz is so formidable, you indeed don't need any protection. You 4 shouldn't worry unnecessarily. Once inside the secret realm, focus on finding opportunities for yourselves and prioritize survival. Beckett's. The 4 replied in unison, their expressions now much more relaxed. After all, before coming, they were explicitly told that their main task was to protect the young master, even at the cost of their lives. Not having to consider such outcomes was naturally a relief. After settling this, Kimball addressed them. You should stay at Drunken Immortal Tower first. Many geniuses gather here where information flows freely. It will allow you to observe talented individuals from other forces. The old man stroked his beard with a smile. Very well done, Cruz. You're becoming quite mature as the young master. Grandpa 3, you flatter me. I still fall short. After sending them off, Kimball returned to the second floor. He had a nagging question that needed addressing. Just as he turned down the corridor, a burst of fragrance filled the air. Sierra stood before him with a gentle smile. Mr. Beckett, where are you headed? Kimball revealed his identity by removing his mask and nodded. So you've come. Naturally. Didn't I say I would? Pausing for a moment, Kimball suddenly locked eyes with her. Miss Wan, earlier, our family elder praised my efforts in clearing out traitors. However, I never told anyone about killing Nate. How did they find out? The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Sierra chuckled bitterly inside. Mr. Beckett, please don't suspect me. As you guessed, it was indeed I who revealed this. That's right. I specifically told you to keep it confidential. Though Kimball's voice remained calm, anyone could hear the coldness beneath. If Sierra couldn't explain today, their future meetings might just be formalities. Mr. Beckett, you must understand. After reporting my encounter with you to your family, your father, Great Bradley, personally instructed me to detail everything that happened. I couldn't defy Great Bradley's wishes, could I? Besides, he is your father, so I could only tell everything truthfully. Kimball was speechless. His father had nothing better to do than pry into his minor affairs instead of handling important matters. Since this was the reason, he couldn't blame Sierra and immediately bowed. Forgive me, Miss Wan. My father didn't mention this to me. I hope you can overlook this misunderstanding. Sierra waved her hand, a gentle smile returning to her face. No problem, it's just a small misunderstanding. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Beckett family? Let me see, and who might this beautiful lady be? An exaggerated voice rang out, causing both to turn around. Elijah was already upstairs, leaning against the railing with a sneer. Young Master Beckett, quite the women favorite, huh? Not content with one at home, you need to owe some debts outside too. Sierra's expression immediately turned cold. Sir, watch your words. Mr. Beckett and I are just friends. Don't spread rumors. Rumors? With your beauty, I doubt that boy has no ulterior motives. What do you think, young Master Beckett? You. Frost covered Sierra's delicate face as she raised her hand to teach this disrespectful person a lesson. Now, hands off, let's talk civilly without fighting. Elijah quickly raised his hands and darted behind Kimball. Brother Beckett, a word please? Kimball shot him a glare. Watch your mouth. This is one of us. Calm down and don't resort to violence. Hearing this, Sierra withdrew her spiritual energy, watching Elijah unhappily. Oh darling, don't be mad. I apologize. You and Brother Beckett are perfectly innocent. Kimball frowned. Elijah, how did you end up here? Aren't you usually hanging around with Fritz Sang? What are you talking about? Why would a great talent like me mix with a fortune teller? Kimball couldn't help but recall how Elijah fawned over Sang Fritz to reduce the divination fee by 50 spirit jade stones. Alright, enough chit-chat. What's on your mind? Elijah's demeanor became slightly serious, but still laced with a smile. I wanted to inform Brother Beckett about something. The secret realm will likely open the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Kimball raised an eyebrow, recognizing the importance of the news. The information is reliable. Prepare early, Brother Beckett. Let's make a big score when it opens. As Elijah grinned mischievously, a system prompt rang in Kimball's head. Hashtag Chapter 159. The Central Continent Alliance and Hidden Troubles. System suggestion. Enter the secret realm opening in 2 days. Difficulty. Moderately difficult. Danger level. High. Reward. Supreme package. Kimball immediately understood that Hagen's message was true, and the secret realm would indeed open in 2 days. Alright, we'll set off for the secret realm in 2 days. Destiny quickly interjected. Master Beckett, may I ask if you would consider traveling together? Before he could respond, Hagen chuckled and teased. Of course not. Having a beautiful companion beside you is like enjoying a delightful painting. Who would refuse? Isn't that right, Brother Beckett? Kimball rolled his eyes and ignored Hagen, addressing the slightly embarrassed Destiny. Miss Wan, if you wish to come along, it would be our pleasure. We will act together then. Thank you very much, Master Beckett. Destiny gratefully thanked him. She also knew that compared to the top prodigies, she had a significant gap in strength, making it difficult to venture far in the secret realm without support. Kimball had shown kindness to her and the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, and being the young master of an affiliated force of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion, he was perfectly suited in terms of both status and strength. After discussing this, Hagen left the tavern with some other business to attend to. Kimball and Destiny also parted ways to manage their respective tasks. After settling the Beckett family members into their accommodations, Kimball stayed in his room, adjusting his state to face the risks and opportunities ahead at his best. 2 days later, at another tavern in Wasteland City, the temple's genius Dorian, along with numerous geniuses from various major forces of the Central Continent, secretly gathered here, not parading around Wasteland City as before. Dorian, sitting at the head of the table, said solemnly, "Everyone, this secret realm opening is unlike the previous ones. Although the Eastern Continent is no threat, there are experts from the other 3 continents, and they are what we need to guard against most." On his left, Cullen, who had been defeated by Kimball, waved a fan casually with a smile. With Brother Che present, even the top prodigies from the other 3 continents wouldn't be a match. Dorian smiled faintly and shook his head. I have confidence in myself but haven't truly fought these people yet. We must still be cautious. Just then, a voice laced with fear sounded. Divine Sun Che, we won't encounter too many dangers inside the secret realm, right? All the geniuses from the Central Continent looked at the speaker, a new face they hadn't seen before. Dorian reassured him with a smile. Brother Ing, rest assured. Besides us in the Eastern Continent, there will be other factions entering the secret realm. As long as we don't provoke anyone, all parties will balance each other out. Oh, I see. The man named Ing nodded, though his concern remained visible in his eyes. Cullen, noticing this, said somewhat discontentedly, Brother Hans, you're the second prince of the great Ing dynasty. Few dare to challenge you. Why be so cautious? This man was indeed the second prince, Otis, recently sent by the great Ing dynasty to participate in the secret realm entry. Unlike his older and younger brothers, he had always been engrossed in literature since childhood and showed little interest in cultivation. If not for pressure from his elders, he might have fully devoted himself to literature. Many lamented privately that Otis was squandering his innate talents inherited from the Ing Matthew. Because of this, he rarely appeared publicly and was less known outside. If it weren't for the great Ing dynasty hiding away Cyrus after his defeat and the death of Dempsey Imran in the Beckett family's secret realm, it wouldn't have been his turn to lead. Though sensing Cullen's slight ridicule, Otis didn't get angry but continued anxiously, sigh. Even my elder brother, the Dempsey, perished in the Eastern Continent despite his exceptional talent. What hope do I have, who isn't as strong as him? If Flash hadn't forced me, I wouldn't want to involve myself in this mess. Once inside the secret realm, I hope all of you can help and take care of me. Thank you in advance. Cullen didn't say more, and while others laughed in agreement, their eyes betrayed clear disdain. Otis thanked everyone warmly, appearing nothing like a prince of the great Ing dynasty. Dorian watched this scene thoughtfully. No matter how weak Otis seems, he is still the son of the Ing Matthew. If we underestimate him based on appearance, we might regret it later. After a brief sigh, Dorian continued, our current known opponents, the geniuses from the Buddhist and Taoist sects, are formidable adversaries. Be extra cautious if we encounter them. Curiosity piqued, someone asked, Divine Sun Che, what do these geniuses from the Taoist and Buddhist sects look like? Dorian remained silent, and Cullen offered an explanation. Both are top prodigies in their respective sects, ranking second only to their leaders. The Buddhist monk has the Dharma name, Benson. Despite his title, he always appears melancholic, which makes him easily recognizable. As for the Taoist, I don't have much information beyond knowing he's stout and exceptionally skilled in divination, on par with Barnabas from the Heavenly Opportunities Pavilion. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They were familiar with Barnabas's prowess in divination, and a genius matching his skills couldn't be ordinary. Their expressions grew more serious. Dorian clapped his hands, smiling to calm everyone. Don't worry too much. Our central continent geniuses are formidable. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't foolishly attack us. Saying that, Brother Che, why did you invite Kimball from the Beckett family? He injured my younger brother, and my imperial brother perished in the Beckett family's secret realm. This person is a great enemy to us. Cullen echoed. Indeed, Brother Che. This mountain, named for its abundant peach trees, is very close to the origin wall. Normally desolate. Today it was abuzz with activity as all parties gathered here because the entrance to the secret realm was on Peach Source Mountain. It wasn't just the Eastern Continent forces, but also contingents from the other 3 continents. With so many people, conflicts were inevitable. In this era of fierce competition, tensions over resources quickly led to several large-scale battles on Peach Source Mountain. While the top-tier forces remained untouched, other factions stayed alert, creating a tense and heavy atmosphere. Kimball and his companions slightly disguised themselves and arrived to witness this chaotic scene. Ho ho ho, everyone seems pretty fired up, Solomon remarked casually, standing next to a battlefield and watching the chaos unfold without a hint of concern. If this continues, our journey into the secret realm will be incredibly tumultuous, Kimball muttered under his breath, only to be overheard by Solomon. Haha, isn't that great? More fighting means fewer competitors. Destiny, disapproving of the indifferent attitude towards human life, leaned closer to Kimball and whispered, Master Beckett, as a member of the top family of the Eastern Continent, will the Beckett family step in to maintain order? I'm not sure. Kimball shook his head, unsure if his third grandfather would intervene. They had departed separately, and he hadn't anticipated such chaos. But based on my guess, our elders may not take action. It's no longer a time when the Beckett family dominates the Eastern Continent alone. There are forces from the other 4 continents here, plus the Central Continent has always harbored designs against our family. If we act rashly, we might become the target of everyone. Destiny nodded thoughtfully, looking helplessly at the chaotic scene. Within an hour, the fighting intensified, resulting in the deaths of hundreds. Smarter individuals retreated from the battlefield to observe the conflict. If the chaos continued, even spectators might be drawn in. Suddenly, a majestic voice boomed from the sky. Cease fighting. The thunderous voice, filled with anger, left those engaged in battle dazed. Such formidable power could only come from a powerful being. Indeed, 2 colossal Dharma statues appeared in the sky above Peach Source Mountain. One was a Taoist holding a long sword, while the other was a chubby, smiling Buddha. Both emitted overwhelming auras, restricting everyone's movements and making it hard to breathe. The Taoist statue spoke first. The secret realm is about to open. Cease this futile fighting. Any further violence outside the secret realm from now on will not be tolerated. Please control your murderous intent. Even if you do not wish to turn to Buddhism, please refrain from killing, so we can all enter the secret realm. On the ground, Kimball, with a serious expression, asked Solomon quietly, 2 quasi-emperors? Solomon, no longer joking, nodded. Beckett's, they are quasi-emperors from the Taoist sect and Buddhist sect. Kimball breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At least we don't have to worry about safety for now. After speaking, the 2 quasi-emperors released their pressure, allowing everyone to breathe again. The bloodthirsty factions regained their composure, knowing it was unwise to risk angering 2 quasi-emperors. Even top-tier forces showed respect for these 2 powerful beings. The atmosphere around the secret realm entrance calmed down. The Taoist statue closed its eyes for a moment before reopening them slowly. 1 hour from now, the secret realm opens. The exact timing reassured many, ensuring they wouldn't get embroiled in unnecessary conflicts. As time ticked by, 1 hour quietly passed. Suddenly, Solomon's eyes snapped open, a familiar smile reappearing on his face. The secret realm has opened. Immediately, a wondrous Taoistic aura radiated from the top of Peach Source Mountain, instilling solemnity in everyone who felt it. Just from the aura, one could tell it was the true domain of a genuine heavenly Matthew. The Taoist statue opened its eyes and addressed the Buddha statue beside it. Monk, lend me a hand. May it be so. Together, the 2 statues channeled pure and condensed spiritual energy into the void. Rumble. Peach Source Mountain shook violently, as if it were about to collapse. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, a faint glow emerged atop the mountain. Gradually, the glow split open, revealing a new world through the spatial crack. Excitement surged among everyone present. The secret realm had opened, bringing new opportunities. The Taoist and Buddha statues spoke in unison. Remember, only the young generations of each faction can enter. Anyone over 50 years old in Bone Age will be killed by the secret realm's formation. Do not make a mistake. Now, go seek your destinies. Chapter 161. The Mystery of the Clear Mind Flower Field. The voice of the Tao sect's great master resounded like a thunderclap, echoing across Mount Taoyuan. Countless young geniuses who had been eagerly awaiting this moment finally got what they had dreamed of. Once inside the secret realm, there was a high probability that they would gain unprecedented opportunities to propel their advancement significantly. Most crucially, this secret realm clearly bore the mark of a true Empyrean powerhouse, a legacy from the heavenly Matthew. Who could remain unmoved? Various factions repeatedly warned their disciples and younger generations to be extra cautious once inside the secret realm. Kimball stood up and said to Ramon and Lindsay, "Let's go. It's time for us to enter." Ramon's smile turned more sinister, uncertain if he was excited or reflective. TSK, I wonder how many will die this time. When did you become so sentimental? Kimball seldom insulted him, but Ramon just laughed even harder. I'm not being sentimental. I'm just feeling happy about the upcoming feast of slaughter. Psycho. Muttering under his breath, Kimball ignored the seemingly unstable man. He had come to realize that Ramon was neither purely good nor evil, always acting according to his whims. This kind of personality bordered on being categorized as demonic. Of course, Ramon also had his own limits, which was why Kimball could still cooperate with him. At the summit, nearest to the entrance of the secret realm were representatives from top forces of all states. From the Central State's Divine Temple and Tianji Pavilion, to the Bodhisattva of the 10,000 Buddha Kingdom, along with participants from the northern and southern states. Perhaps due to the distance, fewer people from these two states attended, including the plump Franco who ran a noodle shop in the black market. If Kimball were here, he would surely be surprised that a Dao sect genius could be such a money grubber. The top factions didn't move, and no one dared to cross them to enter the secret realm first. A quasi-Empyrean Taoist elder looked at Dwayne with a complicated expression. Nephew, when you enter the secret realm, you must suppress your temper. It's fine at home, but don't embarrass our Dao sect out here. Dwayne waved his big hand, and his pancake-like face full of greed oozed. Uncle, don't worry. We've never brought shame to the Dao sect while wandering. The elder's face twitched. The more Dwayne talked, the more uneasy he felt. Remembering the antics of this disciple, he inwardly sighed. How did his senior brother ever have the foresight to find such an unworthy disciple? Forget it, I won't lecture you further. Just remember to protect yourself above all else. Our Dao sect isn't rich enough to sacrifice a life over such a secret realm. Got it? Got it, got it. Franco was too engrossed in the potential rewards within the secret realm to listen to any teachings. Well, since our Dao sect and Buddhist sect are responsible for this, you can enter first. Okay then. That's exactly what Franco wanted to hear. Various protective lights flashed around him as he charged towards the entrance. His greed was real, but so was his self-preservation. Not far away, a plump Buddhist monk was similarly lecturing his own disciple. Aaron, you must keep your mind steady in the secret realm and avoid delusions, understand? Aaron, the previously somber monk who had competed with Kimball for the wooden fish, nodded deeply inside. Alas, this humble monk understands. However, having missed a Buddha encounter once in the imperial city, this trip may also turn out fruitless. The plump monk's gentle smile stiffened. His disciple was also peculiar, almost matching the Dao sect person in his gloominess, perpetually looking sorrowful. But if anyone asked him, he'd ramble about trivial matters, truly annoying. Cough. Anyway, with your accomplished Buddha heart, you should be able to take care of yourself. The Dao sect youngster has already started, so you should go too. Alas. With another sigh, Aaron walked towards the entrance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two young geniuses from the Dao sect and the Buddhist sect entered the secret realm with different postures. Seeing no special circumstances, other top factions began sending their younger generations into the realm in batches. Millions of young geniuses from the source continent entered this new unknown land through the spatial rift, one after another. After crossing the water-like barrier, the scenery around the three changed abruptly. A large bright object hung in the sky, illuminating the surroundings without the harsh heat of the sun, resembling a giant energy-saving light bulb. Kimball looked around and found that they were in a huge valley surrounded by towering peaks, with only one path ahead. Observing the cautious young geniuses nearby, he whispered to Ramon and Lindsay, "Let's go." Walking down the valley, they reached the exit after about 400 to 500 meters. Outside was a vast flower field with alternating yellow and white flowers. The air was filled with a heavy fragrance, refreshing rather than cloying. Unfamiliar with these plants, Kimball asked Ramon, "Do you recognize these?" Ramon shook his head, "I'm not sure, but they resemble the clear mind flower, a common spiritual plant grown in households in the northern state to improve living environments. However, these clear mind flowers seem different. Their fragrance is stronger, and their size much larger, possibly a mutated variety." Kimball nodded, not intending to delve deeper. "So, where should we go now?" Ramon shrugged, "Any direction is fine, you decide." Lindsay agreed, "Whatever you decide, Master Beckett." Kimball nodded and pointed leftwards, "Let's go this way. Fewer people mean less conflict and struggle." "All right. Follow Master Beckett." The trio immediately set off in the direction Kimball indicated. Chapter 162. Heart of the Secret Realm, Ancient Peach Tree Hollow. On the way, Kimball was somewhat curious. He had already entered the secret realm, so why hadn't the system indicated that the mission was completed? After some thought, he figured the system might have higher requirements, necessitating deeper exploration. Upon entering the secret realm, they didn't dare to increase their speed too much. They proceeded cautiously while keeping a vigilant watch. About half an hour later, the three finally left the fragrant flower field behind. The ground gradually turned into normal yellow-brown soil. Ahead was a hilly area, and Gaston couldn't help but voice his doubts. "Brother Beckett, did we choose the wrong direction? Are we getting farther from the true inheritance of the secret realm?" Kimball shot him a glance and retorted irritably, "If I had let you choose, you wouldn't have made any decision. Now it's my fault." Gaston pouted. "That's unreasonable. I'm your follower. You should decide the major directions." Kimball was momentarily speechless. What follower spends all day criticizing his master instead of doing anything productive? Judging by his behavior, it was more like Gaston was the master, always making everyone else do the hard work. Destiny gently consoled, "Master Gaston, there's no need to worry. From the size of the flower field, this secret realm is vast. Even if we take a wrong turn, we can easily adjust our direction." "Exactly. Look at how careful Miss Wan is. You should learn from her," Kimball added with a jab. Gaston shrugged nonchalantly. "She's just smart, and I'm dumb. That's fine." The trio continued forward, bickering along the way, quickly delving deep. Countless peach tree branches swiftly converged, extending to grab Gaston and pull him back. "The sacred ground has been disturbed. Die." The human face on the ancient tree roared, and the intense hostility made Kimball's expression serious. This thing wasn't easy to handle. Its sheer size alone made it difficult to kill. Destiny felt a wave of panic. The aura from the ancient tree was overwhelmingly powerful, and she struggled to breathe. Kimball grabbed her arm, exerted force with his legs, and his body glowed with bright greenish-golden light as he charged straight into the incoming branches. A series of loud snaps followed as Kimball tore through the branches with sheer brute force, carrying Destiny to a safer spot. As soon as they landed, they saw a blue flame emerging from Gaston's hand. "You damned spirit, scaring me? Watch me deal with you." He hovered midair, rapidly forming seals with his hands, and the blue flame exploded to over 10 meters high, blazing intensely. Oddly, despite the violent flames, Kimball and Destiny felt no heat below. "Stay back," Gaston shouted, and Kimball urgently dragged Destiny further away. He was inwardly astonished. Although he had gauged Gaston's strength earlier, his actual display exceeded expectations. With Kimball's current physique, even he felt threatened by the blue flames. "Want me dead? Let's see if you don't burn ground," and found it hard to fully trust him. Knowing more about his abilities couldn't hurt. The blue flames burned rapidly, reducing the peach tree to a peculiar pale blue ash in just a quarter of an hour, leaving only a massive stump. Just then, Gaston, checking the situation closely, exclaimed in surprise. "What's going on? Why is there such a large hollow inside the tree stump?" Chapter 163. The Unknown Underground River. At the sound of his shout, Kimball and Destiny hurried over. In the middle of the burnt tree stump was a massive hollow space, dark and indiscernible. Kimball casually picked up some soil from the ground, molded it into a hard stone, and threw it into the tree hollow. After a long while, there was no echo. How can such a thing appear inside the tree? Was the peach tree hollow all along? Destiny asked in surprise. Kimball shook his head. That's unlikely. The peach tree earlier contained a substantial amount of spiritual energy. If it were hollow, it wouldn't have been able to hold so much energy. Moreover, how could a tree survive without a trunk? Gaston suddenly jumped onto the tree stump, turning around excitedly. "Why don't we jump down and see? The cave hidden inside this tree must be interesting." Destiny shivered at the thought. No one knew what might lie within this dark, unknown cave. Kimball rubbed his chin, not immediately agreeing with Gaston's suggestion. "Let's not rush. We should investigate first." After speaking, he took out a fairly decent quality magic weapon from his ring and tossed it to Gaston. "Gaston, use this sword to see how deep the cave is. Why don't you try yourself?" Glancing at Gaston, who seemed argumentative, Kimball retorted irritably, "I'm a body cultivator and can't control spiritual energy. How am I supposed to try?" Realizing this, Gaston quickly took the magic weapon and said cheerfully, "I forgot about that. All right, let me give it a go." He cast a spell, leaving an imprint on the sword, then manipulated it to fly downward. Gradually, Gaston's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. "How's it going?" Logically, this sword should have flown over 1,000 meters, but still hasn't touched the bottom, Gaston muttered, frowning deeply. It seems this cave isn't as simple as it looks. There might be a spatial array involved. Otherwise, after flying for so long, it should have hit the bottom by now. The Matthew wouldn't dig such a deep pit for nothing, right? Then, he turned to Kimball with a gleam in his eyes. "What do you think? Should we go down and take a look?" Kimball remained silent, probing the cave again with a finger force, receiving no response. It seemed that the only way to figure out what was inside was to go down personally. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "All right, let's go down and check." Actually, he was willing to take the risk because the system hadn't notified him that the secret realm mission was completed. This implied they might not be in the true secret realm yet. Given this, the strange cave might hide the key to finding the real secret realm. Seeing Kimball agree, Gaston let out a loud, "Ayo," and prepared to jump down. Kimball swiftly grabbed him. "What are you doing?" Being stopped from exploring, Gaston glared at him in discontent. "Don't forget we have another companion. Why are you in such a hurry?" Kimball replied dryly, then looked at Destiny, whose face showed concern. "Miss Wan, I've decided to go down with Gaston to investigate. Do you want to come?" "Of course, I'm not forcing you. It's your choice whether to come or not. We're friends, just speak your mind." Destiny felt torn. She glanced at Kimball, and then at the dark cave entrance. For a moment, she hesitated. After a pause, she exhaled and smiled slightly. "We're partners. How can I back out due to uncertainty? Besides, with so many geniuses in the secret realm, I won't be able to protect myself alone. Naturally, I'll join you." She laughed lightly. "Consider me a burden. I expect you to lead me forward. How could I retreat?" Her words made Kimball sweat. Gaston was nearby, curiously examining the environment. "Find anything?" Gaston shook his head and pointed forward. "Only this direction offers a way out. We have to go ahead." Kimball tried jumping up but found the air pressure significantly increased, making it difficult to ascend. "Well, let's keep moving forward," he conceded. They had already come this far, so continuing deeper wasn't unreasonable. Behind them, Destiny landed smoothly, looking amazed. Clearly, she hadn't expected the descent to be so smooth. Chapter 164. The Struggle for the Peach Blossom Secret Realm. Kimball briefly explained the situation to Destiny, giving her a general understanding before the three of them followed the underground river deeper into the cave. After only a few steps, Solomon looked up. The cave ceiling was covered with numerous bats, but they emitted very little demonic energy, barely stronger than ordinary animals. However, the cave was filled with bat droppings, which was quite nauseating. Each of the three used their own methods to protect themselves, ignoring the bats overhead, and continued deeper into the cave. Interestingly, the deeper they went, the more minerals surrounded them, and the light grew brighter. According to Kimball's estimation, after walking about 400 to 500 meters, the situation changed dramatically. It seemed the cave had reached its end, with the area ahead suddenly much brighter. When they emerged, they found themselves in what appeared to be a new world. In front of them was a forested mountain range, the sky low yet filled with soft light. Kimball stood momentarily dumbfounded, not expecting it to be a space within a space. At that moment, he heard a notification in his mind indicating the completion of a task. He immediately felt relieved. This adventure had been worthwhile. They had indeed found the true secret realm. Solomon hurried forward excitedly and remarked, "This is another small universe. It looks like the predecessor placed great importance on this place." Indeed, hiding a small world within a secret realm does show extraordinary skill, Kimball marveled. He couldn't help but wonder how someone managed to achieve such a feat. Even the Great Wasteland scripture, which mentioned creating an inner world within one's body, still baffled him. They hadn't walked far when they came across a path, clearly man-made, proving that others must have lived here before. "TSK, It seems people did live here, Solomon noted, intrigued. Suddenly, he spotted a stone tablet by the roadside and moved closer to inspect it. Peach Blossom City? Kimball read aloud, puzzled. Is this place called Peach Blossom City? Solomon's expression turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a small universe created by the Bodhi. Bodhi? Who's that? Kimball was utterly confused, not understanding what Solomon was talking about. Bodhi is an ancient powerhouse, a true imperial figure. Though I know little about him, I never imagined such a person actually existed. No matter what, finding the secret realm of Bodhi means there are definitely plenty of treasures inside. As he spoke, Kimball suddenly understood why Solomon and Achilles had become companions. They could be described as birds of a feather. Why are you so sure this place was built by Bodhi? In response to Kimball's question, Solomon stopped, pointing ahead. Take a look for yourself. After turning the corner, they were confronted by a village constructed from massive stones, appearing peculiar and strange. At the village entrance stood another stone tablet, densely inscribed with text. Kimball closely examined it and confirmed that Solomon's guess was correct. The inscription was a self-narration by Bodhi, explaining that although he had attained immortality, he could not let go of the place where he once grew up. The Peach Blossom Source was a metaphor for that cherished location. Time is merciless, scattering all past events and people into oblivion. Even immortals could do nothing about it. Thus, he rebuilt the Peach Blossom Source here, fulfilling a deep-seated desire. The narration was vague, interspersed with many sighs and reflections, leaving Kimball astonished. He knew the true imperial realm divided into heavenly Matthew and divine Matthew levels, but what level was this so-called immortal? Was achieving immortality real, and how did it compare to being a divine Matthew? While pondering, a slightly excited Buddhist chant sounded from behind them. Amitabha layman, I have finally found you. Turning around quickly, Kimball saw the monk who had competed with him for the wooden fish at the auction house. Furrowing his brow, Kimball politely asked, Master, what can I do for you? Amitabha, surely you can guess why I am here. If you would return the late master's relic, we will be dear friends from then on. Kimball was speechless. The wooden fish was now shattered beyond repair. How could he return it? Besides, he had bought it fairly, and now this monk was demanding it back. Certainly a breach of etiquette. Deciding not to waste time on formalities, he bluntly replied, Master, I obtained this item through fair purchase. There's no obligation for me to gift it to anyone. Furthermore, if you truly desired it, you should have bid higher during the auction. Why seek me out now? Moreover, if this is indeed your master's relic, blame lies with your own inability to preserve it properly. Why come to me? Venerable Aaron smiled without any embarrassment. Your words are incorrect. Buddhism emphasizes fate. The loss of the relic and my meeting you both signify fate. But the fact that you ended up with the relic indicates something. Looking at Venerable Aaron's single raised finger, Kimball frowned. What does it indicate? Layman, you have a connection with Buddhism. Upon hearing this, Kimball laughed bitterly. Monk, isn't that a bit too far-fetched? What makes you say I have a connection with Buddhism? Just buying an item that happens to be a Buddhist relic doesn't mean I have a connection with Buddhism. This only shows the item has a connection with me. No, layman, you haven't seen through it fully. If you have a connection with Buddhist relics, you have a connection with Buddhism. Kimball started feeling impatient. Stop rambling. What do you really want? Venerable Aaron's sorrowful expression deepened, and he sighed while folding his hands together. Layman, this is my master's relic. I hope you can return it to me. Ha, nice try. I spent 130,000 spirit jade to buy this. If you want it, hand over 200,000 spirit jade, or forget it. Chapter 165, Greedy Benson. Kimball sneered and spoke, his disgust with Monk Benson reaching its peak. The monk appeared kind-hearted, but turned out to be someone so despicable. Monk Benson sighed lightly, his tone more earnest. Sir, please do not make things difficult for this humble monk. As the young master of the Beckett family, you should know about the relationship between the Beckett family and the Buddhist world. My country of 10,000 Buddhas wishes to be on good terms with the Beckett family, helping each other. Since we are partners, why would it be unacceptable for you to return our predecessor's relic? Kimball had never imagined a Buddhist could be so shameless, speaking of freeloading in such a righteous manner. The relationship between the Beckett family and the country of 10,000 Buddhas was due to the deep friendship between our ancestors and the Buddha's disciples. If those disciples were as shameless as you, they would never have become close. You still have the nerve to say such things? Truly without a shred of dignity. Fury filled Kimball's face. He couldn't believe this monk was using their mutual respect as leverage. However, having received the inheritance from his family's ancestors, he knew that their relationship had thrived because the Buddhists had been virtuous, not like this monk who now threatened him. I'll say this one last time. Either hand over 20 million spirit jade or get lost. Don't spout your nonsense here, Kimball shouted, then turned to leave. Sir. Benson's voice suddenly rose, stopping Kimball in his tracks. What? Are you truly going to remain stubborn and deluded? Kimball laughed angrily. Monk, I've been respecting you because you come from the country of 10,000 Buddhas, but you're shameless beyond all limits. Why should I give up something I spent spirit jade on? Do you think you deserve it? Benson showed no sign of embarrassment, only sorrowfully sighing. Since Sir Beckett is so firm, this humble monk must apologize. I must take my master's relic back. Kimball's expression turned icy, his eyes full of killing intent. Your country of 10,000 Buddhas has truly produced an excellent disciple, ready to kill for treasure at the slightest disagreement. Come, let me see what skills this shameless monk has. As soon as these words were spoken, Solomon said to Destiny, quickly move away, there's going to be a show. Destiny was worried, whispering, Solomon, will Lord Beckett be alright? That's the Buddha's disciple from the country of 10,000 Buddhas. Solomon chuckled. If you think Kimball can only handle this much, you underestimate him. If he can't even deal with a single monk, how can he compete for treasures with the geniuses of Central Plains? With these words, Destiny's worry eased somewhat. nervously watching the two men tensely facing off. Ba. Benson recited a sutra, hands clasped in a bow toward Kimball. Sir Beckett, I must offend. Don't act so falsely here. It makes me sick. Show me your true abilities instead of just posturing. Without waiting for a response, Kimball attacked first, aiming directly at Monk Benson. He'd tolerated this monk long enough. Today, he would teach him a harsh lesson. Benson calmly flicked his sleeve, emitting a dense golden light that turned his skin gold. Ba, I've heard Sir Beckett excels in bodily cultivation. Let this humble monk witness your prowess with my Buddha's golden body. Without replying, Kimball's fist glowed with a bluish gold light, slamming down towards Benson's head like a heavy hammer. Benson raised his hand to block. Bang! The clear sound of impact resounded, the ground around them exploding into fragments. Strangely, despite their powers, the damage inside this peach blossom land remained minimal, appearing extraordinarily divine. Seeing that Benson could withstand his attack, Kimball smiled coldly and launched a flurry of punches and kicks. Instantly, the two clashed like tempered steel, the rapid succession of attacks making anyone within earshot shiver. Kimball grew increasingly astonished. While the monk's character was despicable, his strength was exceptional. Even at 70% power, Kimball felt no pressure from Benson. Unconsciously, he increased his attacks. Under growing pressure, Benson finally reacted. At some point, his face twisted, transforming him into an old man. This change stunned Kimball. Benson sighed. Alas, Sir Beckett, you are indeed a prodigy, breaking through to its limit. Imprisoned wasteland finger. Tired of Benson's incessant chatter, he unleashed his killing move with fierce eyes. Benson, sensing the danger, did not dare underestimate it, summoning the golden shield around his body, ready for the fight. Hashtag chapter 166, the truth of the peach blossom paradise. Boom. A dull sound echoed as Chiao Huang's finger struck forcefully against the light barrier. The intense collision between their powers, even within the peculiar circumstances of the peach blossom paradise, wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment. Crack. As the light barrier shattered, the monk Aaron immediately launched an attack. Kimball hurriedly retreated, his expression grave. This monk truly lived up to his reputation as an old demon. His mastery of Buddha power was at a level of consummate skill, and it felt like he still had some strength in reserve. If this entanglement continued, he would eventually be overwhelmed if he didn't fight with all his might. They had just entered this secret realm and couldn't waste time squabbling. With this thought, Kimball narrowed his eyes and surged forward once again, kicking out with lightning speed toward the monk. Aaron's face remained unperturbed, and even the usually mournful expression on his face showed a hint of a smile. Beckett layman, it won't work. As he spoke, he raised his hand to block casually, easily deflecting Kimball's kick while pushing back with force. This action suited Kimball's intention perfectly. He used the momentum to rapidly retreat, joining Nixon and Destiny, urging them urgently, let's go. We can't continue fighting him. Nixon instantly understood Kimball's intent, nodding and tossing a ball of dark light. Bam! The dark light, after being blocked by Aaron, exploded, instantly shrouding the area in thick fog. By the time Aaron used his Buddha power to disperse the fog that affected their senses, Kimball and the others had vanished without a trace. Hehehe, Kimball, you can't escape. At the edge of the Peach Blossom Village, Kimball and the others sped away. While they were running, Nixon asked, Brother Beckett, how powerful is that monk? Frowning, Kimball replied, from my initial impression, he's at least as strong as Dorian, and possibly even stronger. I think those monks are holding back, so they will definitely be formidable adversaries later. Nixon nodded without saying more, but Destiny was filled with astonishment. That monk was even stronger than top-tier geniuses like Kimball and Dorian, which surprised her greatly. Following these people indeed broadened her horizons. After a while, seeing no one following, they slowed down. With the monk temporarily dealt with, Kimball and Nixon focused their minds on the Peach Blossom Village. Initially cautious about potential dangers, they hadn't directly entered but had stayed around the perimeter. Suddenly, Kimball's expression changed as he looked toward the village. A figure approached, and a voice exclaimed with surprise and joy, well, isn't this Brother Beckett? Long time no see. Kimball focused and saw the fat man Achilles from the black market, waving enthusiastically. Nixon's expression soured, coldly sneering, Humph. What's this fatso doing here? What rotten luck. Achilles, who had sharp hearing, overheard this and glared. It's your bad luck, encountering me wherever I go. Fritz's, do you not want to live? Hey, such short temper after a few days apart? Apologize to Grandpa Fat, or else he'll send you to the afterlife today. They argued like old enemies. Kimball interjected helplessly. All right, let's stop arguing. We need to discuss something important. Achilles harumphed, turning his back on the incessantly talking Nixon. With Brother Beckett here, Grandpa Fat won't quarrel with you. Nixon glared, intending to retort but was cut off by Achilles. What happened? You guys seemed urgent just now? Kimball recounted the events briefly, not hiding anything. Achilles responded indignantly. Teske, those Buddhists sending out such shameless characters? Disgracing Buddha. Don't worry, Brother Beckett. When we meet him in paradise to reunite with old acquaintances, you understand that the power of time cannot be defied. Though unsuccessful, the Peach Immortal did establish the Peach Blossom Paradise. Before ascending, he left his most valuable possessions and lifetime inheritance here. I've gathered everyone to pool our strengths and open this gate, leading to the Peach Blossom Paradise. Upon hearing Achilles' explanation, everyone finally understood. Kimball was astounded. He thought they had found the true Peach Blossom Paradise, only to realize they were still outside. Hashtag chapter 167, the struggle for destiny. After Achilles finished explaining, he looked at everyone sincerely and said, everyone here must be seeking the inheritance of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Only by working together can we open the gate and claim the treasures. So, your cooperation is crucial in the coming actions. What do you think? As his words echoed, the geniuses from various factions began to ponder. Dorian remained silent, but his eyes occasionally darted toward Kimball, as if keeping a close watch on him. Kimball soon noticed this and became more vigilant. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant interrupted the moment. Umitba. Instantly, Kimball's expression darkened. He didn't expect that troublesome monk to be so persistent even after he had retreated. Indeed, when he turned around, Sinclair, now revealed as an elderly man, was looking at him with a kind expression. Patron, our fates are intertwined. You cannot escape. The scene instantly sparked amusement among the surrounding geniuses. Kimball took a deep breath, his face gradually turning cold. Since there was no way to avoid it, he would have to confront him head-on. If this trouble wasn't resolved, he wouldn't have a peaceful day from then on. With this thought, Sinclair approached him. Patron, destiny is preordained by heaven, beyond human control. Why resist so strongly? It would be better to agree to my request and form a bond with Buddhism. Kimball sneered, his voice laced with killing intent. The thought of traveling with someone like you makes me feel nauseous. As expected, the older one gets, the less conscience they have. I can understand you lack shame, old turtle. When Kimball insulted him earlier with fewer people around, Sinclair could overlook it. But here, surrounded by so many, such insults stirred his anger. Since you remain stubborn, I will have to use the wrathful Vajra image to guide you back on the right path. Without caring about the crowd, he swung his Kasaya and attacked Kimball. This time, Kimball did not hold back. He pushed his divine elephant savage power to its limit, engaging Sinclair in an intense battle with his formidable physique. The spectacle left the watching geniuses with mixed thoughts. Many were astonished by Kimball's strength, while Sinclair, as his opponent, seemed even more formidable. On the surface, Kimball appeared at a disadvantage, while Sinclair's attacks intensified, gradually gaining the upper hand. His appearance also grew younger with his increasing power, creating a strange scene for the onlookers. Achilles, helpless, tried to mediate. Gentlemen, we are standing before the gates of the Peach Blossom Source. Let's settle any disputes later, shall we? No need to fight right now. But Sinclair and Kimball were already fully engaged, neither willing to back down easily. Sinclair wanted the inheritance, and Kimball didn't want to be constantly pursued by this monk. Just as the conflict escalated, a peculiar Taoist rhythm resonated from the sky. A translucent black and white Taiji diagram silently appeared overhead, quietly covering everyone beneath it. Then the Taiji diagram spun wildly, emitting a burst of white light straight down. The sudden change made Kimball and Sinclair momentarily stop. When the white light faded, Achilles' face lit up, bowing to a young man in a Taoist robe. Senior brother, you're here too? The young Taoist was cold-faced but showed a hint of warmth towards Achilles. What happened here? Before Achilles could respond, Zack interjected. Antony, that Azrael has his eyes on something Beckett bought at the auction, and he's been pestering him ever since. Beckett refused, so he keeps pressuring him, and now they're fighting. Upon hearing this, Antony turned to look at Sinclair. Taoist friend, normally I should respect you as a senior. However, this place involves the inheritance of the Peach Blossom Immortal. Could you resolve your dispute with Beckett after leaving the secret realm? Sinclair narrowed his eyes, sighing sorrowfully. It's not that this poor monk clings to desire. This Beckett patron truly has a karmic connection with Buddhism. I must bring him back. I hope Antony can show leniency. His words only made Antony colder. I've said this needs everyone's cooperation. Resolve any issues after leaving the secret realm. Antony, don't put me in a difficult position. Beckett patron indeed has a special connection with Buddhism. I cannot let him go. Kimball laughed bitterly, his chi and blood power surging like a great river, with the faint shadow of a golden elephant appearing behind him. Stinky monk, come if you dare. Let's see if little lord can beat you today. Antony turned to Kimball. Beckett, don't worry. Leave this to me. Kimball paused. Seeing Achilles and Zack nodding at him, he finally nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll trust Antony. Honestly, he didn't want to fight Sinclair to the death just yet. Winning or losing aside, this bald monk would force him to reveal all his cards, putting him at a disadvantage against other geniuses. Antony turned to Achilles. Junior brother, calculate if Beckett and I have a connection. Got it. Achilles immediately agreed, calculating for a moment before opening his eyes. Senior brother, you and Beckett are very much connected. He's destined to be your benefactor and will help you with something important. Hearing this, Antony said nothing, turning to Sinclair coldly. Monk, Beckett is also connected to me. Please pause for now. Sinclair sighed deeply, almost physically manifesting his anguish. Antony, your interference puts me in a terrible situation. For the sake of Taoism, I won't argue further. Hand over Beckett to me, and we'll call it quits. Antony's brow furrowed tightly. Unworried, don't push me. Chapter 168. The opening of the storm gate. Quentin's voice turned colder, but the monk Aaron seemed unfazed. Quentin, don't let the Taoists and Buddhists fall out. This benefactor truly has a connection with our Buddhist door. Ridiculous bald monk. Quentin, previously somewhat polite, suddenly spat out a vile insult. A long sword appeared in his hand, which he flung into the sky where it immediately transformed into 4 towering light swords, trapping Aaron in the center. Shameless bald monk, do you really think Taoist sir is easily provoked? Quentin's eyes narrowed as he shouted, then swiftly formed seals with his hands. The massive sword formation began to spin rapidly. Boundless sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, descending upon Aaron who was now at the center of the formation. Aaron's face instantly became grave as he clasped his hands together, and a golden bell-like barrier enveloped him. Clang, clang, clang. A barrage of collisions resounded. Each strike possessed the power of a high-level cave heaven realm cultivator, causing even the geniuses present to have their eyes twitch in awe. Even Dorian Gaylord, a top-tier genius, wore a solemn expression. Quentin's strength was simply beyond imagination. Aaron was already stronger than them by a margin, yet it seemed he had little resistance against Quentin. Within the formation, Sword chi rained down incessantly, an endless torrent of attacks battering Eren, who struggled to hold on, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock, unable to comprehend how Quentin could be so powerful. He was a top-tier genius reborn from ancient times, having lost only to the great emperor back then. He was one of the most formidable figures on Myriad Source's continent, with talent and cultivation experience far surpassing younger generations. How could he lose to someone junior? Moments later, Quentin's gaze turned icy, and the seal in his hand changed slightly. Within the sword formation, a colossal beam of sword light condensed and ruthlessly chopped down toward Eren, who had grown noticeably younger but was pale-faced. Crack! The golden barrier shattered, and Quentin's figure vanished only to reappear with Eren in hand. Eren no longer held the proud demeanor he once did, appearing disheveled and defeated, with an unbecoming rage and resentment in his eyes, unbecoming for a monk. Alas, circumstances were not on his side. Quentin didn't bother with him, casually sealing his powers and tossing him to the ground. Ehang Beckett watched this scene with immense satisfaction. This wretched monk, relying on his formidable cultivation and the backing of the Buddhist sects, had acted recklessly without bounds, virtually indistinguishable from a bandit. Now Quentin finally subdued this bastard. Ladies and gentlemen. Quentin spoke loudly, quieting the murmurs. His demonstrated strength earned him everyone's respect. Junior brother has already explained to everyone why the Taoist sect gathered you all here. As he spoke, he turned to look at the bronze gate behind him, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Beckett's, it is to open the true peach blossom source left by the immortal of peach blossoms, full of legacies and treasures. But opening this gate requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. That's why I asked my junior brother to gather all of you here. Only together can we unlock the gate. Just as Quentin finished speaking, a questioning voice rose from the crowd. I don't doubt Quentin's words, but what use is Ehang Beckett, who cannot cultivate and possesses no spiritual energy? Why keep him around? Ehang Beckett raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man beside Dorian who had spoken. For some reason, he felt this person seemed familiar. Who are you? The young man glared at him, eyes filled with disdain. My name is Jalen, Cavan of the Great Qin Dynasty. Now Ehang Beckett understood. This man was from the Great Qin Dynasty. No wonder he held such animosity. After all, Ijichi had lost to him, and Imran's death was deeply connected to the Beckett family and himself. It made sense for someone from the Great Qin Dynasty to harbor hostility. Wu Fei, Dorian softly chided, then smiled at Ehang Beckett. Brother Beckett, don't be upset. Wu Fei just arrived in Dongzhou and isn't fully acquainted with certain matters. There might be some misunderstandings. Ehang Beckett nodded without comment. From Dorian's attitude, it was clear that Jalen wasn't a significant figure, otherwise, Dorian wouldn't address him so casually. Had it been Imran, Dorian would never have treated him this way. Seeing the conflict ease, Quentin continued, Everyone, prepare yourselves. Let's hasten to open the secret realm. As the leader present, no one dared contradict Quentin. Moments later, Quentin approached the bronze gate emitting a golden glow, his expression growing serious. Later, follow my command. Everyone channel your spiritual energy into the bronze mirror on the gate. Understand? The group responded affirmatively. Quentin sheathed his sword, then sat cross-legged before the gate, continuously forming seals. Suddenly, a slightly withered peach blossom floated from his chest and slowly landed on the bronze mirror above the gate. Now, channel your spiritual energy. With a shout, Quentin opened his eyes. The others sent their spiritual energy into the mirror in unison. As a massive influx of spiritual energy poured in, the huge bronze gate began to rise into the sky slowly. The two tightly shut doors gradually parted. Suddenly, crack! The bronze gate, initially opening slowly, abruptly swung wide open, catching everyone off guard. What's happening? Achilles murmured, bewildered, turning to his senior brother. Ehang Beckett looked up. Inside the bronze gate was a dense pink fog, obscuring any view of what lay beyond. At that moment, a wailing sound came from within the gate. Everyone was under his control for the moment. Looking around, he realized he was lying in a field beside a road. Damn, where am I? Didn't I enter through the bronze door? He muttered to himself. Kimball stood up and instinctively urged his blood chi to flow to recover from the slight discomfort in his body. Why can't I muster my blood chi? Trying to move his body, he discovered that no matter how many times he attempted, he couldn't rouse his blood chi. Even the wasteland force, which he had always kept hidden, showed no response now. After a moment, he reluctantly accepted this reality. Apart from his physical strength, all his abilities were temporarily sealed by an inexplicable force. He couldn't even open his storage ring. In essence, he was now not much different from a regular mortal. What is going on here? Feeling gloomy, he sensed an ominous foreboding about this village with its gloomy sky. As he got up and walked onto the road, Kimball suddenly noticed a stone tablet by the roadside. On the tablet were several lines of crimson text that immediately caught his attention. Your identity, twin life lover. You must ensure that both you and your lover survive. If one dies, the other will instantly suffer the same fate. Lover's identity, Minnie. Kimball stared blankly, rubbing his eyes hard only to find that the blood-red words hadn't changed. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Calming himself, he continued reading. Taoyuan County Rules. 1. Fighting is strictly prohibited on village streets. 2. Upon the ringing of the bell, all must immediately report to the county hall. 3. During the night, the jail is safe. Trust the patrollers in black. Do not trust the patrollers in white. 4. No one is allowed to go out at night. Ignore anyone knocking on doors. 5. Report intruders to the county hall immediately, and the magistrate will protect you. 6. Every villager must pay taxes every 3 days. Failure to do so results in imprisonment. 7. You can report wanted criminals to the county hall. Incorrect reporting will result in death. Wishing you a happy life in Taoyuan village, where you may find your paradise. Stunned, Kimball read these bizarre rules several times, shuddering involuntarily. If his guess was correct, this place might be something akin to a realm of rule-bound legends. Suppressing all cultivation levels meant that everyone was now essentially as weak as ordinary mortals, leaving only intelligence and physical strength as their assets. For cultivators accustomed to being superior, this was undoubtedly a torturous experience. Moreover, the rules had assigned him a twin-life lover identity. If his lover died, he would die too. This was his current greatest concern. If this lover, Minnie, was intelligent enough to survive under such eerie conditions, it would be best when he found him. Otherwise, this arrangement posed a significant threat to his own life. The key issue was that aside from knowing his lover's name, Minnie, he had no further information, not even gender. Among the geniuses present, he only knew a few well, like Hagen and Achilles. Most were strangers whose names he didn't know. How could he find this Minnie? These concerns clouded his mind, causing immense frustration. If he couldn't find Minnie promptly, his life could be at constant risk. He didn't believe this secret realm suppressed their cultivation just to frighten them. Suddenly, the system issued a mission prompt in his mind. System recommendation: completely destroy Taoyuan village. Death mission: danger level high, difficulty high, reward advanced package, special supreme package, Taoyuan hidden countryside. Seeing the notification on the system panel, Kimball felt even more solemn. Given the danger and difficulty level, this mission was likely fraught with peril. If he wasn't cautious, he might lose his life. Taking a deep breath, Kimball decided to explore the village first. He seemed to be near the village entrance. According to the first rule, standing idly in the street was potentially dangerous. Walking down the street, a chill ran down his spine. The shops on both sides looked long abandoned, exuding a decaying atmosphere. The road was littered with fallen leaves swirling in the gentle breeze, adding to the desolation. Suddenly, he heard voices and rushed toward the source. Turning a corner, Kimball abruptly stopped. In front of him were three people dressed entirely in white, except for a red circle on their back and chest, with a dark red patrol character inside. If his guess was right, these were the white patrol officers mentioned in the rules. Since the rules stated they were untrustworthy, Kimball dared not take any risks and quickly hid behind a wall corner, peering nervously. The three patrollers seemed to be searching for something, moving between several shop doors. Suddenly, one darted into a store. Moments later, a figure emerged, running and shouting. What kind of hellish place is this? Chapter 170, The Secret of the Forbidden Village. The three patrol officers seemed to have been triggered, instantly chasing after that figure at top speed. Currently, their cultivation had all been sealed, leaving them reliant on their physical strength to survive in this bizarre village. Even though cultivators' bodies were stronger than ordinary people's, how long could they withstand this kind of supernatural threat? The shouting figure had only taken a few steps before the three white-robed patrollers had caught up from behind. They wielded bone-removing daggers which easily pierced through the man's back. Ah! A Tanjiao rang out. The man didn't even have time to react before the white-robed patrollers severed his limbs and slung him over their shoulders, carrying him away into the distance. Continuing translation, Kimball couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This person had previously made an appearance at the Genius Assembly and was considered one of the well-known geniuses in Central Continent, a powerhouse who had also reached the Dongtian realm. But now, this person was no different from poultry, unable to escape from the white-robed patrollers. Phew. Watching the white-robed patrollers disappear, Kimball let out a long breath, planning to head in another direction to first figure out what was happening in this village. But just then, a voice came from behind him unexpectedly. Well, isn't this young Master Beckett? Why are you hiding here like a thief? Kimball's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly turned around, seeing the Kavin of the Dechin Empire standing behind him, looking at him with a mocking expression. Frowning, Kimball inwardly cursed the rules here, suppressing not only their cultivation, but also weakening their senses to an extreme. Otherwise, with his current physical cultivation, he would have sensed any movement around him and wouldn't have been caught off guard. In such a dangerous place, he didn't want to tangle with the other party. Attracting the attention of the white-robed patrollers would benefit. Afraid of attracting the patrollers? However, Otis seemed unconcerned, his attacks becoming more intense, forcing Kimball to keep dodging as if he wasn't worried about the arrival of the white-robed patrollers at all. TSK. What, Kimball? You have moments of fear too? Rest assured, I don't think you're that fragile. As these words were spoken, Kimball felt a strange sensation. Why did Otis seem so confident? Could he have some way to deal with the white-robed patrollers? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Otis's dagger struck Kimball. With a crisp clang, Otis looked in disbelief at Kimball's skin, which only bore a faint white mark. Was this person's body really this strong? He had tested the dagger on himself before. A slight force was enough to leave a bloody scratch. Realizing this quickly, he adjusted his attack strategy, aiming specifically at vulnerable areas like Kimball's eyes and throat. Bang! To avoid the dagger, Kimball accidentally smashed open the door of a house by the roadside. The loud noise echoed around, causing his heart to skip a beat. Just as Otis was about to continue his attack, Kimball's tense whisper interrupted him. Don't move, the patrollers are coming. Otis's body stiffened. Despite his earlier bravado, after witnessing the grim fate of the Central Continent genius, he didn't dare underestimate the patrollers. Their sealed cultivation left them with little power to resist these entities. After a moment of tension, he cautiously glanced backward. The white-robed patrollers, pale-faced and expressionless, were slowly approaching, their brown eyes devoid of any life. Seeing the patrollers getting closer, Kimball grew anxious. Letting these things get too close would surely mean trouble. So, he grabbed Otis, pulling him into the courtyard and shutting the door with a click. Before Otis could speak, Kimball gave him a stern, shoo gesture and carefully peered through the keyhole. A moment later, he sighed in relief. Otis whispered, "Are they gone?" "Gone," Kimball replied quietly, feeling much lighter. These white-robed patrollers' attacks were terrifying to them now, especially the special daggers they wielded, likely a product of the strange rules governing this place. The Central Continent genius had been wearing defensive magical equipment. Even without using spiritual energy, Its material hardness should not have been so easily penetrated by a single strike. After this interruption, Otis seemed to lose his desire to continue fighting Kimball. What did you discover here? He asked, putting the dagger back in his waist. Kimball shook his head. I woke up at the village entrance and found a stone tablet detailing some forbidden rules about this village. You woke up at the village entrance? Otis was surprised. Kimball 敏锐地抓住了其中的问题。你不是吗? What about you? I woke up in a room with a sign by the door bearing my name. To still be at the village entrance without being caught by the patrollers means you had good luck. Kimball immediately furrowed his brow. He suddenly remembered something and opened the door, peering at the doorway. Kimball couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This person had previously made an appearance at the elite conference, also being one of the somewhat famous geniuses in Central Continent, and a powerhouse who had entered the grotto realm. Beckett here he was, no different from Poultry, unable to escape from the hands of the white-robed patrollers. Phew. Watching the white-robed patrollers disappear, Kimball let out a long breath, planning to head in another direction, aiming to first understand what was happening in this village. But at this moment, a voice unexpectedly came from behind. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Beckett family? Why are you hiding here like a thief? Kimball's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly turned around, seeing that the cabin of the Tang Empire had appeared behind him, looking at him with disdain. Frowning, Kimball cursed the rules here internally. While suppressing cultivation, it even weakened his five senses to an extreme point. Otherwise, with his current physical cultivation, he would have sensed everything around him early on, avoiding being caught off guard. In this dangerous place, he didn't want to tangle with the other party, as it would be bad for both if it attracted the attention of the patrollers. Why aren't you talking? Are you guilty? The prince asked, pressing further. Now tell me, what did my brother encounter in your Beckett family's secret realm, and how did he die? Kimball frowned coldly. The secret realm is vast, and I didn't bump into Imran. How would I know what happened to him or how he died? Moreover, before entering the secret realm, all factions clearly stated that life and death depend on ability and fate. If he died inside, he should blame himself, not me. Otis immediately became enraged. Hold your tongue, you bastard. It's so easy for you to say. That's clearly your Beckett family's secret realm, and you have someone like Bradley there. Don't tell me you don't know what happened. Kimball stared at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled mysteriously. Kevin, aren't your relationships with Imran and Cyrus not this close? Otis paused, not answering the question but instead drawing a dagger from his waist. Here, your cultivation is suppressed. You won't be as lucky. Before he finished speaking, Otis suddenly charged over with the dagger. Kimball jumped in shock, dodging the attack while angrily cursing. You idiot, making such a commotion. Aren't you afraid of attracting the patrollers? However, Otis seemed unconcerned, increasing his slashing motions, forcing Kimball to constantly dodge and maneuver as if completely unworried about the arrival of the white-robed patrollers. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So, Kimball, you're scared too? Relax, I don't want you to break so easily. These words gave Kimball a strange feeling. Why did Otis seem so confident? Could it be that he had some way to deal with the patrollers? As this thought flashed across his mind, Otis's dagger slashed onto Kimball's body. A crisp metallic sound rang out as Otis, stunned, looked at Kimball's skin where only a faint white mark remained. He found it hard to believe. Had this person's physique reached such a level? Previously, when he had tested his own skin with the dagger, even slight pressure caused a bloody gash. Quickly realizing this, he urgently adjusted his attacks, targeting vulnerable areas like Kimball's eyes and throat. Bang! To avoid the dagger, Kimball inadvertently burst through the door of a nearby house. The loud noise echoed loudly, causing his heart to skip a beat. Just as Otis was about to continue his attack, Kimball's slightly nervous whisper interrupted him. Don't move, the patrollers are coming. Otis's body stiffened. Despite appearing fearless earlier, after witnessing the gruesome fate of the Central Continent genius, he dared not underestimate these patrollers at all. With their cultivation sealed, they seemed to have little power against these creatures. After a moment of tension, he slightly moved his body to look backward. The white-robed patroller, with pale face and eerily blank expression, slowly approached, their brown eyes filled with dead silence. Seeing the patroller getting closer, Kimball grew anxious. Allowing this thing to get any closer surely wouldn't end well. So, he grabbed Otis, pulling him into the courtyard and slamming the door shut. As Otis was about to speak, Kimball shot him a stern glance, putting a finger to his lips. Then, he cautiously peered through the keyhole. Moments later, he exhaled lightly. Otis whispered, "Are they gone?" "Gone," Kimball replied quietly, feeling much relieved. The white-robed patrollers' offensive power was terrifying to them in their current state, especially the special daggers they wielded, which might be products of this world's rules. That Central Continent genius wore a defensive artifact. Without using spiritual energy, its material hardness shouldn't allow it to be so easily pierced by a single strike. After this incident, Otis seemed to lose interest in continuing the confrontation with Kimball. What did you discover here? He asked actively, simultaneously putting away his dagger. Kimball shook his head. I woke up at the village entrance, finding a stone tablet that recorded some forbidden rules about this village. You woke up at the village entrance? Otis was surprised. Kimball seized on the issue. Isn't that the case with you? I woke up in a room with a sign outside bearing my name. Considering you weren't caught by patrollers at the entrance, you were indeed fortunate. Kimball furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly remembering something, he opened the door and peered at the doorframe. Chapter 171. The Secret of the Warrant. Sure enough, just as he had expected, there was a wooden sign on the right side of the door, inscribed with 3 large characters, Kimball. Otis raised an eyebrow. Now, you finally have your own room. Kimball nodded, looking at him seriously. Otis, we're in this together like fleas on a rope. Let's not fight among ourselves for now. Figuring out what's going on here is the priority. Otis snorted. The rules here are terrifying to you, but to me, He realized he had spoken out of turn and stopped himself mid-sentence, shifting the topic. Fine, cooperation can be arranged. But I assume you also have an identity, right? Tell me, what's your situation? From that sentence and his behavior, Kimball had already deduced that Otis's identity must be one that didn't need to worry about the rules, or could exempt him from some of them. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to remain so calm when he was literally betting with his life. Thinking about this, Kimball became even more determined to keep his true identity hidden. Otherwise, those who were hostile towards him wouldn't even need to deal with him directly. They could simply target his lover Minnie, whom he had never met. I'll tell you straight up. My identity is Hunter. When I die, I can randomly choose someone to take with me. Upon hearing this, Otis's expression visibly changed. How can there be such an identity that forces you to drag someone else down with you? Are you trying to trick me? Kimball glanced at him coldly and said with a sneer, is that statement amusing? You managed to get an identity that lets you ignore the rules, so why can't I have one that lets me take others with me? Otis's expression changed repeatedly, his wariness of Kimball increasing significantly. He even felt somewhat relieved that he hadn't pushed Kimball into a corner just now, or else if Kimball had exposed his identity and taken him along, it would have been a loss greater than any gain. As Kimball had speculated, Otis harbored hostility towards him primarily because Matthew Chin Huang had issued an order. Whoever uncovered the cause of Imran's death would receive a substantial reward. While Imran was alive, Otis had no aspirations for that position. His pretense of being obsessed with poetry and music was merely a self-preservation tactic. But now that Imran was dead and the third prince, Elijah, had lost face due to Kimball, resulting in his house arrest, achieving some feats and impressing the Matthew might just secure him the position of crown prince. However, all of this hinged on him preserving his own life. Without his life, everything else was mere fantasy. Alright, since that's the case, let's cooperate then. Otis nodded, agreeing to Kimball's proposal for collaboration. We're lacking information. We need to understand the specifics of this village before figuring out what's happening and finding a way out. Kimball agreed wholeheartedly and immediately nodded in assent. Fine, let's make the most of the patrol leaving. They cautiously slipped out of the courtyard, staying vigilant as they began searching the village. Before long, they found another living person on the other side of the street. This individual was also a prodigy participating in the secret realm trial, but after witnessing the white-clad patrol officer killing someone, he was too terrified to leave his house. Despite assurances from Kimball and Otis that it was relatively safe to come out now, he still refused. In desperation, the two tried to exchange information through the door. After all, the rules clearly stated that anyone wishing to enter another's room must report it to the county office. Forced entry could attract the patrol, which would benefit no one. Unfortunately, this person had barely ventured out of his yard since waking up and thus had very limited information. However, they did manage to gather some useful insights. Aside from their special identities, others might have been assigned the identity of commoners without any special abilities. Continuing their search, they moved on to other courtyards hoping to encounter more companions. Meanwhile, on the empty, desolate street, a horribly off-key tune rang out. Heh. Hiroshi walked down the street and started shouting loudly down the street. Anyone alive? I have important information about the village. Answer if you want to hear it. He repeated this call, wandering from one street to another with inexplicable audacity. Kimball and Otis had just left another person's courtyard when they heard this arrogant shout from afar. After exchanging glances, Otis exclaimed in amazement. Is this guy mentally unstable? Does he not fear death? Chapter 172. A secret fugitive. Kimball had already recognized the voice and shook his head speechlessly, thinking to himself, indeed, this person is nothing but a lunatic. But after his inner rant, he decided it was best to meet up with Jeffrey first. Although this person acted crazily, his mind was very sharp and not at all foolish. Since he dared to make such a fuss without worrying about his life, there must be something backing him up. If they could get some information from him, that would be ideal. After carefully avoiding several white-robed patrols, they finally saw Jeffrey on a nearby street. He idly twirled 2 walnuts in his hands, looking so carefree and walking so confidently that anyone who didn't know better might think he owned this bizarre village of Taoyuan Village. Jeffrey's eyes were keen. Spotting them immediately, he approached cheerfully. Hey, Brother Beckett, you're still alive? Kimball's face turned dark instantly. This was exactly why he didn't want to stay with Jeffrey. Sometimes his mouth spewed nonsense, and being around him for too long would definitely spike his blood pressure. Hemph, since you're still kicking, how could I leave you behind so early? Hee, so full of anger. Looks like you're really fine. Jeffrey replied with a grin before turning to Otis and sizing him up. You're the second brother of that deadbeat Imran, right? You. Otis immediately flew into a rage, but Kimball held him back. That's enough. Let's all tone it down. We're not sure where we are, and if we provoke the white-robed ones, none of us will be happy. Otis snorted but said no more. Jeffrey, unusually serious for once, spoke up. Jeffrey, you mentioned important news about the village earlier. What was it? Jeffrey smiled and stretched lazily. I'm tired. Let's find a place to rest and talk. Trust me, this intel is pretty crucial. Kimball and Otis exchanged glances and immediately agreed. Walking around aimlessly was dangerous, and if Jeffrey knew useful information, it could save them from unnecessary risks. The three returned to Kimball's small courtyard. Jeffrey plopped into a chair immediately. Phew, I'm worn out. Losing my cultivation really isn't easy to adjust to. Just walking for so long made me sweat. Jeffrey muttered to himself while Otis impatiently asked, tell us quickly, what useful intelligence did you get? Tisk, Brother Beckett hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already waving your arms around like a maniac? Truly, the Emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. You. Otis was furious again, ready to lash out at Jeffrey. Kimball hurriedly intervened to break up the quarrel. After a bit of commotion, Jeffrey finally became serious. On my way here, I saw a notice posted on the wall. The notice stated that a few wanted criminals have recently infiltrated the village. It urged villagers to be vigilant. Anyone who reports a criminal to the county office can claim rewards in the capital upon capturing the suspect. Upon hearing this, Kimball's expression turned grave. That fits. The rules mention reporting wanted criminals to the county office, but incorrectly reporting results in death. Adding in the offer of rewards in the capital, does it mean finding the correct criminal could allow us to leave this strange village? Otis wasn't stupid. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. So, the core of this trial is to find the hidden fugitives among us without alerting the patrols? After finishing, Otis felt his guess was spot on, unable to hide his smug satisfaction. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Anyone could hear that. No need to repeat it. Kimball frowned. So, the key now is figuring out how to identify the criminals quickly. But given the peculiar rules of this village, and the fact that how do we complete the task? Calling you stupid seems useless if you won't believe it. Jeffrey scoffed, showing blatant disdain. Why not secretly contact Anthony and others first to confirm their identities? Then explain the situation to them. Unless they're all criminals, wouldn't they understand what to do? This rapid-fire barrage of rhetorical questions left Otis speechless. He now realized that perhaps his intellect was slightly inferior to these two. Jeffrey ignored him and turned to Kimball. Brother Beckett, let's split up. I'll go scout the town for clues. You and our somewhat slow friend can gather reliable allies and spread the word. Sound good? Without hesitation, Kimball agreed. Finding the criminals required more people. The more involved, the easier it would be to uncover details. Chapter 173. Unveiling the Conspiracy of Peach Blossom City. Ferguson's words made Otis's eyes widen in anger immediately. Blasphemy! What right do you have to speak to this prince like that? Ah, enough. Don't try to intimidate me with your status. I'm almost frightened to death, Ferguson yawned, showing no concern for Otis's threats. Brother Beckett, what should we do next? Kimball frowned as he glanced at Ferguson. He had some suspicions, but now wasn't the time to express them. Since Ferguson could walk through the village so boldly, it proved either his identity allowed him to ignore certain rules, much like Otis, or he possessed an ability that rendered death meaningless. Either way, it would greatly assist them in completing their task. Let's split up. Ferguson, you go to the county office and check things out there. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Ferguson thought for a moment, then nodded. No problem. That's good. Then, Kimball turned to Otis. Come with me. We'll patrol the village and gather useful information. We can also see if we can rally some people to help find the fugitives. Otis had no reason to refuse and agreed with a nod. Before they left, Kimball suddenly remembered something and quickly asked both men. By the way, do you know if anyone among us is named Minnie? Minnie? What kind of name is that? Otis shook his head disdainfully, indicating he hadn't heard of it. Ferguson also expressed unfamiliarity. Kimball sighed, somewhat disappointed. All right then, let's get on with our tasks. After dividing the tasks, the three of them left the courtyard and began their actions. Kimball and Otis cautiously avoided the white-robed patrollers and started looking for the courtyards listed on the door plaques. Soon, they found several courtyards where outsiders resided. These talented individuals weren't fools, making it difficult to gain their trust. So after recounting Ferguson's information, Kimball gathered some usable information and left with Otis. He didn't expect everyone to follow him just by speaking. Eyes lit up. Tell us, what did you find? First rule, the county office is where fugitives must be reported. However, if the report is incorrect, the informer will be arrested immediately and executed for false accusation. Kimball's face grew serious. So, my idea of using the reporting rule to identify the fugitive within us won't work. If that's the case, uncovering the fugitive will be much harder. No one might dare to report, fearing retaliation from hidden fugitives. Ferguson nodded. Also, there are rules concerning the county jail and the patrols. The white-robe patrollers during the day won't attack unless rules are violated. But at night, they return to the county office, allowing jailed criminals to roam free. They disguise themselves as patrollers, trying various methods to kill those participating in the trial. Hearing this, Kimball and Otis immediately recalled the rule stating to trust the white-robed but not the black-robed patrollers. Clearly, the criminals roaming at night must be the black-robed ones. Understanding this, Kimball looked at the sky. The clouds were darker, and dusk was approaching rapidly. While we still have time, we should contact as many people as possible. Tomorrow, we need a plan. Otherwise, many lives will be lost tonight. We must figure out how fugitives differ from us. Both agreed with his suggestion. After a brief reaction, at this moment, the hooded man suddenly spoke up. Master Beckett, Anthony has a message for you. Kimball paused, about to ask him to speak when the hooded man approached on his own and whispered 3 words into his ear. Warren. What? That name sent a chill down Kimball's spine. Anthony actually knew about Warren. Could it be that he already had control over the person crucial to his survival? Thinking of this, Kimball's expression turned complex. He stared deeply at the hooded man and nodded. All right, let's go see him. Seeing how quickly Kimball changed his stance, Otis couldn't help but ask, what did he tell you? Why did you change your mind so fast? Kimball didn't elaborate. Don't worry. Let's meet Anthony first, and I can assure you that he means no harm. In that brief moment, Kimball thought it through thoroughly. If Anthony really intended him harm and controlled the other party in the lovers' duo, he could have simply killed that person directly. There was no need to send someone specifically to tell him, which would only deepen his suspicion and vigilance. So, it was basically safe to conclude that Anthony held no malice toward him. Seeing Kimball's confidence, Otis said nothing more. The trio followed the hooded man, turning down several streets until they arrived at a courtyard gate. Creak. As if hearing them, the courtyard gate opened slightly, and a head poked out. It's me. The hooded man removed his hood, revealing a young Taoist priest. After confirming his identity, the person inside allowed the 4 of them entry. Inside the courtyard, Anthony sat at a table with 4 cups of steaming tea placed in front of him. Please come in. Once everyone was seated, Zach asked curiously, Anthony, why did you invite us here? Anthony always appeared calm and composed, except for the time he dealt with Benson the monk. You 3 were spreading news about the fugitive in the village. I assume you understand that our identities differ, so there's no need for me to repeat it. I invited you because we've discovered a fugitive within our Taoist sect. The trio was taken aback. There's a fugitive among the Taoists? Kimball asked in shock, surprised by Antony's speed. Beckett's, Antony confirmed, nodding with a light sigh. One of our members traveled with the fugitive and was ambushed, resulting in 2 deaths. We cornered him in a dead-end alley and learned some information about the fugitives. People who obtained the fugitive status see different rules from ours. We need to find and hand over the fugitives to the county office. Meanwhile, they need to remain hidden and kill the rest to obtain rewards and escape the secret realm. Hence, both sides inherently conflict and cannot cooperate. This revelation caused Otis and Kimball to look more serious. So, we and the fugitives are in a life-or-death struggle with no room for compromise? Otis asked, frowning deeply, finding the situation very difficult. Antony secured the door and turned to Kimball, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Brother Beckett, are you part of the lovers' duo? Kimball nodded without hiding anything. After the hooded man mentioned Warren, he knew Antony must be aware of his identity. Correct. May I ask, is Warren one of your Taoist sect members? Antony coughed lightly, and for the first time, a trace of embarrassment flickered across his usually stoic face. Beckett's, Warren is my family name, Sue. Ah. Kimball was stunned. He hadn't expected that the person tied to his life was this mysterious Antony. Relief washed over him. Antony, with his remarkable strength and wisdom, assured him he wouldn't die senselessly in some remote corner. Having such a powerful partner greatly increased their chances of survival. So you're Warren. When I first received this identity, I worried for a long time. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 175. Secret Exchange Under the Night Sky. Antony smiled slightly. When I saw your name, I had nothing to worry about. Really? Antony trusts me so much? He. Brother Beckett possesses the ancient Tao Huang body that cannot be cultivated. Yet you have reached this point where you stand on equal footing with the top prodigies of Central Continent. If not for your extraordinary courage and wisdom, how could you have achieved such success? Kimball laughed. You flatter me, Antony. I've just been lucky. Not at all, not at all. Brother Beckett, please don't be modest, Antony said. After exchanging a few courteous words, Antony frowned. I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. If my guess is correct, the fugitive among us is likely from the same camp as those black-clothed patrollers in the county jail. They both aim to kill us, so it's easy for them to collude. You are indeed perceptive, Antony, Kimball praised, sighing lightly. The most critical issue now is that we can't determine who exactly among us is the hidden traitor. As they spoke, footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard gate. The two stopped speaking simultaneously, exchanged glances, and immediately stood up, cautiously moving to either side of the wooden door. Kimball picked up a wooden stool and gestured to Antony. Antony nodded, understanding him. Can someone inside hear me? The figure outside stopped, and a deep male voice followed. Kimball and Antony glanced at each other, neither of them responding. Is anyone there? Knocking continued, and the man's voice repeated. Kimball cast an inquiring look and made a gesture asking whether they should respond. Antony shook his head gently. I know you can hear me. The man's voice turned low and anxious. Trust me, I'm not a bad person. Came urgent, even frantic, pounding on the gate. Suddenly, his tone changed drastically, emitting a wild, animal-like growl. Don't believe him. Last time, I never even met my lover, and she died. This new tone alarmed Kimball and Antony. Go back, you good-for-nothing, the man roared angrily, arguing with someone. Strange muffled voices followed. Kimball peeked through the door crack, growing more solemn. He gestured silently, indicating only one person was outside. The Wind Spirit Sect's Divine Son's voice grew increasingly agitated. Please believe me. I survived the last round. Without me, you won't leave this place. Only by cooperating do we have a chance. After witnessing his schizophrenic behavior, they were absolutely wary of trusting him easily. The man's voice grew desperate and furious. Open the door. Open the door. Cooperation is our only way out. The gate was battered loudly. Kimball took a few steps back, watching Antony tensely. They had no cultivation, and the man might wield some deadly artifact within the rules, making resistance risky if he broke in. But Antony seemed unperturbed, gesturing for silence, staring at the shaking door. Moments later, the commotion at the door stopped. A new voice emerged. Who are you? This voice sounded thoroughly surprised, clearly unfamiliar with the Wind Spirit Sect man. Kimball's heart skipped a beat. This suggested the two were not on the same side. Speak up, who are you? The new voice demanded impatiently. Goddamn you, die. Ewan suddenly roared, followed by a startled, angry cry from the newcomer. You're crazy? Cursed, today ends with you. The sounds of fighting erupted, and the two seemed to drift away. Kimball breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was fortunate they weren't on the same side, or a forced entry would have been disastrous. Antony could handle it, maybe, but Kimball would struggle greatly. At this moment, Antony whispered, that voice we just heard belongs to the fugitive from our Tao sect. Kimball paused, surprised. So, his visit tonight was probably meant to Beckett's. Antony nodded with a smile. Knowing his background, it makes sense he'd try to kill me urgently. What should we do now? Kimball asked. The night was too dangerous, leaving them confined to the courtyard. Chapter 176, The Fog-Shrouded Village. Go to sleep. Quentin calmly uttered 2 words, making Kimball's eyes widen in surprise. Quentin, you can't be serious? How can I joke about something this important? Quentin gently shook his head, seeming puzzled by Kimball's doubt. Kimball was speechless. Given the current situation, it would be a miracle if he could actually fall asleep. As if sensing what Kimball was worrying about, Quentin explained, don't worry, this really is for our benefit. I have a plan to deal with those people outside. You should rest assured and get some rest. With our cultivation sealed, we're practically no different from ordinary people. We need to seize every opportunity to rest and regain strength. Otherwise, our bodies won't be able to keep up when it's time to act, and that would be disastrous. So go ahead and rest. I'll keep watch tonight. Hearing Quentin speak like this, Kimball felt a bit astonished. Even with their cultivation sealed, Quentin still sounded so confident. This Quentin truly was a mysterious figure. Since Quentin had spoken so clearly, Kimball didn't feel the need to refuse. Fine, if you're this confident, I won't say anything more. If there's any situation you can't handle, call me immediately. Our lives are tied together now. This was both a reminder and a warning, hoping Quentin wouldn't do anything rash. Hee, rest assured, Brother Beckett. Quentin chuckled, then casually sat down cross-legged on the stone floor. Kimball said nothing more. He found a room, opened the door, and lay down on the bed to rest. Strangely enough, he hadn't felt tired at all before. But once he lay down, a wave of fatigue washed over both his body and mind, making him drift into unconsciousness before long. An unknown amount of time passed. Ah! Kimball suddenly cried out, opening his eyes to find himself still in bed. He turned to look outside, seeing that dawn had just broken. This place was always like this, even during daylight. Everything seemed dim and dreary. He hurriedly got out of bed and stepped out of the room, looking around. Brother Beckett, you're awake? Quentin's voice came from another room. Kimball frowned and said, something feels off about this place. As soon as I touched the bed last night, I was hit with overwhelming drowsiness and fell asleep immediately. Becketta, when it started to get light, I thought about resting too and felt exactly the same way. Forget it. Since nothing dangerous happened, that's better than anything else. Now that it's daylight, it's safer in the village. Let's go out and check the situation. All right. The two of them opened the courtyard gate cautiously and looked around outside. However, just as they stepped out of the courtyard, a frantic figure ran towards them from nearby. Kimball recognized him. He was one of the Taoists from the Tao sect whom he had met yesterday. Quentin, something terrible has happened. The Taoist panted heavily even before reaching them. Seeing Kimball beside Quentin, the Taoist's expression darkened even further. What happened? Quentin asked. The Taoist glanced at Kimball, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Prince Alex, he died last night. Familiar aura confirmed that this was undoubtedly Alex's body. His expression turned grim, while Otis began shouting, Quentin, you have to give us an explanation for this. He left with your Tao sect members and ended up dead here today. Could it be that someone from your Tao sect did this? Quentin shook his head. Brother Ing, think carefully. If we had done it, why would we announce it so openly? And if we were going to act, why leave you and Brother Beckett alive? Wouldn't it have been simpler to kill everyone? Otis wasn't stupid and understood the logic. He was just trying to stir things up to see if he could extract more useful information from Quentin. Then the Taoist recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Soon after nightfall, Alex heard noises outside, turned to the Taoist, and told him to stay put and lock the courtyard gate as soon as he left. Alex rushed outside without giving the Taoist a chance to object. To protect himself, the Taoist shut the gate immediately. It wasn't until morning that he discovered Alex's body. After hearing this, the group fell silent. By the Taoist's account, it appeared Alex had taken his own life. Kimball suddenly recalled Alex's behavior from the day before. His actions in the streets had been flamboyant and attention-seeking, almost as if he didn't care who noticed him. Based on what Kimball knew of Alex, although he was a bit insane, he wasn't the type to recklessly risk his life. So, unless Alex had some ulterior motive, or even foresaw his death, just as Kimball was pondering, another Taoist ran down the street. Quentin, something major has happened. Before getting closer, the man gasped, other places. Others have also died. Just now, word came that the Central Continent's genius, Sherman, also died in the village. What? Otis was momentarily speechless, then exploded in fury. You're lying. How could that be? Sherman is one of our Central Continent's top geniuses. There's no way he could die so easily. Hashtag chapter 177. The Night's Secret Cycle. The Taoist looked helpless as he explained to the group, that's how it is. Dorian really did die. Moreover, we've received reports from others that 2 more bodies were found on a street near the county office. However, they don't seem to be companions who entered with us. No one recognizes them. Kimball's expression turned solemn as he asked, so, last night, including Dorian and Solomon, 4 people died? That's correct. The Taoist nodded, worry visible on his face. After all, if even a top-tier talent from Zhongzhou like Dorian could die in this trial, anyone could be next. How about this? Let's go see their bodies first. What do you think? Kimball suggested. The Taoist agreed, while Otis remained grim-faced but did not object. They moved Solomon's body into a room and then, led by the Taoist, made their way straight to where the bodies were found. By the time they arrived, quite a crowd had already gathered around the bodies. Everyone now knew that the village was relatively safe during the day, so they dared to come out and investigate. Before they even got close, Kimball saw a familiar figure. Destiny stood in a corner, peering at the bodies with worry and fear etched on her face. With her cultivation sealed, and deaths happening so frequently, she couldn't help but be anxious. Her eyes lit up when she saw Kimball. Master Beckett. Kimball nodded, walked over to her, and sighed softly. Solomon is dead. What? Destiny froze, then stammered, Solomon. He's dead? But, he was very powerful, wasn't he? How could he, just... She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes were already brimming with tears. Although she hadn't known Solomon long, they had shared experiences, and his death felt like a profound loss. Kimball scanned the area and whispered, Solomon might have chosen to end his own life. I don't know the reason, but I doubt he died simply. Destiny understood and quickly shut her mouth. The group approached the 2 bodies lying on the ground. Anthony frowned and said, this person is the wanted criminal from our Tao sect. Didn't expect him to die here. Kimball paused for a moment before complete when all criminals were found and reported to the county office. Next, they cautiously headed toward the county office, wanting to check on Dorian's body. Despite his sealed cultivation, Dorian's strength and intellect shouldn't have led to such reckless behavior as storming the county office. Just as they neared the destination, a deep, Resonant bell sound echoed through the sky. Dong dong dong. After 3 chimes, a cold, emotionless voice rang in everyone's ears. All wanted criminals are dead. The mission is complete. Rewards for survivors will be distributed shortly. This left everyone puzzled. Only 2 criminals were confirmed dead, so who had taken care of the third? Sadly, the bell didn't give them time to react. As the voice faded, an inexplicable drowsiness overtook everyone. Some, lacking strong willpower, began yawning immediately and fell asleep leaning against walls. Kimball bit his tongue hard but struggled against the overwhelming sleepiness. Brother Beckett, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Anthony's voice broke in, intermittent and distant. Kimball's thoughts swirled. Weren't they supposed to leave once all criminals were caught? Why did the departure feel so strange? The next moment, he lost consciousness. In a hazy state, it felt like a long time passed. Eventually, awareness returned to him. Where am I? Feeling a sense of urgency, Kimball opened his eyes abruptly. He lay in a courtyard, evening approaching. Before him, blood-red letters hovered mid-air without support. Just glancing at them elicited surprise. They were identical to the village rules he had seen when he first entered. Now certain, Kimball knew that reporting the criminals to leave the village was a complete deception. Otherwise, they should have left after the 3 criminals died. Clearly, the village was entering another cycle. Thinking about this, he looked at the line detailing his identity. Your identity, Watchman. Chapter 178. County Magistrate Ferguson encounters Dorian again. Based on the profession's characteristics, nighttime travel is ignored by patrols. Kimball's eyes lit up immediately. This trait was incredibly useful. It meant he could search for information and intelligence within the rules during the day, and at night, he didn't have to worry about encountering dangerous black-clothed patrols. As long as he made careful arrangements, he would be in a very safe position. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile. But then he reconsidered. This might not be such a good thing after all. Since they still had their identities, it proved that they hadn't escaped the secret realm trial. Thus, turning in the wanted helped us leave the secret realm. The same probably applies to them. Even killing everyone wouldn't help us escape. Your thoughts align with mine. Why don't we go out and gather information? Since the secret realm has restarted, we should thoroughly search and see if we've missed anything. To leave this place, we can't just follow the rules. Kimball sighed, almost forgetting that this was just a secret realm trial. The eerie feeling made him momentarily forget he was in a world where power lay within oneself. Lindsay nodded immediately. All right, I'll follow whatever you decide, Master. She knew her role well. She needed to contribute when necessary, not become a burden needing constant care. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a commotion outside. Kimball was taken aback. Although the patrols had rules during the day, these people didn't seem to fear triggering danger by making such a fuss. He opened the door and walked out, his pupils narrowing instantly. About 10 people who entered the secret realm stood together, facing a familiar figure, Dorian, who broke into the county jail and was killed in the last cycle. Now he wore patrol clothing, reciting village rules expressionlessly. Someone who recognized him called out, Lord Excelsi, why are you now a patrol? Dorian's pale face remained emotionless, continuing as if he hadn't heard the question. Others hesitated to ask more, knowing that his patrol attire might trigger hidden rules leading to death. Kimball furrowed his brows, formulating a bold hypothesis. Miss Wan, what if this secret realm is a cycle where those who die don't truly perish but reappear in a new identity? Lindsay, quick-witted, understood immediately. In that case, we have numerous ways to experiment. Excitement flashed across her face as she followed Kimball's train of thought. Suddenly, 3 resonant bell strikes echoed from afar. Dorian stiffened, then sprinted toward the village center. Others rushed to follow. Let's go see what's happening. Kimball beckoned, and they trailed behind the crowd. Soon, they arrived at the county office in the village center. In front of the county office, rows of white-clothed patrols stood motionless. Among them stood a slightly worried man, one of the geniuses in this batch. Kimball recognized him but didn't know his background. Most striking was the official at the end, dressed in formal attire. With a cap and a more human-like expression than the patrols, he drew everyone's attention. Lindsay covered her mouth in disbelief. Is that Ferguson? Kimball nodded, looking somewhat exasperated. He knew Ferguson, being mentally unstable, wouldn't jeopardize his life frivolously. After dying once, he now became the county magistrate. Magistrate Ferguson smiled warmly at everyone, lingering longer on Kimball and Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've received a report of citing a wanted criminal. Patrols acted swiftly and caught the perpetrator. Do you plead guilty? The man hesitated briefly before nodding. Guilty. Good. Guards, lock him up and prepare to send him to the capital soon. White-clothed patrols moved to escort the man into the county office. The swift capture is thanks to the villagers' cooperation. Report any future sightings immediately. Without waiting for responses, Ferguson turned and entered the county office. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring grammatical accuracy and coherence. Hashtag Chapter 179. The secret mission of the white-robed inspector. Everyone exchanged glances, whispering about these unexpected developments. The resurrection of Sherman and Gaston was a massive shock to them. Many speculated that death in this secret realm didn't mean permanent demise, but rather reincarnation with a different identity in the next cycle. This theory brought relief to many. After all, living without the constant threat of losing one's life was far more relaxing than being constantly on edge. Destiny asked skeptically, young Master Beckett, didn't we prove earlier that turning over fugitives is futile? Why are people still reporting them? Kimball's lips curved into a smile. Don't worry, there aren't that many fools around. This person is likely a spy sent by some faction to gather information on the county magistrate and the prison. Since they can't die permanently, they might as well use this opportunity to collect more data. Destiny nodded, understandingly remarking, indeed, just as you said, young Master Beckett, none of those here are fools. They're already probing the boundaries of the rules. Well, since our group is small, let's just watch from the sidelines for now. Let's wait and see if they uncover any useful information, Kimball added. Destiny had no objections. She followed Kimball's lead after adopting her new civilian identity. As the white-robed inspectors left, the gathered crowd began to disperse. Just as Kimball prepared to leave with Destiny, a stone-faced white-robed inspector abruptly blocked their path. Destiny tensed up, fearing they had violated some rule. "The county magistrate requests your presence," the white-robed inspector stated flatly, then silently stared at them without moving. "Gaston?" Kimball was surprised but quickly nodded. "All right, take us to him." "Use the back entrance," the white-robed inspector instructed, leading them past the main gate. Destiny whispered, "Young Master Beckett, why the back door?" Kimball wasn't sure either, but had his suspicions. From our previous cycle, you know each identity has its own set of rules. Both Sherman and Gaston must adhere to specific rules after their identity change, so this might be part of it. Destiny understood and kept quiet. At the back entrance of the county office, the white-robed inspector guided them inside. After navigating several winding paths, they arrived at a garden. Here, the inspector stopped, watching them enter the garden before stepping aside. Curious, Kimball scanned the area, wondering why Gaston summoned them. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind a rock formation. "Brother Beckett, surprised?" Dressed in the official garb of the county magistrate, Gaston approached with that same exaggerated grin. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to become the county magistrate so soon. It's quite the surprise." "Really? Didn't you feel sad or miss me during my rest?" Recognizing the tone, Kimball rolled his eyes. "In your dreams, I would have laughed out loud to see that troublemaker gone." Gaston chuckled, then cleared his throat, becoming slightly more serious. "Anyway, I've called you here because our county harbors numerous fugitives, which disrupts the lives of the common folk. Therefore, I'd like you two to act as agents to help me locate these criminals. What do you think?" Gaston winked, hinting at more unsaid words. Kimball immediately understood. He couldn't say too much due to the rules, hence the official language. Kimball nodded. "The secret realm. Focus on discovering its origin and exploiting rule conflicts. 2. For critical matters, seek help at the county office. 3. Trust no one." Before Kimball could ask more, Gaston grew serious, glancing toward something distant. "You two should leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Earlier, I encountered a peculiar person named Junior. He sought death, disregarding even the inspectors. Moreover, I hope you two will earnestly fulfill your duties without thoughts of escape. As an imperial official, I cannot allow disorder among the people." Each word was deliberate, clearly meant for Kimball to remember thoroughly. Chapter 180, Night Raid and Counterattack. Kimball remembered every word very clearly. The magistrate, as the official overseer of this area, undoubtedly knew a lot of information that others didn't. Every simple sentence from Hagen actually concealed a wealth of information. According to Kimball's understanding, the kind of people he had mentioned earlier referred to his first identity and characteristics. This explained why he had acted so unusually aggressive in such a dangerous situation. It now seemed like Hagen had willingly sought death. The latter part of Hagen's message served as a warning, advising them not to plan on leaving the village. Otherwise, with Hagen's current identity, he would ensure that no participant could leave. Anyone who attempted to escape might encounter dangerous situations. These factors combined gave Kimball a clearer understanding of the secret realm's rules. "Sir, I understand. I will remember your teachings," Kimball responded, mimicking the villager's demeanor and indicating he understood the cautionary advice. Since that's settled, it's getting late. You should leave and return home." With that, the two left the county office under the guidance of the white-robed inspector. On the way, Adela couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master Beckett, what you said to Hagen seems like a riddle. How do you understand each other?" It is indeed like that. Restricted by the role of the magistrate, there are things Hagen can't make too clear. We have to interpret it ourselves. But with his reminder, I feel much more at ease. As long as we cooperate well, we might find a way out of this secret realm soon." Kimball smiled back, looking genuinely relieved. After discussing, they decided to stay at Kimball's courtyard for the night. Firstly, he was a known figure, so no one else in their group would dare to harm him. Secondly, his courtyard was more secluded and hidden. Upon returning, the sky darkened completely as the distant bell rang. Kimball sat on a stool in the courtyard, saying to Adela, "Miss Wan, if you're tired, go rest. I'll keep watch here." Adela nodded immediately. "Thank you, Master Beckett. I'll take over at midnight." Thick clouds covered the sky, making everything pitch black. Without the moon or stars, it was truly dark. Kimball closed his eyes, pondering the fusion of several martial arts techniques he possessed. Click. A faint sound came from outside the door, instantly catching his attention. He opened his eyes, gripping the kitchen knife tightly. Click. Another soft sound. The gate moved slightly. Kimball became alert, cautiously walking to the door and leaning against the wall to observe. The next moment, the latch began moving slowly. He saw clearly. It was someone using a blade to push the latch open. Creak. The door opened with a muffled sound. A dark figure darted in with extremely light steps. Kimball's gaze hardened as he slashed with the knife without hesitation. Whiz. The sudden sound startled the shadow, who rolled to the side hastily. "You weren't resting?" A bewildered voice echoed, causing Kimball to raise an eyebrow. "What? A high-ranking prince of the Qin dynasty turning into a petty thief?" The visitor was none other than Princey Hans. Faced with Kimball's mockery, Hans sneered, spinning his bone stripper knife into a flower-like pattern. "Kimball, your verbal jabs mean nothing. You should know that this day next year will be your anniversary. Oh wait, you won't leave this secret realm, so your family might not even know your Memorial Day." Hans sneered again and charged at Kimball with his knife. For a moment, the two engaged in combat like ordinary martial artists, their weapons clashing fiercely. Kimball's thoughts raced. Hans wasn't a fool. Why was he provoking him? Did he not fear that acting at night would attract the deadly black-clad patrollers? Or did he not worry about being ostracized once Kimball revealed these events the next day? After much contemplation, Kimball reached one conclusion. "Hans, your identity in this realm is that of a fugitive, right? Hans paused, then sneered coldly, "You're quick-witted, but it doesn't matter today. I'm determined to take your life. To avenge my brother, you'll pay with your blood." Hearing this, Kimball ceased holding back. His body was incredibly resilient, and regular blades were ineffective. He abandoned defense for all-out attack, forcing Hans into a defensive scramble. At this moment, the door swung open. Something dark flew towards Hans, prompting him to dodge swiftly. Adela rushed out with a bench. Her brows knitted as she coldly rebuked, "Hans, are you really that reckless?" Seeing two opponents in the courtyard, Hans's eyes flickered. Outmatched by Kimball alone, he was now even worse off with another person added. To kill his enemy, he needed to stick to his plan. "Heh, didn't think you'd have the heart to bring a woman along." "Quite romantic," Hans mocked, then abruptly lunged towards the gate. Crack! The sound shattered the silence, echoing free and charged at Otis. With one slash, after blocking it with his own blade, Otis used the force to leap back into the courtyard. Kimball froze momentarily, his expression shifting sharply. "One girl, be careful." Lindsay, who had just ducked into her room, rushed out upon hearing the warning cry. She barely dodged a blade swipe coming right at her face, thanks to her quick reflexes. Otis seemed intent on killing her, slashing down one blow after another. Lindsay managed to dodge several times using furniture for cover, but knew she couldn't avoid injury if this continued. Fortunately, Kimball returned in time. He swung from behind, forcing Otis to turn and defend. Seizing the opportunity, Lindsay ran outside and grabbed a hoe, rushing back in to join the fray. It was hard to imagine such skilled figures would resort to ordinary combat tactics. With 2 against 1 and the longer reach of Lindsay's weapon, Otis quickly found himself at a disadvantage. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly, his gaze scanning the yard for an escape route. His purpose tonight was clear: to kill Kimball. Knowing Kimball's formidable physical strength, he never intended to rely solely on himself. His most lethal move was to attract the black-cloaked patrol, who roamed the night hunting prey. The commotion should have alerted them already. Deciding not to delay further, Otis deliberately exposed a weak spot, allowing Kimball to kick him before attempting to flee the courtyard. "Trying to run?" Kimball bellowed, fully unleashing his power. He wasn't afraid of encounter. He had to resolve this matter personally or die here today. "Fine, this is what you forced me into." Despite everything, Otis, a prince of the grading empire, still possessed the courage to fight under dire circumstances. Though his cultivation talent wasn't as high as Imran's, his solid foundation and strong physique were no less formidable compared to his peers. However, he couldn't match Kimball, who specialized in physical cultivation. In the weakened state within the secret realm, his body was merely slightly more resilient than an average person. "Kimball, since we are now enemies, tell me how my brother really died. What do you say?" Otis's tone softened slightly, but Kimball saw through his ploy instantly. "Haha, trying to buy time waiting for the patrol to save you? Not going to happen. Also, I have no idea how Imran died. Don't ask me." Before Otis could respond, Kimball launched a sudden attack, catching him off guard. The relentless wave of slashes rained down like a storm. Desperately parrying, Otis was soon covered in several wounds. If this continued, death awaited. "All right, since you deny me a way out, this prince will drag you down with me." Facing imminent peril, Otis unleashed his full strength, abandoning defense and lunging with his dagger at Kimball. Surprisingly, Kimball made no attempt to block, engaging in a mutually destructive assault. Clang held no good intentions toward outsiders. With the fugitive status complicating matters, it became even more dangerous. Running back was definitely not an option with the patrol on his tail. These people acted without restraint at night, and involving others would only bring more calamity. It wasn't about being particularly benevolent. If he exposed himself now, it would reveal that he had killed Otis. After leaving the Mystic Realm, the Beckett family would face immense pressure from the Great Qin Empire, exacerbating their already difficult situation. Now, he had learned to think long-term rather than limit his perspective. Among the newcomers were many from Central Plains, and exposing this incident might also incite their hostility. If they refused cooperation, escaping the Mystic Realm would become much more unpredictable. In the brief time while fleeing, Kimball thought through all of this. The problem now was clear. He couldn't divert disaster onto others and needed to find a way to escape these black-clad patrols. The characteristics of his identity as a watchman hadn't drawn attention yet, but acting openly wouldn't allow him to stay hidden. After some thought, there was only one suitable option. Immediately changing direction, he headed towards the city center, trying to approach the county government building while concealing his tracks. Over time, his unique identity gradually helped him shake off the patrols following him. But they wouldn't give up easily. Returning posed unknown dangers. The safest option now was to continue into the county office. This place, being the heart of the city, was the most dangerous and simultaneously the safest. However, his primary concern was whether entering the county office at night would trigger any rules. Upon reaching the county office, Kimball attempted to climb over the wall. Just as he approached, a strong sense of danger surged within him, as if entering would invite fatal peril. Kimball dared not take the risk further. His golden body reacting so intensely indicated the presence of great terror inside the county office. It was unwise to risk his life. Now faced with a new issue, the black-clad patrols were undoubtedly searching for him vigorously. Returning would mean encountering them and likely being cornered to death. Besides the county office, where else could he hide temporarily without worrying about being found by the patrols? His gaze fell on the tall-walled prison behind the county office. Right. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place can be the safest. Right now, both the fugitives and the patrols should be frantically searching for me in the city. They won't imagine I dare enter their headquarters. Finding this reasoning sound, Kimball immediately made his way to the prison. The prison gates were wide open at night, with no patrolling guards seen at night, so I planned to gather information. But I unexpectedly stumbled upon a fugitive committing murder, which drew me into trouble and attracted the patrols. To save myself, I fled here. Most of what he said was true, with only some minor adjustments, making it highly plausible. Sherman's ghostly figure merely nodded approvingly. Brother Beckett is indeed extraordinary. Your strategy is quite clever. After prisoners leave at night, the prison is relatively safer. Evaluating him for a moment, Kimball asked hesitantly, Sherman, with your strength and wisdom, you wouldn't have come to the prison recklessly, would you? How did you end up like this? Sherman smiled enigmatically, his expression even harder to read. Since fate brought us together, let me share something useful with you. ##### Chapter 183. The Mystery of the Reincarnation Game. A thought struck Kimball. For Eris to be able to exist in this manner, he must possess certain knowledge that others do not have. Any intelligence he could provide might prove highly beneficial to him. However, Kimball was also well aware that Eris wasn't a saint, and certainly had his own agenda. What do you require from me? Kimball asked directly. As expected, a smile spread across Eris's face. Talking with someone sharp is refreshing. I don't ask for much, just promise me you won't attack me before we leave this place bound by rules. Deal? Kimball considered it. Given that Eris was not a wanted criminal and there were no conflicts of interest between them, this seemed like a fair deal. They shared a common goal, escaping this rule-bound realm as soon as possible. After a brief moment of thought, Kimball agreed. All right, I accept. Donghua. Brother Beckett, you're indeed straightforward. Eris laughed heartily, but then turned serious. Brother Beckett, I have 2 pieces of information to share with you. Please enlighten me. Firstly, patrollers come in 2 types, white-clothed and black-clothed. You should know this already, right? Beckett Moo nodded. Indeed, the white-clothed patrollers are relatively friendly, whereas the black-clothed ones, mostly ex-prisoners, tend to be more hostile. Correct, that's generally true, Eris replied with a smirk, his expression turning mysterious. But what you don't know is the specific difference between these ex-prisoners and the white-clothed patrollers. Kimball hesitated before nodding. He genuinely didn't know the difference. It's quite simple. The white-clothed patrollers are products of the rules, mere shells without any will, akin to machines enforcing order and regulations. When you received your identity, you noticed each has fixed tasks. There are 3 ways to change your identity. First, complete the task, and after the cycle ends, you can choose to leave or switch identities and rejoin the game. Second, capturing a wanted criminal also gives you this choice. And third, if you wait until the current cycle ends, you'll be randomly assigned a new identity. Kimball finally understood the pattern. He also immediately recalled why Apollon chose to die and subsequently became a county magistrate. Additionally, something Eris said might even be misleading, though Eris himself may not realize it. During his previous encounter with Apollon, he clearly explained that the county magistrate's role was to ensure no one left the city, an inherent trait of that identity. Thus, completing tasks or capturing criminals likely wouldn't allow anyone to leave. Instead, those who attempted to leave were probably intercepted by the county magistrate, leaving no trace of them. Though Kimball kept this suspicion to himself, he noted it carefully. So, Brother Beckett, what are your plans now? Kimball glanced at him and shook his head. I don't know yet. I'll finish my task first. But do you really believe accomplishing those 2 things will let us leave? Remember, so many participants are still trapped here. Eris's expression faltered as he looked deeply at Kimball. Your conjecture isn't unfounded. However, we only have the information we currently possess, so we must proceed based on that. Just then, a bell rang outside. Kimball's face changed abruptly. Not good, dawn is approaching. I must leave quickly. After 3 bell rings, the world would transition into daylight. Encountering returning prisoners would mean trouble. Remember our agreement, Brother Beckett? Eris shouted urgently. Kimball waved his hand. Understood. Reaching the prison entrance, footsteps suddenly approached. Heart racing, Kimball scanned his surroundings and hid behind the door. Moments later, a man in black entered, hung his cloak on the wall, and cursed loudly as he headed toward the cells, muttering about their failure to find the person who dared kill a wanted criminal and oppose them. It was clear he was talking about Kimball. Once the man returned to his cell, Kimball seized the opportunity to flee, quickly disappearing into the alleyways. He hurried back to his small courtyard, avoiding detection. Strangely, despite the door being shattered during his struggle with Otis last night, it had now been perfectly restored, leaving no trace of damage. This reassured him somewhat, as it reduced the risk of being caught. Chapter 184. Night raid on the county office. The fog begins to lift. At this moment, in the courtyard, Lindsay sat on a stool, occasionally glancing towards the main gate. Kimball had been gone for a whole night, and she didn't know if he could handle those ferocious black-clothed patrol officers. If something really happened to him, she would have to rely on herself for the next steps. Creak. Suddenly, the gate made a noise, and Lindsay immediately became alert, gripping the hoe as if ready to act. In the next second, a figure darted through the crack in the door. Mr. Beckett, are you all right? Lindsay spoke with surprise, her heart finally settling. I'm fine, Kimball replied with a smile, and then closed the door properly. Remember to keep last night's events secret. Don't tell anyone. Lindsay nodded immediately, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, Then Mr. Beckett, what about Davis? Kimball looked at her, his expression very calm. He's dead. Dead. Lindsay hadn't expected that despite Davis's advantage as a wanted criminal, he had still ended up dead by Kimball's hand. Beckett's, remember, keep it secret. Kimball repeated his warning, and Lindsay hurriedly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, voices were heard from outside the door. Someone is dead. Someone is dead. Quick, come and see. Let's go, all together. Kimball and Lindsay exchanged glances and immediately opened the door and followed along. Shortly, many participants gathered in a narrow alley. At the end of the alley, Davis lay lifeless, his face pale and eyes blank, with a deep wound on his chest, the blood having already dried. Even Prince Davis is dead. Who did this? No idea, but this place is getting scarier. Anything can happen. It's not surprising even Davis died. Kimball was also surprised and whispered to Lindsay beside him, Look, even Davis is dead here. Who could have done this? Lindsay quickly responded, Not many people can move freely at night except the wanted criminals and the black-clothed patrols. Maybe one of them killed him. This remark shifted everyone's suspicions in that direction. After all, Lindsay's words made sense. Few others besides these two groups could move around at night. After some discussion, several geniuses from Zhongzhou worked together to gather Davis's body. Since they were all from the same area, they couldn't help feeling a bit melancholic, doing a good deed and burying the dead. The crowd gradually dispersed, each person worrying about their future. Trust among everyone was eroding rapidly, and no one knew if their companion might be a hidden wanted criminal. Some were falling into confusion, with no leads and unclear about what to do next. Shortly after Kimball and Lindsay left, a Taoist blocked their path. Mr. Beckett, Anthony requests your presence. Kimball thought highly of Anthony, so he nodded. All right. Soon, the three arrived at a small courtyard. Anthony sat at a square table, focused on writing something. Anthony, Mr. Beckett, and Miss Wan have arrived. The Taoist who led them announced softly, bringing Anthony back to reality. Oh, Brother Beckett and Miss Wan have arrived. Please take a seat. Anthony gestured for them to sit, and continued writing. Kimball waited patiently without rushing him. Moments later, Anthony put down his pen and smiled at Kimball. Brother Beckett, what are your thoughts? You invited me here. Shouldn't you share your plans first? Ha ha ha. Anthony laughed, tapping the table lightly. My plan is simple. Gain control of the situation as quickly as possible. Kimball raised an eyebrow. How so? Look, every time the game starts, we're naturally divided into two camps, the wanted criminals and the rest, seemingly in irreconcilable conflict. So, if we don't find a way to control the black-clothed patrols in the prison, the criminals will always feel supported. As long as they hide, they could win the game. And your plan is? My plan is straightforward. First, we need to control the patrols in the prison. Even if they can't work for us, they must be neutralized. Only then can we encourage the criminals to cooperate rather than fight each other. With everyone united, we can find a solution. Kimball frowned, somewhat puzzled. Where do you think the problem lies? Anthony shook his head. I'm not entirely sure yet, but one thing is clear. There's something wrong with the county magistrate, especially the nighttime one. With that, Kimball understood Anthony was pinpointing his suspicion to the nights. During the day, the county magistrate was played by Gaston, with nothing unusual. To uncover more, they needed to observe the county magistrate at night. What do you need me for? Kimball asked, curious since he had never revealed his identity. Brother Beckett, controlling the patrols in the prison requires someone with formidable combat skills. Given your ability to move unnoticed at night, you're the best fit for this task. How does that sound? Kimball instinctively frowned. Anthony's insight was indeed terrifying. After killing Davis, he had already met the condition for changing his identity as Sherman mentioned. He originally planned to infiltrate the prison, intending to switch his role to a patrol officer during the next game phase to gain more convenience. Since Anthony needed this, he could use the opportunity. After a brief pause, Kimball agreed. All right, I'll handle it. But I want to join you when investigating the county magistrate at night. I have my own unanswered questions. Of course, Anthony readily agreed, his smile broadening. Clang, clang, clang. The sudden ringing of the bell startled everyone. Kimball stood abruptly. What's going on? Why is the assembly bell ringing now? However, Anthony seemed to expect this. Remaining calm, let's go and see. Participants hidden within the city converged from all directions, gathering at the square in front of the county office. Chapter 185, the end of the cycle. At this moment, 2 rows of white-robed patrol officers stood in the square. County Magistrate Barry stood in the middle, facing 3 people with inscrutable expressions. After everyone had gathered, Barry announced loudly, with the cooperation of our fellow villagers, we have successfully captured the fugitives hidden among us. Starting today, these criminals will be escorted to the capital for immediate execution, allowing us to resume normal life. No one cheered. No one clapped. Everyone watched Barry's performance as if it were a one-man show, their expressions varying. Kimball was somewhat surprised as he said, Anthony, some of those fugitives belong to your Taoist sect? Anthony nodded. Indeed, I instructed them to sacrifice themselves. Only by doing so can we gain more advantageous positions in the next cycle. Kimball was instantly amazed. It seemed that Anthony already knew about the identity selection and made arrangements accordingly. Before he could ask further, Barry's voice rang out again. Now, escort these fugitives to the jail and prepare the carts to transport them to the capital. Upon saying this, pairs of white-robed patrol officers escorted the criminals away. Barry turned to look at the 2 informers, his face warm and gentle. Both of you have rendered great service by reporting the criminals. Please come into my office to discuss matters. Both of them were members of the Taoist sect, seemingly having made up their minds beforehand. They silently followed Barry without a word. Kimball glanced at the 3 fugitives, and then at the 2 informers, feeling puzzled. What about the last informer? Doesn't he know that informing on fugitives allows one to choose an identity? Anthony gave him a sideways glance and spoke calmly. The last informer was me. I don't need the reward yet. You're giving up the chance to change your identity? Kimball was astounded, unable to comprehend Anthony's confidence. The ability to choose an identity was an extremely important advantage, and it was hard to understand why Anthony would give up such an opportunity. But it was Anthony's decision, and there wasn't much more Kimball could say. At this moment, a white-robed patrol officer suddenly approached them. County Magistrate invites you. The 2 exchanged glances. Kimball tentatively asked, who is the magistrate inviting? You. Me. Caught off guard, Kimball hesitated before nodding. All right, I'll go. Anthony frowned slightly. Beckett brother, why did the magistrate invite you? Kimball had a vague idea but thought it best not to say anything just yet. I'm not sure either. Let's see once I get there. He followed the patrol officer into the county office. Unlike the intense sense of crisis felt at night, the county office during the day was eerily calm. Upon reaching the living room, Kimball saw Barry with the other 2 informers. Smiling, Barry greeted. You've arrived. Not quite understanding Barry's intention, Kimball silently nodded and if they couldn't break free soon, survivors would find themselves with fewer companions, ultimately losing all resistance power. Feeling the urgency, Kimball grew even more concerned. With 5 fugitives in the next cycle, the dangers faced would be greater. He wondered if Anthony's plan would hold up. Soon after, the two Taoist sect members made their choices. One chose to leave while the other selected the second reward. Watching the excited Taoist who believed he was about to leave, Kimball inwardly mourned for him. Fine, since you've made your choices, prepare to receive your rewards, Barry announced. Then, gesturing to the one who chose to leave, he added, come with me. Just as they left, the sound of a distant bell resonated outside. Kimball suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness, which he could barely resist. He realized that with all four fugitives found, a new cycle was about to begin. An irresistible wave of sleep overcame him, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Choose your identity. In a hazy state, Kimball heard a cold female voice. Opening his eyes, he saw several differently colored orbs before him. The names which doctor, fool, lovers, patrol officer, and watchman were etched on them. Without hesitation, he reached for the orb representing the patrol officer and lost consciousness. Time seemed to stand still in the silence. Eventually, Kimball opened his eyes, a little dazed, looking around as he got up from the ground. Chapter 186, The Vanished Companion. The environment here was rather dim, with an iron railing surrounding the area. Thankfully, the cell door was open, preventing him from being locked inside. Memories flooded back as Kimball quickly realized he was in the large jail, next to the county magistrate's office. It appeared to be the start of yet another cycle. As he retracted his gaze from the surroundings, a line of blood-red text floated before his eyes. Current identity, white-clad patrol officer. Rule 1. When night falls, patrol officers must return to the jail. Otherwise, they will encounter immense danger. Rule 2. Any issues within the city need to be reported to the county magistrate during the day as soon as possible. Rule 3. Patrol officers must prohibit any disputes among city residents and prevent attempts to flee the city. Rule 4. Please report to the county magistrate at dawn every day to receive your salary. Rule 5. Strictly forbidden to discuss patrol rules with residents. After reading these rules, Kimball felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Being a patrol officer didn't seem as prestigious as it appeared on the surface. Just as he was lost in thought, various sounds came from inside the cells. He hurried out the door to see several white-clad patrol officers emerging from their respective cells. These people would now be his colleagues. Special about the status of a wanted criminal besides the freedom to move at night. Their combat strength relied solely on their individual capabilities. There was no reason for such heightened caution. His Excellency, the county magistrate. A sheriff's cry brought Kimball's attention back. He felt somewhat relieved. Now that he was a patrol officer, he should be able to obtain more information from Elroy, since they were on the same side. But when he saw the magistrate clearly, it felt like a blow to the head. It was not Elroy but an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man began distributing small jade bottles from the wooden box to each patrol officer. As long as you work diligently, there is no problem with receiving your salary. You all know how valuable this salary is. It consists of elixirs from the capital. Consistent use over time can ensure your ascent to immortality and entry into the true peach blossom paradise. Kimball became instantly wary. He knew exactly where he was. For the magistrate to claim that consuming these elixirs would lead to peach blossom paradise, something seemed very off. This place was already deep within a secret realm. Where else could one transcend to? Moreover, if the elixirs were truly that miraculous, previous participants would have fiercely competed for them. Beckett, there had been no reports of fights over patrol officers' salaries. Either the magistrate was exaggerating, or these elixirs had hidden uses. Kimball carefully examined the jade bottle, only faintly discerning a blurred black sphere before tucking it into his clothes. After collecting their salaries, the patrol officers were assigned patrol areas. Kimball remained concerned about why Elroy, who was perfectly fine as the magistrate, had suddenly stopped serving. Focusing on his duty, he patrolled the street under his responsibility. However, as he patrolled, Kimball discovered a terrifying fact. The population on this street had decreased by more than half compared to his initial observation. Despite the mutual wariness between survivors, they generally knew where each other's residences were and maintained cooperative relations. Beckett, he now observed significantly fewer people on the street. Each participant in the secret realm had their own exclusive courtyard within Taoyuan City, making residences relatively fixed and easily identifiable by name. Suddenly, he recalled the nearly 20 white-clad patrol officers who had emerged from the cells with him. Could these be former participants? With such a sudden increase in numbers, the situation felt strange. At this point, Kimball had a horrifying suspicion. Such a significant change in numbers likely didn't occur in just one cycle. His memory only spanned the last cycle and his current role as a patrol officer. Unless, he had lost some memory in between. This realization left Kimball stunned. If his guess was correct, the situation was far more severe than he had imagined. Suppressing his anxiety, Kimball continued patrolling. Passing by a certain residence, he noticed the characters, Destiny, written on its sign, easing his mind. It was reassuring to find that his good companion was still alive. As evening approached, Kimball returned to the jail. Other patrol officers also returned, creating a somber atmosphere. Seizing the chance, Kimball quietly approached the cell where Sherman was housed. Chapter 187, Dawn of Overthrowing the County Office. Sherman sat cross-legged in his cell, looking like a statue. Bang bang bang. Kimball lightly knocked on the cell door and gestured to enter once Sherman opened his eyes. Sherman nodded and pushed the door open for him. Sitting down, Kimball furrowed his brows and asked, Brother Che, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. How many days of salary have you received? Sherman was taken aback for a moment before rummaging through his robes, eventually pulling out a small bundle. All my salaries are in here. As he spoke, he opened the bundle, revealing 8 small jade bottles filled with pills. Seeing this, Kimball's pupils instantly constricted. If his memory served him right, Sherman had only been a patrolman one day earlier than himself. Beckett, he had 7 more bottles of pills than Kimball. The implication of this discrepancy was deeply troubling. As they deliberated, footsteps echoed through the corridor. These experienced patrolmen quickly became silent, retreating to their cells and eyeing the newcomers warily. Moments later, 2 figures appeared. Kimball couldn't help but exclaim, Antony, Miss Wan, why are you together? Upon recognizing them, the other patrolmen relaxed their guard. Lindsay glanced around and whispered to Kimball, both Antony and I were assigned as wanted criminals, so we can communicate. Realizing this, Kimball felt a mix of relief and anxiety. It was clear to the survivors that reporting wanted criminals was an excellent way to change their status. If their identities were exposed, others might sabotage their efforts for personal gain. He invited the two into the cell and shut the iron door with a loud thud, blocking prying eyes. Antony, do you have any plans? With both of you being labeled as wanted criminals, if you don't act soon, you and Miss Wan might face the same fate as those who came before. Despite the imminent danger, Antony remained calm. Don't worry, I already have a plan. I came here today to inform the patrolmen in the cells that the survivors outside are planning to completely overthrow the county office's management and rule. The reason this place has endured until now is largely due to the county office. Only by attacking it can we possibly resolve this problem. Kimball frowned, skeptical about the plan. He vividly remembered the intense threat from the county office that night. With their cultivation sealed, trying to fight against its bizarre rules with just their physical bodies seemed unrealistic. Seemingly understanding his concerns, Antony explained, don't worry, we're not acting recklessly. Tomorrow morning, all of us will gather in front of the county office and report wanted criminals together. This time, our target will be the magistrate. If everyone reports simultaneously, there's a high chance we'll trigger the rules, and the terrifying magistrate might face a life or death crisis. Kimball now understood Antony's intentions. So, why are you here? Antony glanced outside and lowered his voice. After all, patrolmen are still tied to the county office and share interest with the magistrate. While many here are our people, some still belong to the county office. I hope that when we act tomorrow, if the county office seeks help, you can hold off the other patrolmen from aiding the magistrate. Can you do that? After a moment's thought, Kimball agreed. Most here were outsiders and would rather not stay in this hellish place. Explaining the situation would likely win their support, especially with Sherman's cooperation. So, how confident are you that this plan will succeed? Facing his question, Antony smiled. At least 50%. 50%? Isn't that gambling? Kimball's voice rose, finding it hard to believe such words from the usually composed and wise Antony. On the contrary, Antony looked at him curiously, surprised. Brother Beckett, wouldn't you take a 50-50 chance instead of waiting for our numbers to dwindle? Or do you have a better plan? Kimball fell silent. Indeed, a 50% success rate was quite promising under such dire circumstances. Without taking a risk, no one could predict if they get another chance. Taking a deep breath, he said sternly, all right then, let's see what happens tomorrow. ####Chapter 188, Conflict of Rules. Antony gave a reply, patting Kimball on the shoulder. Maintaining order in this prison depends on you and Dorian now. Kimball nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Without another word, Antony turned to leave the cell, heading towards Dorian, presumably to brief him on what had just happened. Destiny bit her lip and spoke with sincere earnestness. Master Beckett, I hope everything goes smoothly and that you remain safe. Good luck to you too. Always prioritize your safety, don't take unnecessary risks, Kimball replied. Beckett's, I will remember that, she answered. After a moment, Antony emerged from Dorian's cell. As he passed by Kimball, he called out, Miss Wan, let's go. Master Beckett, take care. Don't worry, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow then. Watching the two depart, Kimball frowned deeply. He must have done something during the lost time for Antony to trust him so much to control the prison. Fortunately, with Dorian's help, things should be fine. Nightfall brought an eerie transformation as inmates deep within the prison donned black robes, beginning their feast of slaughter. However, tonight's black-robed patrol was unusually sparse, numbering only 3 or 4. Kimball guessed Antony must have used some method to reduce the number of inmates, allowing survivors to gain an upper hand. Whether they could escape this strange place would be determined tomorrow. The night passed without incident. As the first gray light filtered through the window, an urgent bell clanged outside. Kimball opened his eyes abruptly, exhaled deeply, and stood up, stepping out of his cell. Other white-robed patrollers also sensed the commotion and exited their cells. Dorian reached the door first, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kimball. Everyone, wait a moment. I have something to say. His clear voice halted the group of white-robed patrollers. Only those few who didn't belong to their group continued toward the exit. Exchanging a glance, Kimball and Dorian simultaneously shouted, Stop them! At the county magistrate's courtyard, dozens of surviving participants gathered. Antony stood before them, gazing intently at the tightly shut gates of the courthouse. Destiny expressed her concerns. Can our approach really work? At this point, we have no choice but to proceed. We can't give up halfway, can we? Antony smiled, his eyes brightening as the gate creaked open. The magistrate, whom Kimball had met once, stepped out with a blank expression. Is there anyone reporting fugitives? His question was unusual, as usually, the identity of the fugitive was already confirmed by this stage. Antony's smile faded, his eyes turning stern. I report the magistrate as the fugitive. Other voices quickly followed. I also report the magistrate as the fugitive. Report the magistrate as the fugitive. By the time Kimball and Dorian arrived with the white-robed patrollers, they witnessed this unfolding scene. The unified accusations from the participants darkened the magistrate's face. Reporting me? You are truly foolish and naive. He immediately turned to the newly arrived patrollers. Arrest them all. But these were the people chosen by Kimball and Dorian, individuals they trusted fully. Would they obey the magistrate? They had all come here seeking to leave, their desires aligning. Seeing the patrollers' hostility, the magistrate grew increasingly grim. You think this can defeat me? Too naive. Before he finished speaking, his body rapidly expanded into a monstrous form, towering several meters high, a twisted mass of smoke. Kimball's face paled. They were powerless, mere mortals. How could they fight such a creature? Haha, today, you will all die. The monster's roar sent shockwaves rippling through the air, causing dizziness among the crowd. Anthony shouted urgently, "White-robed patrollers, join us in reporting him." Kimball echoed the call loudly. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Survivors, fugitives, and white-robed patrollers representing the courthouse power all reported the magistrate. The monstrous black mist roared with glowing red eyes lunging towards the crowd. With no powers, they scattered chaotically, trying to avoid becoming victims. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted from the void, even noticeable to those without powers. It instantly enveloped the monstrous form, immobilizing it. Ah! The monster screamed in pain, emitting a faint pink glow. With a resounding explosion, its massive body burst like a melon, black mist and flesh fragments splattering everywhere. Participants stared in shock. The supposedly formidable beast, killed so easily? After a stunned silence, cheers erupted. This terrifying beast's death signified their greatest danger in this town was gone. Kimball breathed a sigh of relief, impressed by Anthony's boldness. Thinking up such a solution was astonishing. Following the chaos, everyone flooded into the courthouse. Inside, it was eerily cold, devoid of life. Even the chief clerk was nowhere to be seen. Walking alongside Anthony, Kimball praised, "Anthony is truly brilliant, thinking of this method to exploit the conflict of rules to solve the problem." Anthony smiled and shook his head. It was only possible because of everyone's cooperation. The fugitive's identity was both a burden and an opportunity. The game is designed for participants, and if they collectively agree on a rule, it causes resonance. Thus, using the conflict of rules, we solve the major issue of the magistrate. Chapter 189. The Struggle for the Peach Blossom Source. Kimball nodded, then asked with some confusion, "But even if we remove the county magistrate, how are we supposed to leave? Do we really have to go all the way to the capital?" "No need," Anthony waved his hand. "I've had people probe this before. About a mile outside the city, there's a gray mist. Once you enter it, you're teleported back to the starting point. You can't leave that way." Kimball hadn't expected Anthony to consider even such matters in advance. Who knew how much effort he had put into this? The method to leave must be in the county office. Let's thoroughly search it first. Anthony then relayed his guess to everyone, and immediately a smile spread across his face. "There's news. This is indeed an exit." He instructed the Taoists to spread the message. Without further delay, Kimball leaped into the well. With a popping sound, he felt like he had burst a bubble, experiencing a brief lag. When the darkness faded, the scenery before him left him stunned. Before him stretched endless peach groves. Standing next to a flourishing peach tree, petals fluttered down. A thick layer of peach blossoms carpeted the ground, creating a soft, yielding surface like stepping on a cushion. The rich aroma filled his nostrils, evoking a sense of lazy comfort. Realizing his previously blocked blood and chi were now flowing freely, the long-lost feeling of strength surged through him, prompting him to clench his fists tightly. At that moment, several figures emerged from the adjacent well into the genuine peach blossom source. Dorian among them sighed with relief. Finally, it feels so refreshing. One after another, others entered this newly found land, reviving the long-dormant area. Kimball scanned the surroundings and noticed a tall statue in the distance. Walking over, Dorian followed with a few Central State members. Arriving at the giant sculpture, they saw a man in wide sleeves holding a fan, with a carefree smile. The expression was captured vividly, conveying a fearless presence lunge at his back. "Beware." He warned Destiny aloud, activating the imperishable golden body, which emitted golden light, blocking the rear attack. Unfortunately, Destiny was less fortunate. Her weaker cultivation and slower reaction led to minor injuries. Kimball searched fiercely for the attacker. "Tisk, quick reflexes," Arwen smirked coldly, having previously clashed with Kimball. "What? Looks like you're unhappy." Kimball glared coldly, sneaking up behind someone, especially a woman, typical of someone trained by the 10,000 Borders Guild. Arwen's smile froze, his expression stiffening. ##### Chapter 190. Buddhist Disciple, Encountering Strife Again. Humph, the hard truth is that the winner takes all. A sentiment like yours will never get you far. Hearing Cullen's words, Kimball lost all interest in continuing the conversation. People like you who think they are so smart are just fools. I can't be bothered to say more. You're asking for death. Cullen flew into a rage, his spiritual energy surging suddenly, forming a massive golden ingot that smashed down from above. The commotion caught everyone's attention, even momentarily halting the conflict between Anthony and Dorian. Kimball's gaze turned icy cold, his blood chi force boiling to Dongzhou. Only a few like Dorian could surpass him. Beckett such a figure was killed in one move by Kimball. What a terrifying combat prowess. Dorian's expression grew solemn, increasing his vigilance toward Kimball. Anthony wore a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. Taking advantage of everyone's stunned silence, Kimball suddenly rushed towards a stone platform, grabbing the floating stone bead with a firm grip. He's trying to steal the treasure. Only now did a few people around the stone platform react, attempting to block him. Kimball ignored their attacks, letting them hit him, shaking with golden light. Approaching Destiny in midair, he grabbed her and said, "Let's go. We can't stay here long." Seeing the two figures gradually disappear, those intending to pursue hesitated. After witnessing Kimball's earlier terrifying display, they lacked the confidence to engage him alone. Chasing after him wouldn't guarantee retrieving the stone bead. Staying put would at least give them a chance with the remaining three. As they hesitated, the two figures vanished completely. Escaping a considerable distance without pursuit, Kimball slowed down. Destiny seized the opportunity to catch her breath. She was genuinely frightened by the perilous situation just moments ago. Gathering in such a place filled with top geniuses, Kimball dared to snatch a treasure right under their noses. Truly resolute Marshal monks, smiling at the duo. Unfavorable memories of Benson the monk surfaced, darkening his expression instantly. "Who are you? Are you with Benson?" The monk nodded openly. You may say so, for Benson is my guardian. I see. So you are the Buddhist disciple of the Buddhist realm? Amitabha, you are indeed wise, the monk smiled. After experiencing Antony's prowess, Kimball grew increasingly vigilant. Why did you stop me? Aware of the prowess of these elite disciples from top sects, Kimball felt uneasy about this sudden appearance. Please don't be so guarded. I seek to discuss something with you. What is it? During your exploration, you obtained a precious bead. Could you possibly transfer it to me? These words sparked Kimball's anger. So you are indeed all cut from the same cloth. Buddhists have the same nature. First, there's Benson, the bald monk trying to get something for free, and now you, a Buddhist disciple seizing others' opportunities. Corruption trickles down. The two robust monks frowned, eyeing Kimball menacingly. Undeterred, Kimball prepared to fight. The atmosphere grew tense. Kimball whispered to Destiny, if we fight, run immediately and don't get involved. I understand, Master Beckett. Amitabha, please don't be neither confirmed nor denied. Chuckle. A win-win situation, as it sounds, would benefit both parties. If you are willing to hand over the treasure bead to this monk, I can assure you that my Buddha kingdom will cooperate with the Beckett family, helping you resist pressure from the central continent. Furthermore, Brother Beckett can follow in the footsteps of your ancestor, becoming a named disciple in our Buddha kingdom. You can enter our secret realm to cultivate advanced Buddhism. What do you think of this proposal? Honestly, Kimball was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the Frederick to offer such generous terms. However, the richer the offer, the more it highlighted the preciousness of this mysterious bead he held. The Frederick wasn't foolish. He wouldn't engage in pointless loss-making deals. I don't think it's good. After a moment's thought, Kimball rejected the proposal outright. With the ancestral ties between the Beckett family and your Buddha kingdom, I initially had a favorable impression of your Buddha kingdom. But I never expected the first person from your country I met to be someone like Ripley, who takes shamelessness as skill. Now you want me to hand over the bead. Do you expect me to trust you? The Frederick remained unperturbed. Brother Beckett, an ancient saying goes, all men come and go for profit. If it benefits both sides, it might be worth considering carefully. No need. Kimball refused without hesitation. Better to be cautious. You're right, Master Beckett, she agreed. Kimball let out a breath, a faint smile appearing on his face. Overall, it ended well. Let's hurry and leave. After the duo walked away, a monk beside the Frederick frowned. Frederick, why let him go like this? Or what? That bead is crucial to you. How can you let him off so easily? A flash of light flickered in the Frederick's eyes, turning to look at the monk. Corey, although you possess excellent cultivation talent, you still need to think deeper about things. Corey immediately clasped his hands in respect. Please instruct me, Frederick. Do you know that the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty has already moved against the Beckett family? Beckett's, in that case, we could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and get the treasure more easily. Chuckle. You underestimate human hearts. The Beckett family, being a prestigious lineage for centuries, isn't easy for even the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty to take down. If we act now, it will only deepen their mistrust towards us. Moreover, the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty is a top power in the central continent, nearly on par with our Buddha kingdom. If we intervene in matters they have set their sights on, it could invite their hostility. Remember, those from the Great Qin Imperial Dynasty are immensely proud. Corey suddenly understood. Frederick, you speak truly. I was wrong. Don't worry. Let's see how the Beckett family handles this crisis. A quarter of an hour later, Kimball and Destiny left the village and arrived back at the cave where they descended. Returning to the peach tree stump they had come from, both felt significantly relieved. Here, they didn't have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. They were close enough to the exit of the secret realm. They could escape at any time if needed. Miss Wan, do you wish to continue searching for opportunities within the secret realm? Kimball asked, realizing Destiny had endured many dangers but gained little along the way. Destiny shook her head, smiling. No need. Thanks to Master Beckett, I managed to navigate through the tribulations unscathed. The experience itself has taught me much. There's a significant gap between me and those top geniuses, so I'll skip further risks. Miss Wan, you're too modest. Suddenly, Kimball's expression changed. He looked up at the sky, a strong sense of impending danger enveloping him. It was as if death loomed over him at any moment. What is this? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a crack tore through the sky above the secret realm. A massive golden hand emerged, bursting with overwhelming strength and lunged directly toward Kimball. Not good, quickly get out of the way. Chapter 192. Intercept and force a showdown. Kimball suddenly roared, using his strength to send Lindsay flying away with a single palm strike. Then he lifted his head, his face contorted in fury as he stared at the massive hand. The oppressive force pinned him to the ground, leaving him completely immobilized. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. It was clear that this massive hand was aimed directly at him, without any doubt. In this critical moment, Kimball didn't have much time to think. He mustered all his strength to activate the fusion technique of the Green Dragon's sacred body and divine elephant barbaric power, while also pushing the unextinguishable golden body to its limits. His entire body glowed with an emerald gold light, almost like a statue emitting a dazzling aura. The giant hand seemed slow but had the ability to traverse space. Moments ago, it was in the sky, and now it had already descended upon him in a blink. Master Beckett! Lindsay screamed in anxiety but could do nothing. Kimball knew very well that the giant hand possessed power at least at the Quasi-Matthew realm, which he couldn't resist. The only thing he could do was try to preserve his life. Next moment, the giant hand closed around Kimball, holding him tightly within its palm. Instantly, overwhelming pressure surged from all directions. The unextinguishable golden body resisted for only 2 breaths before developing numerous cracks. Cough, cough. Blood flowed from Kimball's 7 orifices. Ignoring the pain in his body, he pushed his cultivation to the extreme, barely managing to withstand the force. The giant hand did not seem to intend to crush him immediately. After grabbing him, it retracted back into the sky and disappeared through the crack. Lindsay gazed blankly at the calm sky. After a few moments, she used all her strength to rush out of the secret realm. She remembered that there was a powerful ancestor of the Beckett family outside. If the news reached them in time, Kimball might still have a chance. Inside the giant hand, Kimball's bones cracked and blood seeped from his body continually. This force pressured every part of his body mercilessly, leaving no room for resistance. The intense pain made him question whether his body still existed. Only the thought of holding on swirled in his mind. After an unknown period, the giant hand suddenly loosened, and the pressure around him vanished. Thud. Kimball fell to the ground, his vision turning dark. Moving even a finger felt extremely difficult. He is the culprit? An elderly voice asked, filled with anger. Braxton, if the dragon-seeking disc has not failed, this person is indeed the murderer, another respectful voice replied. Kimball then felt someone lifting him by the neck. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see a middle-aged man dressed in purple, with a cold expression, standing in front of him. Behind him stood an old man with white hair and beard. Who are you? Kimball squeezed out a sentence with great effort, causing surprise on the face of the man in purple. To actually remain conscious, this young member of the Beckett family is indeed extraordinary. The old man spoke calmly. Take him back after we've found him, and leave him to the Emperor's disposal. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man's expression changed abruptly. Not right, this young one carries other auras on him. He waved his sleeve, revealing a complex patterned compass in his hand. 2 red beams shone on Kimball. Boy, did the Cavan also meet his end at your hands? The old man snarled, his eyes practically spitting fire. At this point, Kimball finally understood that the people who captured him belonged to the Great Qin Dynasty. Trapped in a dire situation, he lost all reservations and forced out a mocking laugh. Ha, ha cough cough, so you're from the Great Qin Dynasty. Answer the elder's question. Did the Cavan die at your hands? Kimball sneered. Beckett's, he died at my hands. You may not know this, but inside the secret realm, there's a place where our cultivation is suppressed. When Hans, that worthless fool, actually dared to try and kill me, I gave rationality he had left. Your prince is truly worthless. Despite the agony, he forced himself to mock the men, which infuriated the middle-aged man immensely. Alright, tough stuff, huh? Since you're so bold, let me make you wish you were dead. A green glow appeared on his right hand. I'll cripple your cultivation and see if you can keep up your defiance. Kimball felt a surge of despair and sorrow wash over him. After working so hard to reach this point, was everything about to vanish in an instant? Heh. The prince of the Great Qin Dynasty, truly useless. He used his last ounce of strength to spit a mouthful of blood and mock the man. Looking for death. The middle-aged man growled and pressed his palm against Kimball's head. A faint dragon's roar sounded as powerful spirit energy prepared to invade his body, destroying his dantian and sea of consciousness. But at this moment, stop. A resounding voice echoed across the heavens. Thin but incredibly resilient yellow light emanated from Kimball's body, forcefully pushing the middle-aged man's hand away. The old man, who had been silent until now, looked serious. Bradley? Hashtag chapter 193, Kimball's Path of Revenge. The pages Kimball had been carrying floated in the air, forming a protective barrier above his forehead. A somewhat ethereal figure coalesced from the pages, none other than Armin. His face was now filled with rage. The Great Qin Dynasty is truly regressing. For a respected national teacher and an exemplar realm powerhouse to secretly attack a junior like this is truly despicable. The elderly man snorted, unperturbed by Armin's outburst. Bradley, this boy has successively assassinated our crown prince and second prince of the Great Qin Dynasty. Such deep enmity requires that we find the culprit, as decreed by the Emperor. I am merely following orders. This has nothing to do with bullying juniors. Shameless old man. Armin coldly retorted, even as a phantom, emitting an intimidating presence that left one breathless. I said your Great Qin Dynasty is shameless, and you just listen up? Today, I challenge you to see what you can do to my son. The national teacher's expression darkened. Bradley, are you really planning to oppose the Great Qin Dynasty? To oppose us? Take a look in the mirror. See if your wrinkled old face turns red. You are all seniors and great powers, yet you use such ruthless methods against a junior. Do you think you have the right to say that to me? The national teacher took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and trying to reason. Bradley, this boy killed our crown prince and second prince, who are the future successors of the Great Qin Dynasty. If I don't bring him back, how can I face the amiable and rarely showed such sharpness? Now, truly angry, the imperial might of a supreme powerhouse radiated from him. The national teacher looked incredibly uneasy, while the man behind him dared not even breathe deeply. He had only just touched the threshold of the exemplar realm. If even the 5th-rank exemplar national teacher was so nervous, how could he, a minor character, not be? Beckett's, even a peak near Matthew was merely a minor character before the Beckett family patriarch. After several deep breaths, the national teacher grimly asked, Lord Beckett, must you be so unreasonable? Don't play innocent. Your Great Qin Dynasty is the one being unreasonable. Today, I state clearly, you cannot touch my son. Fine. Furious, the national teacher spat out 3 fines, glaring at the lying Kimball. Since Bradley speaks, I grant you this face. From this day forth, Kimball is a marked man of our Great Qin Dynasty. With those words, the national teacher waved his hand, dispersing the white mist, and their figures vanished. Kimball realized he was lying in a forest, having been transported by the Great Qin Dynasty's power to some peculiar space. Dad, you were really awesome today. Praising Armin with a twisted smile, he winced, drawing in cold air through clenched teeth. Ah, you foolish child. Armin chuckled bitterly, waving his hand to release a faint light. stabilizing Kimball's injuries temporarily. Now that you've exposed yourself by killing the princes, the Great Qin dynasty will view you as a thorn in their side. Be cautious from now on. I understand, Dad. Armin nodded and sternly instructed, for now, don't return home. The bastards from the Great Qin dynasty have people watching around our residence. You'll be caught easily if you show up. Kimball gritted his teeth fiercely. One day, I will make them pay. Foolish child, be very careful. Never be rash. I know, Dad. Kimball agreed, grabbing several bottles of pills from his ring and swallowing them randomly. Although Armin stabilized his injuries, timely treatment was crucial to avoid fundamental issues. It's good you understand. The power in the book pages is running out. I may not be able to help you again. Be extremely cautious. With that final warning, Armin's figure quickly dissipated. The book pages slowly withdrew their light and fell onto Kimball's chest. Lying in tattered clothes, he looked utterly pitiful. Great Qin dynasty, I will make you pay. Vowing silently, he closed his eyes and began cultivating, focusing on healing his injuries. Meanwhile, in the heart of Zhongzhou, at the Great Qin dynasty's national teacher's residence, rude, reckless, an ancient voice thundered angrily, accompanied by lightning in the sky, resonating with the power of an imperial realm master. After several curses, the national teacher took deep breaths to calm his fury. A purple-robed man sat cautiously outside the pavilion, asking carefully, National teacher, what should we do now? Humph, the Beckett family. How dare they disrespect the Great Qin dynasty? They will regret it. Muttering briefly, the national teacher coldly ordered, issue a bounty for Kimball across Dongzhou immediately. Whoever captures him, dead or alive, will receive a top-tier cultivation technique and resources to reach the Sage Realm. I won't believe that a mere Beckett family can defy fate. End of chapter 193. Chapter 194, Achilles' divination. Kimball looked at the person in the room, a bit shocked. Ferguson, how are you here? Indeed, the person who appeared in the room was Ferguson. He still had that exaggerated and odd smile. Brother Beckett, you were quite a find. If it weren't for my methods, you'd really be hiding deep in the mountains as a wild man, wouldn't you? Seeing an old acquaintance, Kimball relaxed considerably. After all, he and Ferguson could be considered friends. There had been no serious conflicts between them. Let's talk in my room. These two are just friends. Ferguson nodded and said to the surprised grandfather and grandson, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Upon learning Ferguson was a friend of Kimball, they felt relieved. The elderly Su Ning hurriedly assured it was no trouble. Back in Kimball's room, after closing the door, he couldn't help but ask eagerly, Ferguson, what was the outcome of the secret realm journey? And, is Miss Destiny alright? She was with me back then. I hope she hasn't been implicated by the Great Qin Empire. Ferguson smiled and shook his head. Relax, Miss Wan is clever enough. After you mysteriously disappeared, she immediately left the secret realm and found one of your family's powerful elders for protection. She's fine. But Brother Beckett, you're quite ruthless. Secretly killing the crown prince and second prince of the Great Qin Empire and swallowing it all inside without a word. Kimball sighed lightly. Sigh, ruthless or not, this was out of necessity. If they hadn't always aimed to take my life, I wouldn't have been forced into such a situation. Not to digress, how did the secret realm journey turn out? Ferguson nodded. The 3 stone beads were obtained by Antony and Axel, each getting one, while the remaining one fell into my hands. Kimball couldn't help but laugh. He knew Ferguson wasn't someone easy to deal with. However, I heard rumors that the Buddha's son got 1 stone bead and received the legacy of the Peach Blossom Immortal. What's that about? Ferguson snorted. But Ferguson, I'm currently wanted by the Great Qin Empire. Aren't you afraid of being implicated if you find me? Ferguson chuckled, showing no worry on his face. Don't worry, I came to you for precisely this matter. Kimball was somewhat surprised. What do you mean? The Great Qin Empire has ways to track down enemies. If you leave rashly, you'll surely be hunted. You need to mask your aura properly. Come with me to meet someone. I have a way. Hearing Ferguson's words, Kimball was immediately astonished. Are you sure? Ferguson laughed and nodded. Of course, would I lie about something like this? After pondering for a moment, Kimball agreed. All right, no problem, I'll go with you. After changing their appearances and disguising themselves, the two left the inn. Due to the very high bounty offered by the Great Qin Empire, many were eager to capture Kimball, so extra caution was necessary. They arrived at a certain courtyard, and Ferguson knocked on the door. The door creaked open, and Ferguson led Kimball inside swiftly. Achilles, how come it's you? In the courtyard stood none other than Achilles, along with several Taoist disciples. Achilles grinned and rubbed his hands excitedly. Young Master Beckett, we meet again. Is this the person who can help me? Kimball couldn't help but feel doubtful. Achilles, looking like he was completely money-driven, didn't seem reliable at all. Agree. Just remember, I have no money now. I can only give you an IOU, and pay upon returning home. Achilles beamed. No problem, no problem. Brother Beckett's credit is better than mine. Chapter 195, Kimball's decision. Kimball nodded. Then that's settled. You do your part. I've been away for a long time. It's time for me to return home. Franco, saying the fat, laughed lecherously. Of course, with your beautiful wife and family at home, Brother Beckett wouldn't want to neglect them, would you? Kimball couldn't help but glare at him. You talk too much. Sure thing, then sit back and watch. Achilles cheerfully replied, and then grew slightly more serious. There are many people around during the day. By nightfall, I will use my technique to conceal heavenly omens, and you can leave then. Kimball nodded. All right, no problem. They stayed temporarily in this small courtyard as time swiftly passed, and soon it was evening. Achilles knocked on Kimball's door. Brother Beckett, are you ready? Kimball opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Ready. In the courtyard, Achilles had already prepared an array, and gestured for Kimball to stand inside it. As soon as he steadied himself, Achilles' expression turned stern, and he started making hand signs, muttering incantations. An odd intangible force surged forth, entering Kimball's body in an unknown direction. He vaguely felt his existence fading from the world. A strange, ineffable sensation hard to describe. After nearly half an hour, a drenched Achilles finally stopped. Phew, Brother Beckett. Everything went smoothly. How do you feel? Kimball tested his own aura, surprised to find even he couldn't discern his current state. He felt like an ordinary mortal without any spiritual fluctuations, yet exuded a serene, innate harmony with the world, ethereal and transcendent. Great job, sang the Fat. You still have some skills. Achilles beamed proudly. Of course. Just look at who the Fat Master is. Rest assured, as long as no Imperial Great Sage intervenes, no one will trace your path. But if an Imperial Great Sage does come into play, Brother Beckett, you're on your own, he added. Kimball was thoroughly satisfied. At least from what he could tell, he didn't need to worry about being tracked by anything less than an Imperial Great Sage, saving him much trouble. Despite other flaws, Achilles was reliable in business. Just then, Hagen emerged, clearly impatient. Are you ready? It's time to go. The longer we delay, the higher the chance someone appeared, blocking their way. Whiz! The intense power exploded like a blazing sun, causing both in the boat to change expression drastically. How could someone still detect us? Hagen hurriedly halted the boat. Feeling a familiar aura, Kimball looked grim. As they emerged, they saw armored figures floating in the sky, flanked by several stern-faced men. Kimball quickly sized up the situation. His heart sank. For void returners, such overwhelming strength. Handling even one Sherman would be challenging. How could he possibly face all of them? Sherman smiled at Kimball. Brother Beckett, it's been a while. Kimball replied coldly. You have sharp senses, noticing me right after I left the city. Sherman chuckled. To be honest, Brother Beckett, I truly admire you. Reaching this point with the ancient Taoist body is extraordinary. If our circumstances were different, we could be good friends enjoying wine together. Don't waste time. Let's fight. Kimball shouted, his aura intensifying. Hee hee, Brother Beckett. Don't be hasty. I'm here not to kill you. If not to kill me, then why? Kimball frowned, unsure of Sherman's intentions. Simple. I came for one reason. Sherman's eyes gleamed with fervor. Hand over the treasure bead from the Peach Source realm. If you do, I promise no harm will come to you today. In the future, our Divine Hall and the Beckett family can genuinely cooperate for mutual benefit. Kimball understood. The treasure bead he possessed was coveted by Sherman. But from previous reactions, this bead must be extremely valuable. He didn't intend to easily give away what he had worked hard for. The more they wanted it, the less he should yield. Otherwise, once they strengthened themselves with its power, they would likely turn against him again. Chapter 196. The Ultimate Clash of Top Prodigious Figures. Kimball's face was icy cold as he retorted. Didn't you already get one stone bead? Why are you here to snatch mine? Furthermore, Antony has one too. Why don't you try taking it from him? Aren't you just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? The stone bead is with me. If you can, come and take it today. With these words, his aura exploded. A powerful pressure sweeping across the area instantly, making several reversion realm experts change expressions. Dorian's brows were especially knitted tightly. After not seeing Kimball for some time, he had progressed so much, something hard to believe. Just as he planned to offer more advice, Kimball spoke first. Dorian, you're a temple prodigy who has fought through life and death. Don't demean your own resolve. Do you think talking will have any effect? Dorian took a deep breath, his face breaking into a smile. Very good, truly very good. Brother Beckett, you're exactly to my liking. Since that's the case, I'll give you face today. If you can last half an hour without falling, this matter ends here, and I'll let you leave. How about it? Kimball's heart stirred as he gave Dorian a deep look. From then on, he started to somewhat acknowledge this person. All right, as you wish. As the words fell, Sawyer suddenly whispered, Kimball, do what you must. As long as you can hold off Dorian, I'll deal with those four. Kimball paused, feeling both moved and surprised. Sawyer, there are four in the reversion realm? I said, I'll handle them. Sawyer interrupted calmly. Kimball nodded fiercely, saying no more. If Sawyer dared speak thus, he had to trust him. That's the brotherhood of men. Brother Beckett, what are you waiting for? Dorian's fighting spirit was rampant. His spiritual sword hummed, displaying intense battle intent. Kimball exhaled slowly, then burst into hearty laughter. Dorian, you're the most formidable prodigy in Central Continent. Ever since I killed Imran, I've been wondering, just who is stronger between us? Isn't this perfect? Today, you'll witness the outcome. With a loud shout, Dorian's figure transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging towards Kimball instantly. Kimball's gaze focused as the profound skill inside him activated immediately. Within moments, the two were entangled for nearly an hour, their war armor torn and shattered. Spiritual treasures bore scars under their onslaught. Dorian no longer appeared refined, disheveled and sharp-eyed. He resembled an unsheathed blade. Kimball matched him blow for blow. The flickering purple golden light surrounding him made him seem godlike, his overpowering aura suffocating. Haha, truly extraordinary, Brother Beckett. Kimball's eyes burned with fighting spirit. You're not bad either. Since that's the case, why waste time? Let's hasten to determine the winner. Agreed. Their voices still lingered in the air when they vanished simultaneously from their spots. Dorian's sword slashed, spreading flashing lightning pillars around, transforming the area into a thunderous hell. Countless lightning strikes bombarded Kimball, emitting dazzling electric light. Despite his formidable physique, the attacks inflicted many wounds on his skin, but he didn't dodge, enduring the thunder with the mightiest stance, moving through the lightning inferno like an emperor, evoking awe and respect. Several reversion realm experts exchanged looks, surprise evident in each other's eyes. Prodigies indeed were prodigies. They had their unique traits. Each move by Dorian sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Beckett, more astonishing was Kimball. Matching such a top-tier prodigy evenly was unexpected. Following another brutal collision, Dorian's sword pointed skyward, gathering a layer of blinding white light. Terrorizing pressure spread, making the tattered-clothed Kimball become grave. Brother Beckett, let's decide this final victory. Kimball's battle spirit surged as he called back. Come on, agreed. Without further ado, his purple-golden glow shone intensely. Sky-splitting flash. Calling out the strange move, boundless lightning poured into Dorian's body. Wind boosted his speed to its limit, crossing space-like distances as he aimed a decisive strike at Kimball's chest. Facing this lethal attack, Kimball's expression remained unusually calm. Slightly sidestepping to avoid a fatal hit, he paid no further attention. Desolate God Fist. A low roar accompanied the blow, Dorian's attack landing on Kimball as expected. Instantly, he felt immense resistance. Every inch forward was challenging. Simultaneously, Kimball unleashed his ancient yet awe-inspiring fist. Surrounded by the aura of death, Dorian recoiled. He couldn't risk further entanglement. That punch could be deadly. Forced to release his sword while retreating, Dorian mobilized all his spiritual energy to counterattack. An inexplicable strong gust of wind abruptly spread, extinguishing all the dust on the ground. Dorian stood in the pit, his once gleaming battle armor now tattered and torn. His hair disheveled, he looked quite ragged, but his eyes shone brightly and fearlessly, like two bolts of lightning piercing the darkness. Brother Beckett, this battle has been incredibly thrilling. Kimball's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Dorian, you truly live up to being a top prodigy. Jamie, Brother Beckett, why give me such high praise? To have forced me into this situation, you are no less impressive. I underestimated the heroes of the world. I never thought that in the barren East Continent, there would be someone like you. Truly exhilarating. Exhilarating. In an age of great contention, two titans clashed, each displaying unparalleled charisma. Do we continue? Kimball spoke, his fighting spirit burning fiercely within. The duel with Dorian had stirred the blood coursing through his veins. But Dorian shook his head slowly. That's enough for today. Half an hour has passed. Kimball frowned, about to say more, but Dorian interrupted. Brother Beckett, it's not that I don't wish to indulge you, but remember your purpose today. Ahead lie more bloody battles, and wasting too much energy on me is not worthwhile. Why don't we choose another time and place for another exhilarating battle? Kimball pondered for a moment and nodded immediately. Agreed. I'll remember your challenge. One day, we'll settle this. Jamie, huh? Dorian laughed heartily, revealing the grandeur and generosity of a top prodigy. Brother Beckett, stay alive and remember our pact. Don't worry, Kimball replied clearly, feeling slightly better about Dorian. Though they were enemies, it didn't stop Kimball from regarding him highly. Clear the way, let Brother Beckett leave. The four Void Return Realm experts exchanged glances, not daring to disobey their divine son, and they made way. Kimball took a deep breath and bowed to Dorian. Jamie, let's go. He knew that since his whereabouts were exposed, greater dangers and hardships awaited him ahead. There was no escape, no hiding. Only by charging forward bravely could he fight for a sliver of hope. As they watched the two depart, Dorian's expression gradually calmed. Divine son, letting him go like this. What about the temple and the great Qin Empire? Dorian shot a cold glance at the speaker, making him shut up immediately. I will explain to the temple. As for the great Qin Empire, are you more loyal to them than to the temple? Are you worried about their reputation? The speaker was taken aback and quickly knelt, shouting, Forgive me, divine son. I am solely loyal to the temple. Rise. Kimball remained silent for a long time before sighing lightly. Antony, I thought we were friends. Indeed, the person blocking their path was Antony. By his side stood a dejected Achilles, who glanced at Kimball and Jamie, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately lowered his head shamefully. Antony chuckled, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary otherworldliness without any trace of hostility. Brother Beckett, we indeed are friends. But in this era of great contention, no one can remain unaffected. To stand out, we must seize every opportunity. Kimball nodded, suppressing his mixed emotions. So, what does Brother Dao plan to do? Antony smiled gently, his expression even more serene. Brother Beckett, are you willing to hand over the stone bead to me? Kimball shook his head. Absolutely not. Ah. Antony chuckled lightly, revealing a hint of admiration. Good, that's the Kimball I know. Remember, this gem is of utmost importance, even relating to the chance of becoming an emperor. Under no circumstances should you hand it over to anyone else. Kimball was taken aback, not expecting Antony to say such things. What was he trying to accomplish? Translation ends here for this segment. Let me know if you need further translation or have additional content to share. ####Chapter 198. The Great Qin Dynasty's Interception. This vague attitude made Kimball somewhat uncomfortable, so he directly asked, Antony, what does this mean? He was now certain that the news of his departure had been spread by either Achilles or Antony. Logically speaking, they were enemies now, but Antony's ambiguous attitude left him uncertain. Ha ha ha. Antony chuckled and said calmly, Brother Beckett, spreading your whereabouts benefits the sect. I must consider the sect's interests. But at the same time, you are my friend, and that will never change. So, as a friend, isn't it fair to give you a warning? Kimball's expression was complicated, finding it hard to understand how someone like Antony thinks. After a moment of silence, he asked, So, do you want to fight now? No, no, no. Antony shook his head vigorously, saying with a righteous tone, Brother Beckett, you misunderstood. Our Taoist sect values tranquility and non-contention. We would not easily engage in conflict. Kimball found this statement speechless, unsure where to start criticizing. If he hadn't seen Antony beat the worry-free monk into submission, he might have believed it. Antony, what do you really want? Kimball sighed, unable to figure out how to deal with this situation. Antony smiled happily. Brother Beckett, don't misunderstand. We are still friends. Questioning Antony. Antony smiled gently, his gaze benevolent. What? Your temper has grown after a trip out. Do you no longer respect your senior brother? Achilles shuddered but gritted his teeth. Even if you beat me today, this is still wrong. Antony narrowed his eyes calmly. You should understand that Kimball is a thorn in the side of the great Qin dynasty. Their methods are formidable. Even your rudimentary divination skills can't hide him from their dragon-finding disc. If they find an opportunity to ambush him, do you think Kimball can survive? Achilles opened his mouth but couldn't refute. Antony mused aloud. But now, the situation is different. All our factions compete against Kimball with our young geniuses. Even if there is a gap in strength, it's within limits. If the people of the great Qin dynasty aren't foolish, they'll understand our meaning. They won't dare violate our unspoken rules. In this way, Kimball may have a chance to fight and survive. Do you understand? Achilles nodded dumbly, a look of regret in his eyes. He always thought his divination skills were top-notch, yet the great Qin dynasty still had ways to crack it. That dragon-finding disc could locate Kimball within the secret realm, showing its power. He had no confidence in hiding from such a valuable treasure. Ah, so, junior brother, we are protecting him. Understand? Realizing this, Achilles blushed and scratched his head, ashamed of his misunderstanding. Sorry, senior brother, I was wrong. Do you really know you're wrong? Really? Good. Antony nodded. Then his I am Prince Gongsheng of the great Qin dynasty, Turner. Today, I will send you on your way. The young man sneered, unleashing a powerful aura, indicating he was already half a step into the return void realm. Kimball's expression turned grave. Indeed, the great Qin dynasty, as a top-tier force, had profound resources unimaginable. Despite losing two top geniuses, they still possessed formidable talents like this one, truly terrifying. Hashtag chapter 199. The power of the 10,000 images Plunderfinger. Kimball's eyes turned cold as his blood cheese soared skyward. Haha, truly arrogant indeed. Both Imran and Otis died by my hands. Where does your confidence come from to challenge me? Dakari instantly flew into a rage. Silence. Arrogant fool, do you really think the great Qin imperial dynasty has no one? This day, I shall make you understand why our great Qin imperial dynasty has stood firm in central continent for 10,000 years. As he spoke, Dakari's aura surged dramatically. Surprisingly, it was not the Azure Dragon Saint body exclusive to the great Qin imperial family but an extremely cold and dark force. Countless black clouds swirled around him, accompanied by piercing ghostly howls. Kimball couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. People from the great Qin imperial Kimball laughed wryly. You usually seem so carefree, yet now you're thinking deeply? Don't worry. It doesn't matter if it's the heavenly demon hall or some demon or ghost. As long as you are a friend acknowledged by me, Kimball, nothing else matters. I'm just curious. I've heard everyone in the heavenly demon hall is a big demon, capable of intimidating anyone into submission. But you look a bit bullshit. Nixon immediately became flustered. The heavenly demon hall is a major force, alright? We're not as terrifying as rumors suggest. We have our own organization and rules. It was rare to see Nixon getting worked up, and Kimball barely managed to suppress his laughter. Okay, I understand. I'm just curious. Maybe one day you can take me to visit the heavenly demon hall. I've never been there before. After regaining composure, Nixon rolled her eyes. Dream on. Our heavenly demon hall isn't just open to anyone. After speaking, the playful expression on Kimball's face disappeared, looking seriously at Nixon. Nixon, leave the rest to me. You don't need to interfere. Can you handle it? Nixon glanced back at the over a dozen menacing figures from the great Qin imperial dynasty, a flicker of worry in her eyes. Kimball smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Do you still not know who I am? Just one Dakari isn't enough to make me retreat. Nixon wanted to say more, but Kimball had already stepped forward, facing Dakari. Come on, let me see what the Duke of Respect means. Dakari sneered, black mist exploding around him, forming a huge skull that lunged at Kimball, swallowing him whole. The skull emitted disorienting sound waves and an intense icy chill, subtly influencing one's movements. Anyone else would succumb after a while. There was no denying Dakari's strength. He could be considered among the top elite cultivators. Of course, he was also older than Kimball and others by a generation. But in the world of cultivation, he was still only a newborn. Nixon piloted the flying boat away, allowing Dakari to fully unleash his secret killing technique without restraint. Kimball remained calm, his body glowing purple gold like celestial armor, charging straight through the black mist. Just as he was about to unleash his full power, the black mist condensed into chains binding his limbs. Kimball tested the restraints but found them extremely resilient and difficult to break free from. Excitement appeared on Dakari's face. Nixon, Kimball, your death is near. He formed seals with his hands, a dark dragon manifesting behind him, opening its mouth to engulf Kimball. Today will be your end. Dakari imagined himself slaying Kimball, gaining fame and recognition from the great Qin imperial dynasty, a smile spreading across his face. This dark dragon was one of his trump cards. Because he knew Kimball specialized in physical cultivation and possessed formidable physical prowess, he invested significant resources and time into this technique. This technique specifically attacked the spirit, with extremely treacherous methods. Such an attack was perfect for countering Kimball. No matter how powerful one's physique was, it needed the spirit to drive it, right? The dragon opened its mouth and viciously swallowed Kimball whole. Dakari's eyes glowed with anticipation. But the next second, roar. A majestic and colossal lion's roar erupted, wave after wave shattering the dark dragon to pieces. Buddhist power, the lion roar. Kimball looked expressionlessly at the stunned Dakari, disappointment evident on his face. So this is your trump card? The disdainful tone enraged Dakari. What kind of look is that? Roaring, Dakari altered his spells, multiple ferocious dragon heads appearing behind him, rushing toward Kimball from all directions. No time to waste. I have other important people to deal with like the Buddha son. Murmuring, Kimball's eyes turned sharply. 10,000 calamities upon you, Only I remain. 10,000 images plunder finger. A light point charged with black lightning coalesced on Kimball's fingertip, emitting a completely different aura from the great wild imprisoning heaven finger, brimming with desolate intent. As he pointed, this statement was like a lit fuse, causing the crowd to erupt in fury, accusations, and insults. Seeing over a dozen people about to surround him, Philip's eyes turned cold as he shouted loudly, "Everyone, shut up!" As expected of a genius from the heavenly demon hall, one sentence silenced the crowd from the great Qin dynasty. "Since you dared to block our path, then let fate decide who lives and dies." Was Dakari any different? If he's dead, it's because he was not skilled enough. Who gave him the nerve to shout here? If you still have complaints, you will stay here today too. Before the words even finished, a terrifying aura erupted from Philip. The pupils of the great Qin dynasty's people instantly constricted. It was the aura of an imperial weapon. Even Kimball felt surprised and couldn't help but laugh. "Philip, your heavenly demon hall is really generous, giving you an imperial weapon? Treatment this good, maybe I should see if I can join?" Philip knew what kind of person Kimball was. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes. "Sure, if you're willing, we would be more than happy to have you. Every major force covets top-tier geniuses." Kimball laughed awkwardly. Of course, he could never leave the Beckett family. No matter what, he owed too much to his parents. With that said, the great Qin dynasty had no choice but to step aside and let them pass. The power of an imperial weapon was not something they could resist. On the flying boat, Kimball asked curiously, "Philip, where's your heavenly demon hall located?" "Northern continent." Kimball nodded in understanding and didn't say more. He had never heard of the heavenly demon hall before, but from the reaction of the great Qin dynasty, it was clearly a formidable force. Regardless of where Philip came from, he was still his friend. After traveling silently for some distance, both of them sensed something and looked up in the same direction. Amitabha. The Buddhist chant resounded, and Kimball took a deep breath, knowing the most difficult trial had arrived. Stepping out of the flying boat, the Neil stood in midair. Today, he appeared exceptionally solemn and dignified, even wearing a cassock. Kimball's gaze was calm, showing no emotion. "Neil, it has finally come to this." A hint of helplessness flashed across the Neil's face as he sighed softly. "Ah, Brother Beckett, life is unpredictable. Both paths ahead are fraught with difficulty. There's nothing left but to fight." Kimball nodded without saying anything more. "Come, today I will experience your prowess. Not quite a lesson, just a sparring session." The Neil shook his head slightly and recited a Buddhist chant. Suddenly, the Buddhist energy in the heavens grew exponentially, enveloping the entire area around Kimball. Though his expression remained unchanged, the battle spirit in his eyes intensified to the extreme. A Neil and a Tao's disciple were the most formidable geniuses of their generation that he had ever seen. Against either of them, he had no confidence in victory. They were carefully cultivated talents of two great lineages, far beyond what other forces could match. An overwhelming surge of chi and blood exploded from him, the radiant purple-gold light nearly turning night into day. Various phenomena rose from behind Kimball, showcasing the extraordinary nature of the ancient great desolate Tao body. "Come, let's fight." With a loud cry, Kimball made the first move. The Neil remained calm, his expression growing even more compassionate. Amitabha. Golden light filled the sky. A massive Buddha figure dominated the world, emanating a serene and peaceful aura that calmed the hearts of all. Even Kimball's fighting spirit dissipated somewhat under this influence. Unextinguished battle spirit. Kimball laughed loudly, pushing his internal chi and blood to its limits, unleashing all his strength without holding back. In an instant, two colossal figures collided. Boom. Destructive ripples spread out, spiritual energy seemed to be pushed away to other places. From the very beginning, the two engaged in fierce combat, employing various supreme techniques and divine powers, thrilling and astonishing everyone watching. Such geniuses truly crushed anyone of their realm. Kimball grew increasingly excited the longer he fought. The Neil was not only powerful in cultivation, but also possessed astonishing physical abilities. Their battle became intense, shaking heaven and earth. Gradually, Kimball noticed something peculiar. Under such fierce combat, his myriad transformation tribulation body seemed to begin integrating with other cultivation methods. This development delighted Kimball, and he fought even more fiercely against the Neil, fully displaying his prowess. The Neil's expression grew serious as well. He knew Kimball was a top genius from Eastern continent, but he had never faced him personally. Now, he realized how unreasonable this man's physical prowess truly was. Even supreme techniques and divine powers left only faint traces on him, unable to penetrate his defenses. He was terrifyingly powerful, akin to a primordial beast. The epic battle lasted for an hour. Kimball's face was flushed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Neil was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Kimball was slightly disadvantaged due to the Neil's higher Tao attainments. However, far from being discouraged, Kimball grew even more excited. Facing such a formidable opponent brought immense pressure, leading his four major cultivation methods to fully integrate. Now was the sentence. Hassan, a true supreme powerhouse who had truly stepped into the celestial Matthew realm, an existence capable of suppressing all others until none could stand against him. Such a figure did not need to adhere to any rules or restraints, acting purely on his own will. The Neil sighed deeply, giving Kimball, who remained calm, a long, intense look without saying more. With his talent, he was merely an ant before Hassan. "Kimball, are you willing to face your death?" Hassan asked calmly, yet his voice made the 3,000 profound laws tremble. A hint of reluctance flickered in Kimball's eyes. He thought of his parents from his past life and the Beckett family in this life. Living this second life, he had planned to enjoy it thoroughly, never imagining it would end like this. However, he had no regrets. "Senior, may I be allowed to bid farewell to my friend?" Kimball bowed respectfully, showing no sign of emotion. "You may." He walked to Alex's side, hesitated, then removed his storage ring and handed it to Alex. Alex, please return this to the Beckett family and give it to my parents. Alex looked deeply at him, tightly holding the ring. He knew that no one could defy the will of a celestial Matthew realm expert. Okay. Kimball suddenly smiled, his demeanor becoming much gentler. On Jiong, please tell my parents that their son is unfilial and can no longer accompany them. Sure. Tell my sister to practice diligently and not to indulge in playing. Sure. Phew. Kimball took a deep breath, his smile tinged with guilt. Also, tell Phyllis that I can't be with her in this lifetime. Beckett. Alex opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Alex, I'm glad we became friends. Laughing, Kimball turned, looking up at the awe-inspiring figure within the rift in the sky. Hassan, go yourself. Suddenly cursing, despite his small stature, his spirit exuded indomitable will as he charged directly toward the rift. This scene was both tragic and desolate. Humph. A faint laugh echoed as Hassan slightly lowered his head, his gaze falling on a beam of light. Seemingly gentle, even the slightest bit could dissolve a great sage. Kimball closed his eyes, accepting his fate somewhat unwillingly. Old dog, dare you. An earth-shattering roar erupted, nearly heard across half of Dongzhou. A vast and formidable figure abruptly appeared in the void, radiating overwhelming power. The beam of light aimed at Kimball was instantly dispelled by this wild surge of energy. Hassan's gaze hardened, his tone, let's meet again if fate allows. Goodbye. Several days later, at the Beckett family residence. In a familiar courtyard, Kimball sat silently. Before him lay a transparent coffin. Inside was Tanya. Phyllis, I never thought that day would be our last meeting, he whispered softly, his thoughts drifting back to the day of her rescue. Upon returning home, Kimball's parents were somber, seemingly holding something back. He noticed something was wrong and pressed for details, eventually learning that Tanya had developed a problem in her body where the cold poison had transformed into 10,000-year-old mystical ice, encasing herself. When he heard this news, Kimball felt as if struck by lightning. Why had Tanya sealed herself? Later, Norbert explained that the 9-aperture spirit body, if not cultivated to the sacred realm, would struggle to eliminate the internal cold poison. After a long silence, Kimball made a decision. 6 months later, beneath the rear mountain of the Beckett family estate, Norbert and Sue Ellen sternly asked, Cruz, are you ready? I am ready. Kimball nodded calmly. He lay in a pool of extremely potent spiritual liquid beside the self-sealed Tanya. Cruz, this world's origin barrier is beginning to close. It's not a true era of great contention. We will seal you in divine source material. When the true era of great contention arrives,